Good morning, everybody, and welcome to a resplendent Brands Hatch Indy circuit down here in Kent for the BRSCC 2024 Brands Hatch Summer Race Weekend. My name is Paul Jeffrey. I am delighted to join you today for what should be an absolutely action-packed schedule of short and long endurance races ahead of us, starting with the first race of the day. It's the Zio Prototype Series in just a few moments' time. As you can see on your screen, the sunshine is incredible here at Brands Hatch. The temperatures are particularly high, even for this time of the year in Great Britain, and I think we are set fair for what should be a fabulous day of racing. I'm looking forward to taking you through it all. It's great to have you with us on the BRSCC YouTube channel as well. I look forward to your company over the course of the next few hours. We're racing at the Brands Hatch Indy circuit, as you can see on screen. 1.21 miles, just 6 corners. Established in 1950, of course. It started life in the 20s as a dirt track for bikes. It's now progressed significantly since then, and it is one of the finest racetracks in the United Kingdom, and also one of the shortest tracks that we visit in the 2024 season. That's going to have its own unique challenges. 18 degrees C, it's saying now. In this commentary box, I can tell you it's significantly higher than that, and we're going to be rising to around 22 degrees by about 3 p.m. this afternoon. So the heat is going to rise ambient-wise as the heat on track continues to increase, with what should be a full day of very exciting racing indeed. The track looks wonderful. The teams, the cars, the drivers, the championship organisers and everybody concerned are all ready and raring to go. I'm looking forward to this one. It's my debut here at the BRSCC, so it's delighted to be welcomed into the family for this weekend. And I'm looking forward to seeing exactly what unfolds when we get going in a few moments' time. As mentioned, the Zio Prototype Series will be our first racing action of the day. If you're unfamiliar with this championship, I implore you to find a little bit more out about the series. It's for prototype racing cars. We've got an eclectic mix of different series created by X-Cool's Duncan Williams, who's a former driver himself, and it features 6 classes plus an invitational class, and it's open to any and all sports prototypes and sports racing cars wishing to compete, both open top and closed top examples. Looking at our entry list today, we've got cars from the Praga series, always very, very quick indeed. A number of radicals, the SR3 RS, the SR3 as well, and the SR3 RSX. We've got some Normas in there, some Bicknell PS7s, and of course, the Genvy gun, hand-built and hand-raced by Mike Genvy. I'm looking forward to seeing that one. They had a bit of a problem last time out at Donington Park with a fire, led to a DNF after winning the first race. All of those issues, hopefully, have been resolved for this Brands Hatch weekend, and we can see the Genvy gun and Mike Genvy behind the wheel in action. Wise move, slightly dirty umbrella there, some might say, but it's good to keep the sun off of the drivers before we go racing. We're a little bit ahead of schedule here at Brands Hatch, which is a wonderful place to find ourselves in, so it will only be a couple of moments down the road, and then we will be racing for the first time today, for the first racing action. We've had some qualifying and some practice earlier today. The Fun Cup were out there as well for their final practice before they go racing a little later on in the day. And it's the first time that the crowds here at Brands Hatch, and of course you good folks watching at home on the BRSCC YouTube channel, will get to see some racing endeavours. And what a way to start the weekend. The Zio Prototype Series, by far and away the fastest championship that we have on the package. And here at the Brands Hatch Indy circuit, they are a sight to behold. I had the pleasure yesterday of spending a little bit of time trackside, just observing the various different classes in action. It's always nice to get a feel for the cars on tracks. And I must say these Zio Prototype field are incredibly impressive indeed. It's great to see a couple of Pragas out there. They'll be at the pointy end of the grid. I've absolutely no doubt about that one. We've got the R1T and the Praga R1 as well, a couple of those in fact. Daniel Oliver for Adola Motorsports, and also Edward Bridle and Chris Bridle, again Adola Motorsports in the Praga R1. And then in the Praga R1T is Shane Kelly for the UWR High Clear Investments machine. So they will be at the sharp end of the grid. Mike Genvy, of course, in his Genvy gun is another driver to keep our eye on. Then there's the Norma of Max Winhauser for Tim Gray Motorsports, another car we expect to be very much in the conversation. And of course, Graham Charman for the Northern Commercials and Gravity Fueled Juno in Class B. Speaking of classes, it's worth explaining that very briefly to you before we go green. There are 6 classes in total. Class A is for over 2000cc. Class B is for 1501cc to 2000. Class C is 1001 to 1500cc. Class D is up to 1000cc. Then it's the Praga class in E and the Invitationals, of which we have no drivers in the Invitational class here this weekend. It's also worth mentioning that last time out at Donington, it was Joe Locke in the Spire SSSC that took the final race victory of that particular weekend. Joe will not be with us for this race, so it's an opportunity, I dare say, for some of those drivers to go out there and snatch a bit of silverware for themselves. It's a standalone championship, or class, should I say, standalone series. We don't score championship points each race as an individual, all of its own. So these drivers will be looking to be the master of Brands Hatch, which is a very nice accolade, a feather in the cap that you can put for these drivers, all very much enjoying taking out their wonderful sports prototypes around this beautiful track in weather conditions that, quite frankly, could not be any better for motor racing. The race ahead of us, by the way, will be a 20-minute rolling start race. We're only a few moments away from said rolling start, so don't go anywhere. And then the cars will fire off down to Paddock Hill Bend for the very, very first time. 20 minutes is not a long time in a car of this ilk, so of course, elbows out driving will be the order of the day, being respectful and mindful of machinery and health, of course, but I expect this to be an absolutely cracking race. First of the weekend, fastest of the weekend, setting the scene, some might say, for what should be several hours over the course of 2 days of absolutely incredible motor racing. This is the 4th event for the Zio Prototype Series. We started at the Silverstone International Circuit back for event 1, and then we headed over to a double-header at the Snetterton 300 layout. Last time, we're at my favourite track in the whole world, Donington Park Grand Prix Circuit. We're heading here to Brands Hatch for this double-header event. And then event number 5, on the 26th of October 2024, we go to the Alton Park International Circuit for another double-header event, rounding up the 2024 year. So, some of the best tracks in the United Kingdom in some very quick racing cars. Zio Prototype Series, a very impressive series indeed. And if you've got a prototype of your own and you're considering going out there and going racing, then I do implore you to check out the BRSCC website, find out how you can get involved, and you can enter your own car into this particular championship. The racing's good and fair, the atmosphere is fantastic, and it's a great opportunity to get out there and take some spectacular cars out around some spectacular racetracks. Really do implore you all, if you've got a car of this kind, like you do, sat around in the garage not doing a great deal, might be a good opportunity to come down and blow those cobwebs away a little bit and have yourself some fun. Cost effective, but incredible, incredible value for money, and produces some fabulous racing as well, it has to be said, for the folks trackside. And of course, you good folks sat at home watching the broadcast here today on the BRSCC YouTube channel. If you are watching said broadcast, a big hello to you all. It's wonderful to have you with us this weekend. I hope you're set fair for what should be a great weekend of racing. There's plenty of action across the board for the BRSCC, not just here at Brands Hatch, but all around the country. We have some great racing year in, year out, and big credit to the BRSCC for the work that they put in, putting these fabulous club racing event weekends on all the way through the year. Wide, as I've said, wide and dramatic variety of machinery, and it is fabulous to see. And some of that machinery of which we speak at last is heading out onto the Brands Hatch circuit behind the safety car, of course, warming tyres, warming brakes, warming mental acuity, ready to go motor racing for the first time today. So let's go then for the Zio Prototype Series. Fabulous stuff then. Welcome to the Brands Hatch Indy circuit for the Zio Prototype Series, the first racing action of the day. And we couldn't be any more excited to get cracking on this one. A few moments time, the cars will line up, and this is your starting grid. In pole position, it's car number 5 of Charman at 44.771. Mike Genby is alongside him on the front row of the grid. The Genby gun has been repaired and is ready to go in second. In third position, we have Kelly at 45.093 in car number 11. Winhauser will be alongside him on the second row of the grid. Position number 5 falls away at Chris Bridle in the car 77. He's got Cole for company in 106, car number 106, Graham Cole in the Bicknell PS7. rolling down to row number 4, starting position number 7. It is car number 73, currently campaigned by Alistair Smart, the Radical SR10. Alongside him, he has got 445 Daniel Oliver in the Praga R1. 9th position falls the way of car number 60, Andrew Gord, in the Radical SR3 RSX. And then Sayward alongside car number 16, Chamberlain in 11th position, and then Child in car number 46 will be keeping him company in the Radical SR4. Heading down onto row number 7, and the final car on the grid is the number 23. That is the RJ Motorsports Dominic Langdon down machine, the Radical SR3 RS. 13 cars will be taken to the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. Very, very different machinery all the way through the field. We have a Juno, a Praga R1, CTR01, several Radicals, the Gen Gun, the Norma and the Bignell PS7. So if you like your Radical prototypes, if you like your open top and closed top sport cars, then this is absolutely the race for you. So the safety car circulating around the cars. Behind said safety car, they're getting ready to begin their they're in the middle, should I say, of their preparations to go motor racing. A couple of tours around this beautiful, splendid, iconic Brands Hatch Indy circuit, and then everybody will be, roughly speaking, in a fit position to go motor racing. Once the lights extinguish on the safety car, that will pull off, and we will begin our tour. 20 minutes even, should I say, of the Brands Hatch Indy circuit will be the duration of this race. There's absolutely nothing for these drivers to do other than put the pedal to the metal and go motor racing. So here we go then, we're coming to the start-finish line in a few moments' time. 2 by 2 they go. Looking for the lights, the revs rise, the volume rises here at the Brands Hatch Indy circuit, and we are away for the first race of the day as we run down into the famous Paddock Hill Bend. Circuit drops away from us here. You've got to be very cautious in these opening few laps. The cars, of course, are a little bit cold compared to what they will be at full racing speed, and everybody makes their way through nice and cleanly so far. Charman in the Juno from Genvi in the Genvi Gun in second position. Kelly in the first of the Pragas is in third place. Down to Graham Hill Bend, a little bit of racing further down the pike, a couple of the Radicals side by side, and there is the red machine at the inside for the run through. Good bit of driving there. Then everybody's cautious in these opening few tours, of course. You don't want to prang the car early in the race, as Murray Walker famously once said. You can certainly lose a race in the first corner, but you absolutely cannot win it. Charman, though, doing great work. Is there is Mike Genvi to the inside. He loses a position. Good pass around the outside of Paddock Hill Bend for the Praga R1 of Kelly there. Up into second position, a little bit further. Weinhauser looks to the inside of Druids as well. Doesn't have enough room in the red Radical machine, but he's certainly on his tippy toes. Gets a good launch out of the corner. Genvi not particularly aggressive in that move, and that moves Weinhauser up into third position. So good dish. The Norma, in fact, is the red machine, so good pass there. As we now come again around the lap, Graham Charman is still your race leader. Current gap, Charman 1.7 seconds out of the line. My timing screen's decided to update itself now. Shane Kelly in second position, Max Weinhauser in third. Mike Genvi, there is the Genvi Gun car number 35 that we saw in so much strife last time out at Donington Park. It's repaired, but it's certainly not on his tippy toes at this moment in time. Mike Genvi dropping back in the early stages of this race. Not quite sure exactly. Hopefully the pace will come to the 35, but he's certainly got a bit of work to do to close upon the 106 of Graham Cole ahead in the Bignell PS7. There is car number 15 that we're looking at now, CTR Developments, CTR01. Doing a good job at this moment in time. Through we go then, top of the circuit, through the Clark curve, and on to complete another lap. Shane Kelly, fastest lap of the race thus far, 1 minute 45.896. In second position, Kelly trying desperately to close down Graham Charman. At the front of the field, 1.8 seconds is the gap, so it's the fastest lap of the race, but it's still a fair undertaking. We've got to get ahead, or get on terms, should I say, with our current race leader. Watching this particular battle, though, as we go through Druids. There is the Praga, a very, very unmistakable design of that Praga car, and then just behind him is the number 15 machine, Matt Chamberlain. Behind the wheel at this moment in time, the CTR 01, 2 litres is that car. It's currently in Class B, and they're trying very hard indeed to find a way past that Praga. Passing's very difficult, of course, here at the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. It's a very short, sharp circuit. Not many big braking events. Arguably, Druid's Hairpin is one of the key passing spots. But here we go now. This is Chamberlain's opportunity. Has the slipstream for the run down into Paddock Hill Bend. Not close enough on this occasion, though. Has to fall back in line again behind Daniel Oliver in the Praga. Oliver covers the inside line to Druids. Last bit of driving there from the British driver. Just make sure the inside line, a bit of discouragement never goes a long way. Always goes a long way, in fact, in these cars. Cover the inside line, make it hard for the 15 to find a way past. And so far, Chamberlain not able to find that space to find his way past the Praga ahead. Running through the top of the lap. Graham Charman now with the fastest lap of the race at 45.649. Extends his advantage to 2 seconds from Shane Kelly at the top of the field. But we still keep watching this battle as the 15 still following in the wheel tracks. Chamberlain not able to close that. Praga's a little bit quicker in a straight line despite the benefit of the draft behind. The 15 of Chamberlain not able to close up, and that's putting him to a disadvantage, of course. Can't get alongside, it becomes increasingly difficult to find the space into the braking zones. These prototype cars, by their very nature, of course, have very, very short braking distances indeed, making it even harder to get the car alongside. It requires, I think it's fair to say, a little bit of cooperation from passee to the passeur. And I dare say that Daniel Oliver in the 445 is not a big fan of cooperation when it comes to giving up track positions. Mike Genvy, by the way, has kind of plugged the rot in 5th position. 15.4 seconds away, of course, from our race leader, but he's not falling any further back at 5. 7-second advantage from Alistair Smart is Genvy at this moment in time as we watch the cars whip past the start-finish line. So incredibly quick. If you get an opportunity to see the Zio Prototype Class Series in action, I do implore you to do so from trackside. These are rapid racing cars and they look absolutely spectacular out on the racetrack, as they do up here in the commentary box as well. Fastest cars that we have all weekend, and they really are resplendent here in a beautiful Brands Hatch Indy circuit. That is still a race lead for Graham Charman. Number 5, the car that you see on screen, this is our race leader, the Juno, the 1997cc Class B machine for Northern Commercials, a gravity fueled. Graham Charman doing a good job at the front of the field. He extended, or not extended in fact, his advantage has dropped a little, should I say, to 1.9 seconds from chasing Shane Kelly behind. That was all the way up to as far as 2 seconds a few moments ago. Is that some kind of drama though that we're seeing for car number 5? Very, very slow through the final corner at Clark Curve. That's putting him under massive, massive pressure. That's Shane Kelly's opportunity now in the Praga. Kelly has the inside line. Kelly gets the job done into the first turn. That is a nice pass for the Praga driver, but there was some kind of drama for car number 5. The 2-second gap that we were speaking about as it happened, all thrown away in the final turn. He seems to be back up to speed again now, so whether that was a mistake or a mechanical issue, I am not quite sure, but the end result is it is a change for our race lead. Car number 5, Graham Charman, from a race-long lead for the opening 7 or 8 minutes of this event, drops down into second position. Shane Kelly takes over at the head of the pack, and that's great news for Shane in the UWR High Clear Investments Praga R1T Class E car. The Praga class, of course, for Shane Kelly, and the overall race lead is what he has now with 12 minutes 56 seconds left on the clock. That is unforeseen drama at the front of the field. Max Winhauser is 5 seconds in arrears in 3rd position in the number 99 Tim Gray Motorsports Norma Class A car. So 5 seconds, substantial amount of time to make up over a lap that is only 45.7 seconds at best in these cars. But I think Max will certainly be working hard to see what he can do about this one. We're seeing Graham Charman now looking to the inside, trying different lines from the Norma. We know that car's fast. It built a 2-second advantage at the start of the race. Whatever dramas that befell it a few moments ago seem to be a thing of the past now. So Charman is very much on the charge. Shane Kelly's our race leader. He's got some traffic ahead of him though, as Langdon Down is the first of the cars to go a lap down. This could be a big opportunity, just like in typical classic GT and endurance and prototype racing. You've got to work your way through the field. He's going to do the first turn, no problem whatsoever for Shane Kelly. He's of course the first driver that'll be waking up these back markers to the prospect of faster classes making their way through. And this could lead to opportunity for Graham Charman. He has the inside line now. They make their way past the Radical through the final Clark curve to start another lap again. Let's have a look. Who's got the squintiest car in a straight line? Charman, of course, has the benefit of the slipstream, but it's a very short straight here at the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. Not enough, really, to get ahead of a steam for the charge down into Paddock Hill Bend. As we wind our way up now to Druids, it's still the Praga, car number 11 of Shane Kelly as our race leader. A frustrated Graham Charman in second position at this moment in time. Following in the wheel tracks of the Praga, waiting for an opportunity. Will that opportunity come in traffic? Will it be done naturally out on the racetrack? We've got about 11 minutes to find out the answer to that particular question, as there is your race leader, Shane Kelly. Car number 11 now. 0.4 of a second last time round at the line. Broadly speaking with the eyes, looks around the same. 6.10 scored in two TSL title screens. 0.6 of a second though, Brands Hatch can be won or lost in a heartbeat as we work our way through the traffic. That's exactly what Kelly does. He falls very nicely indeed for the Druids hairpin. It's exactly where you want to catch a car that you're putting a lap on. Good bit of driving there from the 16 of Paul Sayward to get out of the way. So we've lapped up to 10th position. Sayward did a good job to minimise time loss for himself while making sure that the leaders can make their way through. Andrew Gord, car number 60, is the next man. Our leader makes his way through nicely, and then Charman through as well. Andrew Gord, car number 60 of course, is the RJ Motorsports Radical SR3 RSX 1500cc Class C for that particular car. You can see the classes designation on your timing tower on the left hand side of your screen. Different colours designate different classes. Of course, Shane Kelly though doesn't care about his class. He cares about leading the overall race. That's exactly where he is at this moment in time. We wind our way back down now to this particular battle with the 15 of Chamberlain. That's the red car that you see on your screen there. That is Matthew Chamberlain behind the wheel of the CTR 01. Chamberlain's got Alistair Smart just ahead of him. Alistair Smart in the 73, the RJ Motorsport Radical SR10. They've locked in battle, it has to be said, for the first portion of this race. Can Chamberlain do anything about the car in front to break into the top six? And running out of time to find out answers, and running out of time at the front of the field as well is Graham Charman. 1.7 seconds almost is the gap between himself and Shane Kelly at the head of the pack. So that gap is eking out. Shane Kelly, quickest lap of the race, fastest lap with a 45.531 despite the traffic last time around. So that Praga R1T is looking very much on the money here at the Brands Hatch Indy circuit for this first race of the BRSCC 2024 Brands Hatch Summer Race Weekend. If you're just joining the broadcast, a big hello to you all on the BRSCC YouTube channel. Fabulous to have you with us. You've not missed much. Only 10 minutes of racing for the first racing action of the day. We're here in the Zio prototypes of the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. 20-minute race. We've already had 12 of those minutes. 8 minutes, 23 seconds left on the clock. Shane Kelly is our race leader. He's got a 1.4, nearly 1.5 second advantage from Graham Charman in second position. Max Winhauser in third from Mike Genvy, moved up to fourth. Graham Cole in fifth position. And then we've got a whole gaggle of cars. Matt Chamberlain is about to go a lap down in the red machine. Chamberlain moves to the inside, doesn't give room to our race leader, so that's a bit of a bulk for Shane Kelly. He's not going to like that one at all in the Praga. As we go through Clark Curve now, Kelly has the inside line, so he does make his way through this particular battle pack, but that could very much spell opportunity for Graham Charman to try and close back down. There we go, as they wind over the timing line again. Our race leader has now finally made it through. There is the second place car, number 5, on your screen, still not able to make his way past the Radical. Now he presses the button, gets the job done for the run up to the Druids hairpin, but that is suboptimal. Alistair Smart, of course, has absolutely nowhere to go to give room for our race leaders, so completely not at fault there at all. That's the nature of such a short circuit here as the Brands Hatch Indy track. but Alistair Smart has, during that bit of traffic, brought himself back into play with Matthew Chamberlain. 6th and 7th position is that particular battle. Chamberlain in the red machine, Alistair Smart we saw in the 73 just on our screen. While they were fighting though and making their way through the traffic, that does close the gap at the head of the pack. 1 second separates our two race leaders now as we look at the white and blue livery, resplendent it has to be said, livery of Graham Charman in second position. He's still close enough to trouble the 11 of Shane Kelly, but I think Kelly has got this one well and truly under control, it seems, in the Praga R1T at the head of our pack. We're in a bit further down now. We pick up again this big race-long duel, it has to be said. Matthew Chamberlain, Alistair Smart. Smart is the one in the black and yellow Radical at the lead of this pack. Chamberlain, car number 15 in the CTR 01 Class B car, the red machine, still trying to give chase. Can't quite get alongside, can't quite trouble the car in front. Certainly not troubling the car in front is these two. Our race leader, Shane Kelly, 1.1 seconds now, so a slight extension of the recently reduced race lead. Not enough though to get Graham Charman into any kind of position to look to make the overtake. It is a case of follow it through and hope that Kelly makes a mistake, but one thing is for sure, Shane Kelly doesn't make mistakes very often at all. Third last time out at Donington Park. Going to go a couple better this time, it seems, with 5 minutes and 37 seconds left on the clock. Just bring the car home in the Praga. Make no mistakes, keep it between the white lines, and the victory will be his for the taking. Graham Charman tries gamely trying to stay with him. 1.2 seconds though now is a disadvantage, so another 10th eked out on the last lap for Shane Kelly. Good bit of driving from the Praga driver. Traffic proving to be little in the way of problems for car number 11 as he's making his way through. Was up to 2 seconds a few laps ago. But such is the ebb and flow, of course, of this kind of racing. When you're working your way through traffic, sometimes an advantage falls your way, sometimes it is advantage to the chasing car, but usually speaking, jinxing this one, tends to even itself out over the duration of the race meeting. And I think that's pretty much what we're seeing here at the front of the pack. 4 minutes and 40 seconds then left on the clock. The field wind their way through for another tour of this Brands Hatch Indy circuit. 20 laps in the book so far. 20-minute race, of course, that we're going to be enjoying. Charman just making his way through another of the back markers. A bit closer this time around, 8 tenths is the gap between our two race leaders, but I do think Shane Kelly is managing risk at this moment in time, it has to be said. No need to put that car in dangerous places and be too aggressive with the traffic. He knows he's got the advantage, he knows he's got the pace underneath him as well to almost at will extend the gap between himself and the 11 and Charman in the number 5 machine. Behind, 18 seconds by the way further adrift, is Max Winhauser in the number 99. Winhauser dropping back a little bit in his Norma, Class A 1600cc Norma. French machine, Max Winhauser, bottom step of the podium as things stand. And here is a little look, more in hope than expectation, I think it has to be said, from Graham Charman. But it looks like that number 5 machine now is starting to build ahead of steam. I was suggesting that Shane Kelly's perhaps a little bit comfortable at the front of the field. Well, immediately being proven that is a lie, as you can see for yourself on these pictures. The lead battle is closing down now. We're not going to be measuring it in tenths of a second, we're going to be measuring it in track placement for the final 3 minutes of this race. Pressure on for Shane Kelly. Graham Charman now, he had a race lead, had some kind of drama earlier on at Clark Curve, and now it seems like pace is back in that number 5 car as we managed to make our way through a little bit of traffic. Langdon down, I think that was there, car number 23, yes it was. Langdon down going another lap down. Car number 23 being the RJ Motorsports SR3 RS Radical, of course. 2 laps in arrears to our race leaders as things stand. Chris Child as well, just keeping over to the left hand side of the racetrack. Good gentlemanly driving there to allow our 2 race leaders to continue their battle. It's not been close in terms of side by side, but in terms of time it has certainly been very intense indeed at the front of the pack. I think Shane Kelly will be more than happy for that checkered flag to fall in a couple of minutes' time as the yo-yo effect of our 2 race leaders continues. 5 tenths now is the gap between the two. And for Great Charman, it's all going to be about traffic management. It's all going to be about finding an opportunity should one present itself. As our runaway, it has to be said, race leaders continue their charge at the front of the field. Through we go then. Up into the back portion of the circuit, using the Indy track, of course. To the left-hand side, you peel away to the Grand Prix layout. I'm not using the Grand Prix layout, rarely used in fact, is the Grand Prix layout as we wind through Surtees, through Clark Curve, the final corner, and then down for the quote-unquote start-finish straight, although there's very little straight about the Brabham Straight here at Brands Hatch. Dipping and weaving as it goes, gently curving to the right-hand side before the big drop down into Paddock Hill Bend, and then up to this corner. Druids hairpin, really nice place to spectate on the inside of Druids. Often get a lot of amateur and professional photographers getting their shots for the weekend, and dropping down into Graham Hill Bend, of course, named after the late great Graham Hill, along the Cooper Straight, and then into Surtees. Maximum commitment in these cars. Some of the front runners will be doing that flat chat through the first part of Surtees, and then getting the car through into Clark Curve, the final turn of the lap. Start another tour of this absolutely sensational Brands Hatch Indy circuit here in Kent. 48 seconds left on the clock. Absolutely nothing between our two race leaders. Kelly still at the head of the field from the second place car of Charman. Winhauser in third position, keeping tabs of what's going on there, but a little bit further detached from the lead pack. Could this be an opportunity now with 28 seconds left on the clock for the number 5 to launch the attack? It does, into Graham Hill Bend. That was from very far back indeed. Graham Charman, though, recognised the fact that that was an ever-diminishing gap. Backs out of that one, thankfully. Kelly doesn't get assaulted for a race lead, but that is a signal of intent, it has to be said, from Graham Charman. Not content to sit back in second position. This is now game on for our race lead. The clock's about to wind down and hit 0, and there is the checkered flag, and there is Shane Kelly taking race victory in the Zio Prototype Series. Opening race of the weekend from Graham Charman. 1.5 tenths of a second at the line. That's how close it was. Come the checkered flag, Charman tried desperately to find an opportunity to take the race lead. It was not to be, though, for the Juno driver, and it is Kelly at the head of the pack that takes the win. Max Winhauser was still waiting to cross the line, and he does in third position. Then is Mike Genvy, fourth place, from Cole and Smart in fifth and sixth position. Graham Cole, Alistair Smart there we see. Chamberlain doesn't manage to make the gap in seventh place, so he's had a race-long fight for sixth and seventh. Went the way of Alistair Smart, though, at the end. Daniel Oliver finishes eighth from Andrew Gord. In 10th position is Paul Sayward and Chris Child, and in 12th position is car number 23, and that is Dominic Landon down for RJ Motorsports. Well, it looked comfortable, didn't it, for Kelly, all the way through that race, but at the very, very end, it was a very tight battle indeed. Just over a tenth of a second separating our two race leaders, Juno and the Praga, first and second and first positions respectively for their particular cars, brands, and of course classes as well. Fabulous stuff then from our first race in action of the day, the Zio Prototype Series here at Brands Hatch. There's confirmation of the provisional race results. Shane Kelly from Graham Charman. Max Winhauser rounds out the podium. Mike Genvy is in fourth position. The Genvy gun 46 seconds in arrears. Graham Cole, Alistair Smart, Matthew Chamberlain in seventh. Daniel Oliver crosses the line in eighth position, just ahead of Andrew Gord, the Radical SR3 RSX, and then Paul Sayward is 10th position. Chris Child, 2 laps down at the end in the SR4, finishes 11th, and Dominic Landon Downs rounds out the top 12 runners in 12th position. We've got a DNF, the Praga R1, but Chris Bridle unfortunately didn't make it to the start, so he's not classified, having done no racing laps. And there we go then, first race in action of the day, over and done with here at the summer race weekend for the BRS CC 2024 Brands Hatch meeting. In a few moments' time, we're going to be going again, of course, because it's a bit of an action-packed day, not a lot of time to rest and recuperate. Next up will be the Formula Ford Classics, a bit of open wheeler racing for your fancy, thank you very much. And that's going to be absolutely fascinating to see how the Formula Fords go on. Fabulous stuff. So, before we go any further, we'll be heading down to pit lane in a few moments' time. So let's head down with Rob Lewis, talking to some of our drivers.
That was a very, very fast-paced race. The fastest lap on that was a 45.5 around the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. That is phenomenal, and it really tells you about the performance of the cars and the drivers. And our winner for that race was Shane Kelly. Let's bring him in here. That Praga's rather quick, isn't it? And the driver's not too bad either. Well done on that win.
Yeah, it was I think it was a fight for tyres then at the end. Pulled a gap, and traffic helped that, and then hindered it at the same time. But yeah, it just managing tyres. Couldn't quite get it stopped into Druids at the end for the last sort of 5 laps. But yes, it felt in control. You see when we could turn it on, turn it off, and once we got the lead there, I'm not sure what happened. I'm not sure what happened to the other car, but I think he missed a gear or something out of the exit of clearways, and then we had a man, I think, on the inside, and we had someone else on the outside. But yeah, lovely. Yeah, a massive effort from the guys from the university and the sponsors here today. Unbelievable. So to get here and do it.
Fantastic. So you got the move early on, and obviously managing the car. A 20-minute race, a lot longer than the usual 15-minute sprint races. Could you see Graham coming?
I saw him there, and I thought I could, you know, I knew when the tyres were good and not, so I could push into Paddock Hill when I needed to, and then in through Surtees, and then rest it a little bit and keep going like that. It's just the fronts are really suffering with. So, but yeah, I did see him there. He kept pushing, so that was quite nice. Kept me on my toes.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on a brilliant win there. More in race 2?
Yeah, I hope so. It seems to have a bit of a knock on the way in, so I'm not sure. We'll have a look at the car, so it seems all right.
Fantastic. Right, we'll dash over and grab 2nd place. Hopefully we can grab 3rd place as well. We are aware that there are cars out on the grid. Graham, I'll grab a quick word with yourself. You couldn't quite get it done in the end, but you were close.
Well, I couldn't get it done because mine stuck in 4th gear. Shane got past me because I couldn't get 3rd gear going in clearways. I was pulling away from him until I stuck in 4th, couldn't downshift into 3rd, and then it did it 2 or 3 times around the circuit. So 4th gear has got a problem. So I built up a 2.5 second lead on Shane and lost it all when it stuck in 4th in clearways.
So could that mean that you could put for race 2, or are you going to try and battle on?
I'll try and change the ratios for race 2. So we've got our work cut out. It's about an hour to change the ratios. I can't remember what time 2nd race is, but yeah, hopefully we can get
lucky enough, you've got a 4-hour Fun Cup race in between, so you got a bit of time.
Excellent. Well, keep it going, those Fun Cup guys, because I need your time. So yeah, hopefully I can fix it. I'll have to put a different ratio in, but that's all good.
Fantastic. Well, we're going to have to cut it there. Congratulations on a 2nd place. Unfortunately, we're going to have to cut short our interviews there. We wanted to have a chat with Max, but we've got Super Classic Formula Fords out on the grid. It's time to take you back to Paul in the commentary box.
Fabulous stuff. Rob Lewis there on pit lane. Wonderful insights. Much appreciated, Rob. And it was a cracking race indeed. But now it is time for our 2nd race of the day. It's the Super Classic 399 Formula Ford Championship. And it is listed on pole position alongside Hawkins in 2nd. De Silva, good qualifying for him. 3rd place, leading the 2nd row of the grid from Freya in 4th. In row 3, position number 5, car number 6 is Daly. Alongside him is Mason in 6th position. Going all the way down to row 4, and we can have a look who's on the grid there. It is Crane Court in 7th from Jay in position 8. In 9th, it is Kesterbom, just ahead of Barnes, car number 24 in 10th position. 11th place goes the way of car number 49 for Stones, and in 12th, car 60 is Buxton. E52785. 13th place for Britain, Hunt in 14th. In 15th position is Smith. 16th goes the way of Sturmer. 17th goes to Vickers, and in 18th is Boyack. 56107, car number 36. 18th place on the grid. That is our 9 rows of drivers here at the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. It's got a 15-minute race ahead of us, so it's going to be short, sharp and sweet. It has to be said. and the Formula Ford. The classic, super classic pre-99 Formula Fords are absolutely incredible cars. 5 classes. Class A is for the 1600cc Kent engine Formula Ford chassis from 90 to 1998. Class B is 82 to 89. Class C is 72 to 81. And Class D is for a chassis before 1972. Formula Ford, of course, has been going around as long as the hills have been green, it has to be said, and they always produce some absolutely sensational racing. This is a championship, of course, so we're all racing for points, and it's certainly possible that some of those classes, provisionally at least, could be wrapped up at the conclusion of this weekend. But we've got a whole lot of racing to do before we even consider the permutations of who can win what, when, where and why. Biggest thing we need to deal with is this particular race, and look at these cars. Look how beautiful this stacked grid of cars is, lining up on the racetrack for the second race of the day, in the first race for the Super Classic Pre-99 Formula Ford Championship. Round 6 of 7 of the series. The green flag at the back of your screen is waving. We're about to go racing again here at the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. The lights are out and we are away. Squirrel to start at the front of the field as we charge our way down to Paddock Hill Bend for the very first time. Side by side they go at the front of the pack, but that is the overtake. So Hawkins takes the race lead, I think it was. We saw them whipping through the shot as we run up to Druids for the very first time. Yes, it is indeed the 186 having a little look at the inside into Druids as well. There's the Gulf liveried car just at the back of your shot, trying to find a bit of real estate. So difficult in these small single-seater cars to find the space on the racetrack. Open wheels, exposed wheels, of course, so you've got to be a little bit careful. You can't rub elbows like you can in the tin tops, but it certainly doesn't produce anything like a conservative bit of driving from these drivers. These cars are incredible on track. The drivers are very talented and aggressive. They know their machinery oh so well indeed, and that always produces sensational racing. We cross the line now for the very first time. Tom Hawkins from William Liston at the front of the field. There's good race. Isaac De Silva in the 186 trying desperately to find a way past an iconic livery, of course, on that particular machine as well, harking back to years gone by, but Liston still can't find a way past, looking one way and then the other, a little bit squirrely on the exit of Druids as we run down the hill now. No real opportunity to go side by side in a Graham Hill bend, but it's all about following the car through as we come into the sort of Surtees Clearways Clark Curve complex of corners. Set yourself up through this particular section of turns and you've got a premium opportunity to go for a race lead on the dive down into the first Paddock Hill bend. As still Hawkins holds on at the front of the pack. Liston though firmly in the slipstream, keeping tabs on our race leader. This could be a move for the race lead. We have a look to the outside line in the 113. William Liston. Will he be able to make it around the outside? Not quite on this occasion. Hawkins though goes a little bit deep further back to Silva, trying desperately to buy into this one as well. But look at this fight at the front of the field into Druids. Has he lost the car? Not quite. Good bit of driving from William Liston there. Sideways she goes. No wings but slicks, or semi-cut slicks on these Formula Ford cars. They're known to be squirrely, they're known to be sideways. Momentum is your friend, but you can also get a little bit on the lock stops with no harm, no foul, and that's exactly what William Liston was doing. They're squabbling hard. They built a 1.8 second cushion from Richard Freya behind. He's got Isaac De Silva for company as well, so the 68 and the 186 almost as one in third and fourth position, trying desperately to find a way past each other. They need to do it quickly though, because just behind Peter Daly and Crane Court are buying into this one as well. Tom Hawkins, quickest lap of the race. De Silva looks allegedly to have made the pass. Yes, he has. There's the fight for fifth and sixth position. Good bit of sideways, side-by-side driving from both of those. And this is the launch now for the race lead. The inside line on this occasion, far superior to the outside line. But have we got the job done? Hawkins says, no thank you. I like this race lead. I'm keeping this race lead. Goes all the way around the outside, gets it done into Graham Hill. Good bit of defensive driving from Tom Hawkins there though, but he's left a Formula Ford size gap to the inside. William Liston is making passing places where passing places don't exist around the outside now for the 113. Can't get it done. Cuts back to the inside through the final corner for the run on the start finish straight. This is an opportunity for William Liston now. Side by side they go still as we pass the timing control line there as we run into Graham Hill, the inside line for the 113. is the place you want to be, and that is the overtake completed. It took a lap, but he got it done as Isaac De Silva, newly up in the 3rd position, sets the fastest lap of the race thus far. And now we've seen William Liston is a good attacker. Is he a good defender? That's what we're going to find out over the next 11 minutes as Tom Hawkins drops down into 2nd position. Hawkins will be desperate to close that gap up. De Silva moves into 3rd. He's trying to buy in to this particular fight as well. There is the blue and orange machine of Isaac De Silva. 3rd position, fastest lap holder thus far of the race, and it's taken him approximately 2/3 of a lap to get very much in the conversation with our 2 race leading cars. So De Silva on a charge, and that's some kind of drama as well. That is the 22. Let's have a look down my timing screen at who that is. That is Vincent J in the Rapid Hire Services RF90 1990 Van Diemen off at Paddock Hill Bend. Such a typical place to find a car stranded here at the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. Once the car goes away from you, you've got, as you can see, very little wiggle room in which to gather it all together again, and that's a real shame for Vincent J to say goodbye to his particular day of racing. He was running very firmly inside the top 20 before that incident was Vincent J. I do apologise, I didn't keep note of where he was before the spin-off into the barrier, into the gravel, should I say. But you can see on the timing screens he's dropped now to the bottom, and that's a DNF. Unfortunately, yellow flags waving around the racetrack, of course, because safety car has to be called. It's in the line of fire. Is that 1990 Van Diemen Formula Ford car, and the marshals here at the Brands Hatch Indy circuit are exceptional, of course, as they are all the way around UK motorsport, and big opportunity in fact. While we've got a quiet moment on the safety car to thank the Orange Army once again for the fabulous work that they do throughout the country, throughout the world. If it wasn't for race marshals, volunteer race marshals, we wouldn't be able to go motor racing. So they are the most important people at any given racetrack, without doubt. So a big thank you to our team of dedicated marshals here at Brands Hatch as we drop behind the safety car, as we extract Vincent J's Formula Ford car out of the way, out of the line of fire. The clock still ticks, of course, just ticked over the 9-minute mark, so hopefully we can extract that car quickly and go back to racing, because that has been sensational, the opening few minutes of this race. And I don't know about you folks at home, but certainly up in the commentary box, I'd like to see a little bit more of that one, please, before we say goodbye to this category for the morning. Always great racing in Formula Ford, of course, and it is actually it's a good opportunity to mention, of course, that the October's BRSCC Gerrit van Cohen Anniversary Formula Ford Festival will be taking place in October on this very same circuit. A lot of these drivers will be using this as a warm-up opportunity for that particular race. It's a massive race in the Formula Ford calendar, and if you've got a Formula Ford or you're interested in participating, then head over to the BRSCC website, find out what you need to find out, and come and join us for what should be well, it is a festival. It's a Formula Ford festival, but it'll be a festival of motor racing in October, and looking forward to seeing how that one unfolds as well. These cars are incredible. Brands Hatch synonymous with Formula Fords and the Formula Ford Festival, and have an opportunity to write your own name in the history books, of course, if you head on down trackside and come and join that particular race. And yes, a lot of these drivers will be using that as a warm-up. Sadly for them, the safety car continues, so that warm-up is not being quite as beneficial, perhaps, as they were hoping it was going to be coming into this race. 7 minutes 25 seconds on the clock. We're still behind the safety car. I've not had notification that it's coming in just yet. The snatch vehicle is still extracting Vincent J's car from the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend. But while we're doing that one, let's have a quick look at who is where after the opening encounters. William Liston is our race leader from Tom Hawkins. Isaac De Silva just took over. There is Isaac De Silva, perfect, thank you very much. In 3rd position from Richard Freyer in 4th. Peter Daly is up in 5th place, and then it is Crane Court, Mason and Kesterbaum 6th, 7th and 8th. Jonathan Barnes is 9th. Stones is in the last of the top 10 drivers. Paul Britton, Neil Hunt, Oliver Buckton, Ray Smith, Matthew Sturmer, Lorna Vickers, Don Boyack, Simon Langman and Matthew Smith are our remaining drivers. In the field, 19 cars remaining. Race Control just notified us as well, and this is fabulous news, that an additional 5 minutes will be added to the overall race time to make up somewhat for the amount of time that we spent behind the safety car. So that's brilliant. That changes the clock up to 11 minutes and 15 seconds left until the checkered flag, and hopefully the safety car will peel off in the not too distant future and we can go motor racing once again. So as we're running by the safety car, big shout out to everybody involved in bringing this wonderful event here at Brands Hatch together. A big thank you to the BRSCC for the 2024 summer race weekend here at Brands Hatch. A big thank you to all of the individuals working throughout the championship and throughout the series and throughout the organising body to put these particular races on. Alpha Live, of course, bringing you the footage that we're seeing here at Brands Hatch, as always, and doing absolutely fabulous stuff. Rob Rowley working in the background as our producer, and then, of course, down on pit lane we have got Rob Lewis, and also we'll be having Jamie Peters-Ennis a little bit later on, telling us everything we need to know about the Fun Cup endurance race that we're looking forward to a great deal a little bit later on today. That one starting around 13:15 UK time here on Saturday, so very much looking forward to seeing the Fun Cup Enduros in action. And then, of course, the Zio prototypes are back after that one, and our second and final race of this particular beauty, the Pre-99 Super Classic Formula Ford Championship. Race 2 will be taking place around 6 p.m. UK time here at the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. So a big thank you to everybody involved in putting these events together. They're absolutely fabulous, and a big thank you to you good people watching at home as well, as we go racing once again. 9 minutes and 37 seconds left on the clock, and as always, it all breaks loose for the run down into the first corner. Everybody's trying to find their own bit of real estate here on the Brands Hatch Indy circuit, with the man with the best view in the house is William Liston at the front of the field. He's got a clean track ahead of him. Just behind is Tom Hawkins, Isaac De Silva still held on to that third position from Richard Freyer, as the top four drivers now hound their way through the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. 9 minutes of racing still in front of us. Plenty of drama yet to unfold, I am absolutely certain, as we're under green flag conditions once again, following a minor safety car intervention for the recovery of Vincent J. Stranded. 1990 issue Van Diemen. And that's also worth talking about as well. I think it's fair to say if we get a moment's break, ha ha ha, don't think there are many of those in this race. Our race leader, William Liston, in the 1-1-3. Bit of a gap that he's made himself now. He's in the 1988 Van Diemen Heritage car. So Liston in one of the older cars in the field, but no less competitive than the newer machinery around him. Tom Hawkins in the 28. Hawkins, he's racing in a 1995 Class A car. So big 6-year difference between these two cars. They're still producing very, very similar lap times. Indeed, De Silva, fastest of the lap times at this moment in time in the 186. Isaac De Silva doing a good job. We see in the number 68 car that we briefly looked at there, that is our 4th place machine. That's a 1992 Van Diemen, currently driven by Richard Freyer. 68 though getting a little bit detached, I think it has to be said, from our leading pack of Chargers at the front of the field. A bit of a change of position further down the pack as well. The run through the final corner, side by side to go. That is the number 4 that we just saw at Crane Court, trying to have a look at Peter Daly for 4th and 5th positions. Crane Court can't get it done, but Daly touches the gravel on the exit of Paddy Hill. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Close that door very firmly, thank you very much. There's a bit of a draft, a Van Diemen shaped draft, trying to make its way past. Some aggressive defending there from the number 6 as we run down into Graham Hill. Still no room past as De Silva. By the way, Isaac De Silva in the 186, the timing screen says 6th position. Not quite sure exactly what happened there. Timing screen says 6th position, my eyes say 6th position as well. So quite what happened to De Silva, I didn't catch that one during the live. Hopefully we can have another look at what happened there. But Isaac De Silva all the way down in 6th position. Richard Freyer moves up into the bottom stop of the podium. So real shame for De Silva. He was aggressive in the opening few laps. To good effect, it has to be said. And now he's going to do it all over again. There's the 186. Looks to the outside line. Why? He wants clean air. This is going to cut back to the inside. Very nicely done. Indeed, Crane Court's going to be vulnerable for the run-up into Druids. Hopefully he'll get that one done. There's a little bit further up, Tom Hawkins trying to buy into the fight for the lead. There is the battle for 4th, 5th, 6th position. A little bit further back, Paul Mason and Kesterbaum as well are almost as one. There is another slow moving Isaac De Silva, so he pulls out of the way. Some kind of dramas for the 186. Real shame for De Silva. Seems to have found the pace again though now, thank you very much. Takes the inside line from the 44, so Paul Mason left stranded there, not really anything he could do about that one. De Silva makes another position in the front of the field. We've still got a big race going on. There is the 6 and the 4. Peter Daly in the 6, Craig Court in the 4. 4th and 5th position is where they're squabbling for. De Silva sideways. Very nice indeed. Through Paddock Hill Ben in 6th place. He'll be very keen to get involved in this one as well. With the black car of Craig Court in car number 4. Thomas will be very interested indeed about finding a way past and up into 4th position. Looks to the inside though, no opportunity here. It's all about following through to get the opportunity through the final corner. And if not, then down the Brabham Straight to start a new lap. A little bit further back than is ideal. They'll be hoping for a clear launch. The one man that's got something to say about that one is Isaac De Silva in 6th. De Silva very firmly in that conversation as well. There is the blue and orange machine to the outside line. Goes De Silva to the inside line. Goes Thomas Craigcourt. Craigcourt gets the job done. De Silva can't find a way past Daly. Will he have an opportunity to Druids? Inside line covered by Daly. Part attack, part defence. Now firmly the defence. And De Silva all the way around the outside. That'll become the inside for the run down the hill in the Graham Hill bend. And that's another position gain for car number 186. We're a bit squiggly in corner exit. That forces a defensive posture. No harm, no foul though. Position gained and secured. Thomas Craigcourt then in car number 4 drops down into 6th positions as they swap you around. William Liston though, the gap 0.3 of a second at the front of the pack. And the fastest lap from Tom Hawkins suggests that Hawkins has perhaps not quite given up his aspirations of race leading before this checkered flag waves. 4 minutes then and 12 seconds on the extended race time. Hopefully the drivers have fueled enough to go to the checkered flag. It sounds ridiculous to say that one, but of course every litre of fuel that you carry in a racing car, you've got to brake it, accelerate it and turn it around the racetrack, and that is free lap time that you're giving away. So you'll run as close to the limit as you dare with a little bit of contingency. Let's hope for these drivers. Said contingency is enough to go flat chat all the way through to the checkered flag as we continue to look at Isaac De Silva, now in 5th position, but very hungry indeed to find a way past Thomas Craigcourt. Craigcourt in the black machine with the white nose car. Number 4, a 1992 issue Van Diemen RF 92 Class A. Doing a good job at this moment in time. De Silva though has the outside line for the run down into Paddock Hill Bend. Not sure if he's going to get that one done as we look at the front of the field as Will Liston still under all the pressure in the whole wide world. Tom Hawkins can't find a way past, defending the inside line. Richard Freyer not a million miles away as well. But our 2 race leaders locked in battle, it has to be said. This one's going to go all the way through to the checker, I am absolutely sure. Isaac De Silva still with the fastest lap of the race in 5th position for car number 186. That's got away from Tom Hawkins now in 2nd place. William Liston has a gap of just over 3.5 tenths of a second. You can see that one on your screen. You might be able to time it with a stopwatch, but the best bet is to time it with the eyes. That's how close these two are. Fabulous fighting at the front of the field. A little bit of traffic further up the road as well for these two, but I'm not particularly concerned about that one just yet. It should take a lap or so to get into the meat of that one as they continue to fight tooth and nail. Position changes a little bit further down the order. Neil Hunt unfortunately is in pit lane in the number 14, so Neil Hunt in the Mondial M92S from 1992. That car is in pit lane, not quite sure why, but it is with 1 minute, just under 2 minutes left on the clock. Sadly, that is the end of Neil Hunt's endeavours, methinks. Jonathan Barnes moves up into 10th position off screen as well, so Barnes now into the top 10 in the number 24 machine. We go back to the number 4 car. Thomas Cranecourt holding on from Peter Daly. Isaac De Silva has been up and down the order. Faster than a hot thing in Hotveld. But he's currently in 6th position. He's going to try his best to navigate his way through those next 2 cars over the next 1 minute and 26 seconds of racing. Formula Ford cars always produce absolute cracking racing, and none more so in the race that we've seen today in the Super Classics Pre-99 Formula Ford Championship. There is De Silva. There is the attack, but not quite enough overlap on this occasion as he goes again. That's one of the back markers. That's the number 30 of Simon Langman. Gets out of the way, does Langman though, so that's good stuff. A much older generation of car, of course. Simon Langman driving the 1980 Van Diemen. So very firmly one of the older cars in the field. Still a very competitive proposition indeed. He's got out of the way. Hunt's still down pit lane, so that's the end we're going to see of him. Paul Mason in a bit of strife as well. Drops from 8th to 12th position. But Isaac De Silva still trying to have a fight at the front of the field. William Liston still very much engaged in battle. Tom Hawkins behind, still following in the wheel tracks of the number 113 machine. He's running out of time though as we come through the final corner. It is going to be William Liston with the advantage. We're coming to the line, the final lap board is waved, you can see there. This is the last opportunity for every one of these drivers to make a final bid to move up the running order and score more points for their respective championships. Isaac De Silva passes Peter Daly. He's up into 5th position then, so De Silva makes another place up. And there is Will Liston in the Shadow liveried car and the James Hunt tribute helmet as well. Beautiful livery, of course, absolutely iconic for the 1970s. The short-lived but burnt brightly Shadow team. And James Hunt, of course, former world champion 1976 in Formula 1 and also a fabulous broadcaster alongside Murray Walker until his untimely demise in 1993. Much missed is James Hunt, but William Liston for the final time accelerates to the line. Car number 113 will take the plaudits and the checkered flags arm aloft in the cockpit. That is a win for Will Liston in the 113. Tom Hawkins in 2nd position, and then Richard Freya 3rd place in the number 68. Isaac De Silva at the death moves up into 4th place with Thomas Cranecourt and Peter Daly. Great battle, 4th, 5th and 6th positions, race long. De Silva having been pretty much in every place within the top 6 bar the race lead and 2nd throughout the course of this slightly extended Super Classic Pre-99 Formula Ford Championship race. 4th place though is the end result. Paul Britton crosses the line in 10th to sneak in the top 10 right at the death of Lorna Vickers. Good recovery drive from Lorna. Car number 15 moves up into 14th place at the checkered flag following a bit of a disappointing qualifying session. Certainly plenty of pace though in that car under racing conditions. I promised you a good race in the Formula Fords, didn't I? Well, we've had a very good race. It's been rather wonderful indeed. Fast paced, fast drama, plenty of excitement. But we're only just getting started. Remember, the BRSCC Gerrit Van Cowen Anniversary Formula Ford Festival takes place in October as well, as we have a look at our provisional race results. 2nd race of the day. Here at Brands, William Liston is the winner from Hawkins in 2nd position. Freya gets the bottom step of the podium in P3, and then it's De Silva, Cranecourt, Daly, Stones, Kesteban, Barnes, Britton and Buckton are our top 11. Mason in 12th, Smith 13th. In 14th, we've got Vickers. In 15th is Sturmer. And then 16th goes to Boyack from Langman and Smith in 18th position. Really great stuff then here at the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. We've got more racing coming, of course. As my pictures come back on screen, that's always good. And there is just confirmation once again of your provisional race results. 34 seconds covering the top 14 drivers. Safety car intervention as well for good measure. Always helps close up the field, but it's been great stuff and thoroughly enjoyed that one. Matthew Sturmer 15th, Don Boyack 16th, 17th Simon Langman, 18th Matthew Smith, Neil Hunt in 19th, 20th Vincent J. Hunt obviously went to pit lane and Vincent J, enjoying the wonderfully warm weather in Kent, decides to park at the beach. Unfortunately, at Paddock Hill Bend, his race was run early doors. Let's remind you all as well that the pre-99 Super Classic Formula Fords are back in action again today at 6 o'clock on the BRSCC YouTube channel, so do stay tuned for that one. Having got one race under their belts, I'm sure the second one will be even more dramatic again. Fabulous stuff from all of our drivers. A big congratulations to them all. Really enjoyed that one, hope you did too. And I do believe Rob Lewis in pit lane has a few people to talk to, so let's head on down to Rob and see who he can find from the Formula Ford race.
And welcome down to the paddock after that rather entertaining Formula Ford race. As usual, Formula Ford racing, outstanding, nice, hard, close racing for the Super Classic Pre-99 Formula Fords. Let's talk to our winner. Let's talk to this man here, Will Liston. Will, fantastic race from you. Proper Formula Fords back at Brands Hatch. Can't be better than that, can it?
It's excellent. I hadn't driven through the gates of this circuit till yesterday morning, so it's just such a storied and historic place, and to come here and to run well, it's just a privilege. You know, we've been trying to win a race for a while for our mate John Tarrant, who sadly passed away back at home, but I know his family's watching and they've supported me a lot, so I'm very thankful for that.
Fantastic, and it's a very touching tribute as well. How did the race unfold for you?
Yeah, I haven't worked out my starts in the UK quite yet. I tend to make a mess of them. You know, those first 2-3 laps with Tom, that was a lot of fun. You know, he's a true race, so you know there's going to be room, and you know you give it back. So, you know, we knew we weren't going to take corners off the car, so it's just fun. You know, that's what Formula Ford's about. It's about fun.
Fun, great driving as well, good close battles. Race 2 today, what's the game plan? Get away at the front?
I'll try my best. I think we've got the pace too, but I'll sit down with Brian and the team and, you know, we'll work through what we got to do next time out. But yeah, the car's so fast, so it makes my job very, very easy. And, yeah.
Fantastic. I'll let you go and collect your trophy from Jeff Page Engineering. Congratulations on a fantastic race win. Let's talk to Tom Hawkins in second place. Pipped at the post towards the end there, but Brands Hatch, classic Formula Ford racing. All good.
Yeah, he's a tough competitor. Like, to be honest, yeah. When you know, when he sort of got the lead, I was a bit worried because I thought, well, like, you know, how am I going to pass him again? To be honest with you, he's definitely quicker through the slower corners, and I felt like I was sort of catching him into sort of paddock. But it's just like, you know, cat and mouse, isn't it? Really? Yeah, well done to him. He's good drive.
Cat and mouse, classic Formula Fords. Race 2 then, what's the game plan? Are you going to try and get him off the start or just work on those weaknesses you found in race 1?
I mean, the only good thing is he's not done the full championship, and so it's quite nice to sort of get a bit of a gap from my sort of championship rivals, you know, so that's quite good, but ultimately I want to win the race as well, so I'll have to try and do something, yeah, to try and beat him for the next one.
Sounds like a good game plan to me. Congratulations there on a superb podium. I need to look for my third place man around here somewhere, Richard Frey. Let's see where he is now. You were in tears when you got out of the car then. That was quite an emotional podium for you.
Massively so, yeah. I mean, you know, I really enjoy this. I love Formula Ford racing. We're an amazing team, but there's something very deep inside that gets released when you have that sort of experience. And I was really emotional. I was in tears. Yeah, that'll live with me for a very long time. So
you've got third place, you've got the podium. The two in front, they're quite feisty. Could you maybe sense an opportunity in race 2?
It's difficult. I mean, Isaac's a quick lad, to be fair. I'm not so bad off my start, so I got a nice start. I was able to keep third, but I couldn't retain it. I think Isaac had a bit of an issue, which is why I sort of took third. These two guys are hot, but if they fight each other and lose a bit of time, then I'm just going to try and stay focused on them.
How are the temperatures kind of working with the cars this weekend? They're fairly light, so not as hard on the tyres as, say, a saloon or a GT car. But is it still quite hard work keeping the tyres within their operating window? Yeah, it can be. I mean, ultimately, if I'm honest with you, testing yesterday in similar circumstances was really valuable. You're able just to, I'm not going to say what the numbers are, but you're definitely able to adjust your pressures. So you try and sort of balance it. So the mid-range of the race, you're on point. You might just lose it a bit at the end. But it is a key factor today. Absolutely. And the plan for race 2, crack on, get another podium? That would be the dream. If I end up on the podium again, expect tears. That is the ultimate dream. the ultimate dream. Congratulations on a brilliant third overall podium. Now, the one thing about the Super Classic Formula Ford 1600 Championship, you've got everything from sort of as close to the 99s as possible, and you've got more classic, real classic Formula Fords like this. Now, we've got a young driver here that's looking to introduce themselves into the sport. So introduce yourself, and I want to learn a bit more about this car.
Well, I'm Oliver Buckton. This is just a 1971 Eldon.
Yep.
It's well, it's the same class as all these, isn't it? But yeah, it's all right. Slow in a straight line compared to this lot, which is the problem. Is
that the main difference between a car of this age to a lot of the newer ones?
Well, they're on different tyres and different gearboxes and all that, but essentially, yeah.
Yeah. How was that race for you?
All right, yeah. Fucked the start up a bit, but yeah.
Fantastic. So going into race 2, what's your game plan? Just get your head down, go a bit quicker?
Yeah. Try and make up the lost places and see if I can beat some of the newer stuff. It'd be nice. Yeah.
Is there something special about racing these Formula Fords at Brands Hatch in particular?
A little bit, yeah. It's a special track for them. It's just nice, yeah.
Fantastic. Right. I think we will leave that for the moment. We've got all of our class leaders and our overall podium winners here in the Super Classic Formula Fords. We're going to take a bit of an ad break now, and then we're going to introduce you to the guru of the Fun Cup Championship, Jamie Peters-Ennis. We've also potentially got some interviews lined up later on that we recorded earlier on in the day, but it's time to go to the ad break, and then we've got the Fun Cup Championship to come. I cannot wait.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into red gate corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Farkini coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater Curves. And look how close they are, they almost touch. Absolutely flat out down the hill. But brave stuff this from Farkini down the inside. Terrific move. They gave each other just enough room.
I think it's the camaraderie and then also the close racing. There's some fantastic drivers out there. Very fair, you know, they'll leave enough room, but there's some really quick guys, you know. You get a lot of seat time, pound per minute. It's cheaper than pretty much any other series I've looked at. And then everyone's so helpful. You know, the top teams are giving you their data and supporting you, getting you up to speed. So the level for club racing is as good as it gets.
I've got clients that described it as a 4-hour sprint race.
It's fun, it's intense, it's friendly, it's just mega racing, mega close racing.
Lots and lots of people taking part in it, good atmosphere, yeah, generally great fun.
It is some of the closest racing I've done, but also, you know, everyone is very friendly.
Just amazing atmosphere, whether it be on track or off track as well, so yeah, can't recommend it enough.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into red gate corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Farkini coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater Curves. And look how close they are. They almost touch. Absolutely flat out down the hill. But brave stuff this from Farkini down the inside. Terrific move. They gave each other just enough room.
I think it's the camaraderie and then also the close racing. There's some fantastic drivers out there. Very fair, you know, they'll leave enough room, but there's some really quick guys, you know. You get a lot of seat time, pound per minute, it's cheaper than pretty much any other series I've looked at. And then everyone's so helpful, you know, the top teams are giving you their data and supporting you, getting you up to speed. So the level for club racing is as good as it gets.
I've got clients that described it as a 4-hour sprint race.
It's fun, it's intense, it's friendly, it's just mega racing, mega close racing.
Lots and lots of people taking part in it, good atmosphere, yeah, generally great fun.
It is some of the closest racing I've done. But also, you know, everyone is very friendly.
Just amazing atmosphere, whether it be on track or off track as well. So yeah, can't recommend it enough.
And now it's time to bring in the expert. The Fun Cup Championship is next. We're going to do a pit lane walk around, but we need to bring in someone very special for this. We need to bring in the guru of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. So we've got Jamie Peters-Ennis to guide us through the runners and the riders of this magnificent Endurance Championship. I'm going to disappear up to the commentary box after I've had a bit of lunch, and I'm looking forward to commentating on this 4-hour race. Jamie, it's over to you, sir.
Thank you, mate. Should we point out where you're going to be hiding? He's going to be up there in your nice greenhouse.
That's going to be quite warm, isn't it? Looking forward to it, but I'll tell you one thing I am looking forward to is commentating with Paul. It's a pleasure to have him on the BRSCC this weekend. I'm really looking forward to it, and I'm looking forward to this race. Have we got a grid yet from the Magic Ball draw?
We have, and it should be available online now. Yep. It's car 251 on pole, which is good because it's obviously around the grid draw. Rob Croydon will be starting that one, and car 246, the Vape Club car. Again, they've had a string of front row grid starts this year. Simon Coles will be starting that one, but the rest of the grid will be available on TSL. So if you want to download the grid, follow the live timing with the live streaming, have your little action stations like we all do at home, and yeah, it'll be the place to be. So he's going to vacate, I'm going to take over. And welcome to the 7th round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship here at Brands Hatch. And as you see, I have some nice shade here at Brands Hatch. It's going to be so hot today, 25 degrees minimum temperature. So temperatures inside the cars will be around double that, so 50 degrees inside the cars. We've got the MJ Tech guys here, winners of our opening 2 rounds. The car's just in there now. That'll be Scott Jeffson, Will Abraham in that car. They're just having a bit of pre-race prep, ready for the 4-hour encounter. We are looking at potentially starting a little bit earlier than our scheduled time. We've got EDF Motorsport here. Now, this is quite significant. Whilst we've got the Vape Club car here, which has drawn front row on the grid with Vlad Vasiliev and Simon Coles, let me go and grab one of them and see if Mr. Coles is free for a chat for pre-race. Vlad, come and have a word outside in the pit lane. Last year, grid draws were the bane of your life. This year, it's completely overturned, and you're on the front row again.
Yeah, it's the second half. I think the first half of the season we had our bad luck, so it's finally evening out. So we're excited. Yeah, we can't complain.
And Snetsai, I mean, so close to the podium. Obviously, you had the puncture towards the end, but as we've said all year, the pace is there. You two have gelled absolutely perfectly, haven't you?
Yeah, mate, it's really encouraging. It's so hard to do the podium in this, and you've just got to put so many different pieces together. And the last piece probably for us was pit stops. I think some of the pace has been there for a little while. So you've kind of seen it in places from our car. Now we've just got to be able to put it all together, you know, on a weekend like this and have things go our way, and then hopefully we'll get there. We will get there.
Absolutely, and you've dragged the crazy American back as well. Victor, do you want to come over? We'll let you come over with one shoe on. So we'll let him come over. Always great to be back, and you've borrowed some Aston Martin driver.
Yeah, some random car mate. So we had some problems with the fuel, I think. So and Vlad and the team were kind enough to let us slot in 212. So at least the trip isn't wasted coming all the way from the States. But always great to be here. Looking forward to the car. It's been running in good nick, at least from what we've seen yesterday's practice. Be a little bit of an adjustment, but we got a quick peddler with me today, this weekend, so, and Mikey Porter. Looking forward to it, Jamie.
And how's that been? Because Mikey's driven these before, and he was immediately on the pace. What has he sort of been helping you? Because obviously, like Mikey, you don't drive these all the time. Right. Because this year, obviously, you've had a lot of other commitments meant you couldn't commit to a full year. Yeah, but having somebody like Mikey in the car, it must be pushing you along as well.
He's absolutely pulling me along. He's been fantastic with the data. He's been fantastic with, you know, just showing me different entry points into a corner, different exit points out of a corner. And you know, it's a team effort here. So with these two lads as well, too, the combination, the knowledge, you know, pulled together is definitely helping me along. So, you know, I still have a little bit of work to do, but hopefully during the race I'll be okay. And speak of the devil.
And like a true pro, welcome back, mate. Nice to be back.
Yeah, really good to be back. I'm happy.
And how does these cars compare to the ones you've driven before?
What, the Fun Cup cars? Yeah, no, I think they're set up very well. You know, I found a lot of pace yesterday, you know, and like we've gone through the data, seen where to be better, and yeah, everyone in EDF's doing a very good job.
All right, excellent. Well, let you guys go and get ready for the race. Enjoy it, and we'll catch up later. That was Vlad Vasiliev, Simon Coles, Mikey Porter, and Victor Cara from EDF Motorsports. Right, let's see who else we can find. Right, this team here are a brand new team to Fun Cup. They've come all the way from Dubai to try and take £10,000 off Mr. Paul Rose, spearheaded by former champion Jeff Fawcett. They're just practicing their pit stops now because one of the key things within this championship is that the pit stops are as fast as you can do it. And as we know, pit stops can be won or lost in the race. The car is also being run by Lawrence Davey, who's overseeing the organisation as well. And Lozo, come on, we'll have a quick word with you. They've got one mission today, haven't they?
Yeah, don't know about it. They're on a mission to win, so we'll see what happens. Hopefully, fingers crossed, be consistent enough, and they should be at the front. And you've worked with a lot of drivers. How have these guys been getting on? Yeah, they've been involved in motorsport a long time, these guys. So yeah, no. I think two of them have never driven Brands before, but they picked up pretty quick. They've got Jamie, who's out of British GT, in the car with them, giving them a lot of coaching. So no, they're up to speed quite quickly compared to some drivers we've had. So that's good. All right, I'll let you carry on. Thanks, mate. That's Lawrence Davey, who's overseeing the 97 car. Next up, we got the Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport with the fabulous Randaccio. He's just having a chat with some guests, and we've got Farkini over there. I'm just going to door stop him, if that's okay. Can I borrow you, please? Thank you, mate. So, yesterday, everyone was complaining about lack of grip. Today, the grip's arrived. How do you think the race is going to pan out?
I think it's going to be a brilliant race because irrespective of grip, either less or more, I think we've got probably 10 cars in the mix who are capable of running at front-running pace. So I think as long as it doesn't get fragmented with safety cars, I think we're in for a hell of a race today. And Snetterton, were you surprised at the lack of safety cars? It's very unusual in Fun Cup terms. Yeah, absolutely unusual. And frustratingly, normally that would be us in our element, and we didn't have the best run. I mean, we had a good run. We finished second. But yeah, I think it's very, very, very unlikely we'll go through this race in the same way. And yourself back to 100% now? Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. Fighting fit this weekend, and really looking forward to this race. Excellent. We'll catch up later. That's a fabulous Randaccio from Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport. We've got PLR Racing here, Neil Plimmer and Ben Pitch. We'll let Captain have lunch. Oh, no, he's going to come over. We won't keep him too long because his food will get cold. It's going to be a busy race, this, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be hectic. But that's the best thing about Brands, isn't it, really? And lots of new youngsters coming in to keep you on your toes. We've got to remember, Neil has done every single Fun Cup race since its inception back in 2002, and you still love it, don't you? Yeah, absolutely. What a fantastic paddock. And even having all these new guys and all that, everybody's encouraging them, giving them advice. We all want them to do well. It makes a better race for everybody. It's just what's so special about Fun Cup. Yeah, and decent result at Snet. Now you want to sort of move the momentum forward. Yeah, we got the car sorted for Snetterton. Engine were really strong. We got over the carburation problems that we'd had. And then we needed an engine change for a different reason yesterday. So we got a fresh engine in today. That'll get better the more miles it gets on it, but at least we've got something that's guaranteed for this afternoon, which is the main thing. Priority, as ever, is going to be to stay on that lead lap and let the race unfold over that first 3.5 hours. All right, well, enjoy it. Go and have your lunch before it gets cold. Thank you. All right, we'll catch up later. Thanks, that's Neil Plimmer from PLR Racing. Next up, we've got Green Heath. They're just going through some data. Christian Rose is joining Paul Turner for this weekend. He's just speaking with our new guys who are joining in the 99 car. So they're just going through data. Obviously, all the cars run a V-Box system, so you can see all the brake and throttle applications and run two cars side by side at the same time. Then we've got the C data car, and if you notice, there's a slight change in the lineup for this one. Mike Devlin, unfortunately,
can't be here this weekend, but we say a good morning to him from the States. And we've drafted in Jack Noller, who's deputising for Mike this weekend. Jack joined in at Anglesey alongside Martin Gibson and was immediately on the pace inside the top 6. I'll see if I can get Jack's attention. He's just having a quick chat. Phil, can you just get Jack for me? That'd be brilliant. And yeah, so we're just getting Jack now. And at least this time, Jack, you've had a bit more notice.
Yes, I've actually had some testing this time rather than jumping straight into a race start. But yeah, really, really happy to be back. The car's feeling really good and the pace is looking really strong.
And we all say no two cars are the same, but are they?
No. Long story short, you can get things, you can build them exactly the same. I'm sure even like GT cars and big prototypes, and every chassis is slightly different. Every quirk has the same. Mazdas obviously have a lot because they've rusted for 30 years, but these, they've been built identically, but everything is slightly different as they've worn parts differently over time, bits and pieces. This one's a little bit more neutral on exit than the ones I've driven previously. So it's a bit, don't have to rely on the throttle so much. Lap times are still probably very similar, all in all. Obviously I haven't driven the 257 this weekend, but you both drive them in the same in theory, but there's very, very nuances that each car has to itself.
And you haven't got the luxury of power steering. As we can see, Jack has to have his wrist strapped up for just to help you in the car. Partnering with Matt this weekend, how's that been going?
Yeah, it's been going good. There's been little bits of time here and there. We're working with Matt, trying to give him some confidence to go flat out in a corner that should be flat out. He's lifting still, but we're still trying to get that all in all. But it's been really good working together. They've got a really cool level of kit and looking at all the cameras and the live stream. So that's been really, really cool and useful information that we can use to get faster and faster. And got to give thanks to Mike and Chris and everyone for getting me here in the first place. And it's really, really great to be back in the car and have this opportunity.
Excellent stuff. Well, we'll catch up later on during the race. That's Jack Noller from Seed Data. Right, this next garage is the Olympian GRD. And as you see, they've got so many guests coming this weekend that they need 2 garages. They've got nearly over 60 guests coming this weekend, as it is their home track. We'll get Simon Rudd and Chris Devell and Riley Phillips out here now. And if you noticed as well, Herbie, they've got a nice spread. So if you're hungry, go and raid the buffet. Nice of you to put a spread on for me, Chris.
Jamie, I know you like a good spread. You know, I know your family often puts a very good spread on for you, but we tried to go one better today.
And we'll just step out of the garage a little bit because we're losing a bit of signal. Yeah, I know it's a bit delayed with the TV coverage. Another perfect race at Snet, but this one's going to be tougher. It's a shorter lap, and I'm going to say strategy, is it going to be tweaked a little bit?
Yeah, strategy gets tweaked from race to race, and it does depend on whether we're going to be on a short circuit, long circuit, whether we're starting at the back, which we obviously are. So we have to take all of those into account, and yeah, we'll have a slightly different strategy, but wait and see.
And second time in a row, you're not starting.
Absolutely, that's part of our strategy for this race. We're doing that at this circuit for different reasons than at Snetterton. But yeah, Simon did an awesome stint there, getting from last to first at Snetterton. I think it won't be as easy here. It's a narrow, more crowded track, so we'll take a top 10, top 5, hopefully, position at the end of the first stint.
And that was exactly what I was going to ask you. I mean, Snet, you took your time to get through the back. In fact, you were mindful of the others around you that were battling because you don't want to get involved in their battles. Here, as Chris said, it's such a short lap. You can't go bull in a china shop to get your way through to the front because you need to be mindful of not picking up any damage.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think that at Snetterton, obviously, it's a little bit wider and it's a longer track. But I went through the first 2 corners and you had people just smashing doors off of each other and wing mirrors, and I just thought, you know what, it's not worth it for us. We'll make it through, and the patience game worked out in the end. I think, like Chris says, it's not going to be as easy today, but I've been told that every position I make up, I get 2 seconds on the massage gun when I come in.
Is that the treat?
Yeah, we have to try and incentivise him because he lacks incentive, he lacks drive. and we need to try and push him a bit harder.
Oh, just feed him full of chocolate, he'll be fine. Right, you go and get ready because you need to go to assembly. Right, let's have a quick wander up and see who else we can find. We've got Red River Sport here with Johnny Molan, Bonamy Grimes and Gareth Williams. As you hear, we have been called to the assembly area now. We've got a Signature RV with Steve Ruston, John Whitehouse and Marcus Clutton. So what we're actually going to do, while everyone is getting themselves into the assembly area, we're going to throw to an ad break and then we'll reconvene in the assembly area and we'll do a little bit of a pre-grid walk.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into red gate corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Barkini coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater Curves. And look how close they are, they almost touch. Absolutely flat out down the hill. But brave stuff this from Barkini down the inside. Terrific move. They gave each other just enough room.
I think it's the camaraderie and then also the close racing. There's some fantastic drivers out there. Very fair, you know, they'll leave enough room, but there's some really quick guys, you know. You get a lot of seat time, pound per minute, it's cheaper than pretty much any other series I've looked at. And then everyone's so helpful, you know, the top teams are giving you their data and supporting you, getting you up to speed. So the level for club racing is as good as it gets.
I've got clients that described it as a 4-hour sprint race.
It's fun, it's intense, it's friendly, it's just mega racing, mega close racing.
Lots and lots of people taking part in it, good atmosphere, yeah, generally great fun.
It is some of the closest racing I've done. But also, you know, everyone is very friendly.
Just amazing atmosphere, whether it be on track or off track as well. So, yeah, can't recommend it enough.
Well, welcome back to a rather warm Brands Hatch for round 7 of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. And as you see, we've made our way over to the assembly area, and I bumped into my old mate Ed McDermott, who's going to be partnering Rob Croydon in the 251 car. Ed, this is almost becoming your annual outing now, isn't it?
Yeah, one of these days it'll become more than just an annual outing, but I'll tell you what, it's great fun when I do turn up. So, yeah, I've missed Fun Cup. It's great.
And does it take a bit of time getting your head around it again? Because obviously you predominantly race GT4 cars in another series, but these things are quite quirky to drive, aren't they?
They're a little different, to say the least, but actually surprisingly good for what they are. I mean, they're really quite a simple car. And actually, in many ways, they're much more of a real race car than a GT4 car. So, you know, built from the ground up on a proper chassis that's geared towards racing from the outset. So, yeah, they're really cool cars. But you are absolutely right. The guys who do this week in, week out, and it's, you know, been their lifelong thing, God, they're quick. And they really know every little inch of these cars. But, you know, even for a sort of relative newbie like me to it, you know, you can get very close to being on the pace very quickly. So great fun.
Well, enjoy it, and we'll catch up a bit later.
Yeah, thank you so
Thanks
much.
a lot. That's Ed McDermott from the Rare Vinyl team. Right, we've already spoken to Simon Coles, so we'll let him get in the zone for the race. Third place, and their best grid draw so far is Team Ratters, and the old man's letting the, we're going to say, barely out of nappy's child, as you were referred to at SNET, do the start. P3, mate, is it going to be a case of trying to stick with the pack?
Yeah, I think so, many, Jamie. I mean, I did my first ever race start at Anglesey a couple of rounds ago, and that was really good fun, had a good start, and definitely a good confidence builder. But here, Brands Hatch, a very short layout, it's going to be very scrappy, and I can imagine the pack isn't going to really fan out for a good 4 or 5 laps, so it could be definitely an interesting one to watch at home, that's for sure.
And have you had any tips from Dad?
We're going to stop this feud, Jamie. There's going to be no more on-camera feud. I love my father very much. We're in it as a team, and we're going to do well today. It's going to go well.
Excellent. And you've got the dream team behind you. We've got Chris, Lucy, and Mark. They're doing an amazing job, aren't they?
Oh, they're fantastic. Team Leos do such a brilliant job. We literally couldn't do it without them. Occasionally things go wrong with this car. They're straight on it, getting it sorted and making sure that we lose as little time as possible. So yeah, huge shout out to them. They do a cracking job.
Excellent. Enjoy it. Thanks a lot. That's John Ratcliffe. Right, next up is Axiometrics. John Relton's just getting himself ready. Decent grid draw, mate.
Yeah, best of the year so far. So yeah, really looking forward to it. So for a nice clean start, and we'll settle in. And we've got some good pace from yesterday.
Yeah, it looked really good out there yesterday. I mean, a lot of teams were saying the grip wasn't really there yesterday, but then this morning it was almost like the complete opposite.
Yeah, it's the cooler conditions, Jamie. So as the temperature rises, they certainly go greasy. So everyone's obviously in the same boat in the race, and we seem to have good consistent pace in those conditions. So yeah, looking forward to it.
And Greg, what can you do from here?
Well, to be fair, we've just got to stay on the lead lap here because it's critical. It can be won and lost in the pit. So John does a decent stint, keeps us up there. Chris does the same. Then I'll just mop up at the end, hopefully, and hopefully get a good position. That's the plan. So it's got to be patient as well. That's the thing. Can't win it all in the first couple of laps. So yeah, we'll just do our best and see where we end up.
All right, excellent stuff. Thanks a lot, mate. That's John Relton and Greg Evans. Right, let's have a quick word with Mr. Diot. He's just getting his ears in. Very, very quick word. We spoke to Fab earlier. He was saying the aim is going to try and stay out of trouble, mission stay on the lead lap and not get involved in anything. That is mainly the main objective today, isn't it?
No, we'll go for it. Flat out.
The accent's slipping, mate.
No.
Can we say?
No. Look, we're going to get on with it and win the bloody race.
Okay, apologies for that. Right, enjoy it. All right, let's see who else we can find. Gracie Mitchell is back for this weekend. Nice to have you back, Gracie. We'll just see where Herbie's gone. And you've dragged the twins back as well.
Yes, I have brought Chris and Ed with me back here. I'm glad to be back. Obviously, we hadn't been out since Croft, but really happy to be back. Obviously, it's going well so far. I'm liking the track, and we're starting 9th for this race. Obviously, it's been drawn out the hat, and I'm going out second, Ed's starting, and then Chris is after me. No, looking forward to it.
And what's the plan for the rest of the year? Is it budget depending?
Yeah, definitely budget dependent. I think obviously we're just going to try and get in whatever we can. Obviously we are looking for sponsors to continue really, but just getting in what we can. Obviously, anything and anything is good and great for my driver development, and I think having the opportunity to drive the different things is definitely good, especially when I haven't really got the decision to choose what I'm going to be in. So I think it's really good to have that different skill sets to whatever I am thrown into. I have an idea of what I need to do.
All right, we'll enjoy it. Thanks a lot. That's Gracie Mitchell from GMR Eco. Right, let's see who else we can find. Let's have a chat with Wendy Ellis-Smith. She's just getting herself psyched up for her second stint. And Wendy, hubby's in the car. Yeah. Have you been giving him advice?
Yeah, don't go down paddock on the gravel.
We won't mention yesterday at all.
No, well, the car's back. We've been running on our old tyres up until now and been a bit squirrely, so we've got the new set on, new brakes, new discs, so hopefully everything's peachy and we're going to come up, and if we can just hang on the lead lap for the first session, we'd be happy with that.
And you've lost your brolly boy.
I know, he's turned into a driver, like that.
It's amazing what they can do, isn't it? But no, so it's going to be a busy race, isn't it? And as you say, staying on the lead lap is going to be vital.
Yeah, that's the aim. If we could get away with that, we're a little bit off the pace at the moment, but we're hoping. You know, we're doing a lot of laps here, so get a bit more practice in, and hopefully pick that up.
All right, fantastic. Good luck, Wendy. Right, I think I've got time for one more. Let's have a word with. Let's see who we can find. Okay, right. Unfortunately, I can't go any further due to the range. Thank you, Mr. McCarthy, for doing that. So that's a little pre-grid here for the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, round 7 of our 2024 encounter. So what we'll do now is I will pass you over to the capable hands of Rob Lewis, and a warm welcome to the Fun Cup family. It's the one and only Paul Jeffrey. Over to you guys.
Very much, Jamie, and hello everybody, and welcome to Brands Hatch for the Fun Cup Championship. I am delighted to be here today, looking forward to 4 hours of wonderful racing. My name's Paul Jeffrey, and joining me for this one is the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Rob Lewis. How are you, sir?
Definitely a myth, possibly, but it's wonderful to be here today. I said it was barely a cloud in the sky. I can see some in the distance, but it is absolutely scorcho down there today. The drivers are going to be hydrating as much as they can. We've got a 4-hour race on a tight Brands Hatch Indy circuit, and we've got the car number 1 fighting for the championship at the back of the grid, looking to come through. I think this is going to get a bit tasty.
Absolutely. Brands Hatch Indy, you've mentioned, it's a tight, twisty circuit. The shortest track, the shortest lap that we go to all year. This is going to have quite a varied impact to the race, isn't it? Often, talking to the drivers yesterday, this morning, they tend to put the slower of the drivers into the car to start the race. At Brands Hatch, the danger of that, you could very easily lose a lap quite quickly. So strategically, Rob, this is going to be one of the more fascinating events of the year for sure.
Worst thing you could do is go a lap down in any endurance race. That immediately puts you onto the back foot. And the thing with these cars, they are so closely matched, you know. They may look like Volkswagen Beetles, but as Jamie said earlier on, the only thing in common with the Volkswagen Beetle is the wiper motor. These things are bespoke machinery. I mean, they've got sequential boxes, the VW Audi derivative engines, everything's so closely matched, sealed. So it's those little tenths, those little nuances, the little gains you can get here and there. I think where we're going to see a lot of the drama as well as the race unfolds is in the pit lane. The pit stops, particularly in the Fun Cup Championship, are key. You have to get the pit stop strategy right. You have to work around the safety cars, and importantly, you've got to get that car in and out in the quickest time possible, because the more you're in the pit lane, the less you are going fast out on circuit. That's where time is lost, and half a lap round here could cost you a good result.
Yeah, I think you make a really good point about these pit stops. For anybody watching at home on the BRSCC YouTube channel, first and foremost, hello to you. If you're not familiar with the Fun Cup, just a bit of an update on how the pit stops work here. There are mandatory pit windows. This is a 4-hour race, of course, 240 minutes. So we're going to have 5 pit stop windows, 40 to 50 minutes, 80 to 90, 120 to 130, 160 to 170 minutes, and finally 200 minutes to 210 minutes. And as Rob mentioned, the big thing is there is no sit-down time in this pit window. It is a case of the quicker you get in, the quicker you swap your drivers out, the faster you can get back onto racetrack. And as you sort of said, Rob, already, you don't want to go a lap down in an endurance race.
No.
But with it half a lap to do a pit stop, that's a very, very real threat for a lot.
Well, as we found out with Jamie earlier, the faster cars around here are doing 8 seconds to complete a pit stop. But let's look at an overall lap time on the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. You're looking at anything between late 50s to early minutes for a complete lap of the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. So to go down one lap, someone fumbles, you know, you have a missed belt, something like that. That costs you 10 or 20 seconds. You think, oh, I can make that up. Well, put that into context, folks. That could be a third of a lap. That could be half a lap. So the most minute mistakes in the pit lane is going to cost you in this race. And the other thing we haven't spoken about, traffic. With such a tight, twisting circuit, those leaders are going to be wanting to get through as much as you can and try not to fight with the back markers. The blue flags will be waving, but once the visor goes down on the helmet, once that door shuts, it's going to get a bit sticky out there, I feel.
Absolutely. So, without further ado, folks at home, let's get ready to go racing in round 7 of the Fun Cup Championship. The Fun Cup Endurance Championship here at the beautiful Brands Hatch Indy circuit, round 7 of the 10 in 2024. The grid's forming. It's all getting ready to get going. I don't know about you folks at home, but I'm certainly looking forward to this one. Paul Jeffrey in the commentary box alongside me. The pleasure of Rob Lewis's company. Down on pit lane, Jamie Peters, Ennis, and this is your grid for the start of this race. Drawn at random, of course. In pole position, it's the 251, the Rare Vinyl team. In second position, car number 246. That is the EDF Motorsports car. That car is going to be started in this race by Simon Coles. Row number 2, position number 3, the 155 Team Ratters Racing. Best grid draw of the year this car has had. Starting driver will be John Ratcliffe. Alongside him is the Axometrics number 103. Car number 103 will be started by John Railton. In row 3 car, position number 5, car number 14 is the Green Heat Machine. Starting driver will be Paul Turner. Bear in mind, this will not be eligible for Masters this weekend due to the fact that Christian Rose is behind the wheel. In 6th place, car number 207, Wave 9. Car number 207 will be started by the legend that is Jason Minshaw. Rolling on down to row number 4, and it's going to be the UVO Hoffman's Motorsports car number 225. So plenty of drama from that one last time out. That's going to be started by, I'm not quite sure actually, I'll come back to that one. In 8th position, car number 146. Car number 146 is going to be started by Ben Pitch. That is the PLR racing car. GMR Eco in 9th position, car 157. Starting driver will be Edward Bridle, and then Signature RV in 10th, car number 49. In 11th, the 221 Skull Club Racing Machine, and in 12th, the 257 from Black Widows.
In 13th place, we've got the Seed Data car, car number 214. MJ Tech in 14th, and in 15th is the Fueled Up Racing car. EDF Rocker Division car number 212 is in 16th position with XL Motorsport all the way over from Dubai, the very nicely turned out team. They're going for the 10 grand prize this weekend. They start in 17th back on row 9. With Morpheus Racing, they're desperate for a result this weekend. Car number 195, they are in 18th position. They'll be looking to move their way up the pack. And finally, as we get to the rear of the grid, Fast Track Racing, car number 99. They're in 19th spot with Red River Sport in 20th. And dead last, at the back of the grid, after winning last time out, it's Team Olympian GRD. They are going to be fighting their way at the top. Simon Rudd starting that car. And look out when Christopher gets behind the car. He's going to be gunning for Masters honours. We're just about getting ready for this 4-hour race.
Yeah, this is going to be sensational. One of the key points from the Fun Cup Championship, of course. Winner last time out starts from the back of the grid, come what may. So expect plenty of drama from the Team Olympian GRD machine. As Jamie rightly mentioned, Simon Rudd will be starting that car. Christopher jumping in for the second stint, and then third stint will be the turn of Riley Phillips. 4 hours. Sounds like a long time. Most certainly isn't when it comes to motor racing. So here we go then. The Brands Hatch Indy circuit is alive to the sound of the Fun Cup Endurance Series, and we are away from the line for 4 hours of motor racing. Already we're 4 wide for the run down into Paddock Hill Bend on the very first time. We see the 155 have the inside line. Will he have enough to make the switch back? The Team Ratters racing car, they said they were going to stay out of trouble at the start of the race. Well, already they're getting their elbows out into the run to Druids for the very first time. Third and second position, hotly contested at the head of the pack, and all the way further down the running order, desperately trying to find a little bit of real estate.
Rob Croydon's got a fantastic start in that rare vinyl car. He leads the pack as they try and sort themselves out on this first lap around the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. It doesn't take long for them to get round all sorts of cars trying to squabble their way through. We see one of the EVO cars there, the Team Ratters racing car on the inside as we go down the inside. Slots himself in front, maybe running a little bit wide, and now we go on to the fast stuff now. This is where all of the drivers are going to be getting their heads down, looking at the cars in front, and more importantly, looking for that slipstream.
Absolutely, slipstream is your friend here at Brands Hatch. Although the temperature, the ambient is very high, so you don't want to be in the slipstream for too long, unless you have some problem. The UVO machine, though, to the inside, that is for 4th position. Greenheath dropping a place down into 5th. Everybody else, all as one almost, through the Paddock Hill drop, as everybody's trying to shuffle for position. That is the 103 that you see on screen there, just sideways momentarily. And this is exactly what we expect to see from Brands Hatch and Fun Cup. The Ratters team said at the start of the broadcast, the drivers will be squabbling for the first few laps, and that's exactly what we're having so far.
The teams would have submitted their driver stints early, so they want to make sure that if you are the driver starting this race, you've got your sensible head on. These cars are so evenly matched. If you even make a mistake and go off the road, you cost your team 10 or 20 seconds. That puts you so far back in the skill of this race. But as it stands, out front is the rare vinyl car with Rob Croydon at the wheel. He's done a fantastic job in these first few laps. I don't want to put the kibosh on him as well. Second place, Ratters Racing. They're going great guns as well. EDF Motorsports, as we got more action going down into Paddock, having a look down the inside. Just gets a door closed on him there. Keeps it nice and tidy, but could they have the switchback going up the hill? That's the Team Ratters Racing car looking down the inside. This is a change for the lead, and Team Ratters Racing is down the inside, takes the lead into Druids, and could Ratters Racing have opened the door for teams like EDF Motorsports and UVO Hoffmans to capitalise?
Fabulous, fabulous stuff there from the Ratters racing car. A little bit further down the running order as well. The Greenheath machine, number 14, in a little bit of strife. Has the inside line, has already been overtaken. Can he recover that position? Not quite on this position. The UVO car as well, trying to buy into that one. So the UVO car, the 225, has the inside line on the defensive. Good bit of defensive driving. Now the big question is, can we get the draft down the long, well, the relatively long for Brands Hatch Indy anyway, Brabham Straight for the run into Paddock Hill Bend? This is going to be vital, absolutely vital. You want to fight, Rob, but you don't want to be fighting too hard, because then you find yourself in this bit of a battle pack. Well, we've got 4 cars, 3 cars, 2 cars, and almost a little bit of contact.
Nudge, nudge, touch, touch. The actuary of Mexric's car just having its rear fenders rubbed up a little bit, but Ratters Racing capitalised on a fantastic move against Rare Vinyl. Turns out I did put the commentators' kibosh on them. They're still sat back in second. And we've got the EDF Motorsport car having a look down the inside into Graham Hill Bend, and look for that Greenheath car sat in 4th place. They're looking a bit tasty, they're looking fast early on, and that Greenheath car being started by Paul Turner. Not eligible, as you said, for the Masters category, and that UVO Hoffmans car still sat in 5th place, right up his chuff.
Yeah, fantastic stuff, as we come to expect, of course, in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. Might be a 4-hour race, but these drivers are taking it a stint at a time. So in effect, this is a 40-minute sprint race up to the first mandatory pit window, and exactly as many people referenced it would be, full of drama. Here we go then. This is an opportunity. We have the outside line. This is not really where you want to be. You're going to hold on side by side. That is absolutely beautiful driving from those two, and that opens the door as well for an inside move into Druids. Not quite on this occasion. UVO to the outside, gets a little bit washed out wide, NASCAR style.
Rob Croydon is not giving any inches, Nice. Again, there's more action there. UVO Hoppers down the inside of the of the Greenheath car. This is brilliant Fun Cup racing on these first few laps, but Rob Croydon not giving an inch there to the Vape Club by EDF Motorsport there. Simon Coles was really having a go, and he's having another little nibble as they go up through the S's there into the last corner as we go on to the Brabham Straight for another circuit. But Ratters Racing, I don't want to put the kibosh on them now, but they've gained themselves a little bit of a gap. They said, tell you what, you lot bang your castanets together, I'm going to clear off and give myself some clean air. That's good, especially while we're under this heat as well. They want to be in the clean air, keep the car nice and cool and preserve it and let everyone else fight for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. Another little squad ball has been run down again to complete to start another lap. That's the defensive from the Rare Vinyl machine. They have the inside line, which is optimal, but around the outside, the EDF Motorsports car, can he hang on? Not quite. A little bit squirrel. There's not a lot of grip here at the Brands Hatch Indy circuit today. That didn't work out on this occasion, but the intention has most certainly been signified to the Rare Vinyl machine. Cork in the bottle at this stage, some might say. EDF Motorsports want to go.
Certainly looks like it. The UVO car now having to defend as well. Is that the 2-2? What is that, the ER? I can't quite make the number out there, but we've got this battle pack that's the cork in the bottle. That does look like the ER division car that was trying to have a look there, but the Ratters Racing has got that gap, but the Rare Vinyl car being the cork in the bottle, and you've got teams like EDF Motorsports, the Vape Club car, the UVO car, the Greenheath car, the MJ Tech car, all right at the back, but we have got a car dropping down the order as a signature RV. No, that may just be the timing screen playing tricks with me. Fastest lap of this race at the moment, a 57.5 is the MJ Tech car. If we got a bit more panel running there between the UVO Hoffman's car and the ER division car, so it's all opening up on these first 10 minutes. Now, at what point do you stop sprint racing and get into the endurance side of things? I don't think we're going to see it for at least an hour.
I'm thinking, looking at this one, about 3 hours and 59 minutes down the road. Have I come to the wrong event? This is my first one here. I thought this was an endurance race. This is like what I do daily. This is touring cars. Absolutely fantastic stuff. The Ratters Racing machine, by the way, is starting to drop into the clutches of EDF Motorsports. So that comfortable, almost 1 second advantage that we saw just a couple of laps ago seems to very quickly be disappearing. There's a big move now for the race lead. EDF Motorsports to the outside, almost touching for the run into the braking zone, gets it done before we even get to the apex. That is beautiful. Ratters Racing perhaps being a little bit generous in that move. They want to stay out of trouble. By the way, fastest lap for Olympian GRD. We'll check in on them in a few moments time, but this is a great race. The ER division car on the outside, he's going to be left a little bit hung out to dry on the defensive for the run down into Graham Hill Bend. Can we go too wide into Graham Hill? Oh,
7 for the lead. This is proper battle pack, one make racing, and a fantastic couple of laps there by Simon Coles and the Vape Club by EDF Motorsport. But can they do what Ratters Racing did and get themselves a bit of a gap? I'm going to stop mentioning the leaders now. We've got another move down the inside. Is that the ER division car has made the move stick on the Rare Vinyl? Where have they gone? Oh, we got a slow car. Already those first few laps, and we've got a casualty in the early stages of this race. They've got a mechanical issue, it would appear, on the back straight. Crawling to a standstill there. Hopefully they can make the lap and get back into the pit lane. But their race done already for the Rare Vinyl car. Gutting for them.
And the real big killer for that one is it came in exactly the wrong time. They couldn't cut into pit lane, so they've got to now, hopefully for them, complete a lap pretty much in limp home mode. It is a 4-hour race, there is opportunity, but that is a real disappointment. In fact,
251 has pulled off at the end of the pitch straight in front of our commentary box. It looks like they've got some sort of driveline problem. The engine is revving, but there is no drive there. The team will be absolutely gutted after a great first opening laps from them. They'll be back fighting fit. And there we go, there's the car on the screen there, 251 pulling off completely. Is that going to be a retirement from the race? Can they get it back out?
That's a real shame. Rod Croydon behind the wheel of that car. They were fighting, as we saw, very much in the sharp end of the grid. Let's see if that causes a safety car. I don't think it is. I think the car is out of the way, but it is EDF Motorsports that lead. And look at the Ratters Racing car, third position now. Taking it calm, we said at the start of the race. Is that what calm is in Fun Cup? Is this what calm looks like?
No, it is not. This battle pack are still playing for keeps with the UVO Hoffman's car. Having a look down the inside. Little smooch on the back bumper, just giving him a little kiss on the way out of Druids there. They're still side by side down into Graham Hill Bend, into the left-hander. UVO slots in behind, playing it a bit sensibly. But these top 5 cars are really playing for keeps. But if you look at the back there, you've still got the likes of Axiometrics, Seed Data come into this. And Olympian GRD have gone from the back of the grid up to 9th place, car number 1, and they've got the fastest lap of the race as UVO down the inside. There's a little bit of contact there, just pushing them out a little bit wide onto the gravel there. Take it easy, guys. We've got a bit more time to go in this race yet.
Yeah, fabulous bit of driving there from all concerned. There is the team. Ratters Racing, red car on the outside for the run down into the first corner. Not where you want to be. Not one, not two, but three cars. Massive contact. Massive contact on the run down in a Paddock Hill bend. A little bit airborne for a few moments. I don't think the cars made it all the way to the barriers, but that is a significant contact. Yellow flags waving, safety car waving, of course, as well. And that is not what we like to see. That is a real big bit of contact there, and hopefully everybody gets out of that one okay. But that is a frightening amount of contact here at Brands Hatch. And we've got someone in a bit of strife as well there. So
that would be the rear wheel. So front contact with rear wheel, which ended up in damage to two cars there. So the car on screen, car number 249, possibly being involved in that. Crabbing at the back, so something has snapped or certainly been bent on the back, but not what you want to see, a car in the barriers. From our commentary position, we're just having a look out. The car unfortunately did make it to the barrier, but I can see a driver being escorted away from the marshals. So the car's looking a little bit second-hand there. The marshal's just having a chat. He will be a little bit winded there, so that's car number 155, the Ratters Racing car. Another early front-running casualty, but we're glad to see the driver walk away.
Yeah, that is always the most important thing in these incidents. John Ratcliffe, of course, behind the wheel, was speaking to Jamie down on the pre-grid before the broadcast, saying he wants to stay out of trouble, try to go with the leaders if possible, but not do anything too dramatic. And it was working, Rob, for a while.
It was.
But that's a pinch point of this circuit, and that is the inevitable 3 cars wide at the time, I think, when it happened. And that's a sad end result, I'm afraid.
And that's the problem with the cluster of the battle pack there. All you need is a little bit of a touch on the front and the rear wheel. You then get the energy that's dispersed through the car, lifts it up, and it looks a lot more spectacular than it probably was. The driver will probably be feeling it a bit. Takes some ibuprofen for tomorrow. You're going to be a little bit winded. But drivers out of the car, most importantly. The team will be back. But Team Ratters Racing, they were up there, bless them. And we just hope. There we go. Driver on screen, chatting away to the marshals. He'll probably pop up to the medical centre just to get checked out, but very relieved to see the driver there up and about.
I'll give you 10 English pounds if you go to John Ratcliffe and say that was probably more spectacular, less spectacular than it looked.
I'm not that brave.
He would certainly have known about that one. Of course, a lot of damage to the car. There's a cost that are associated with that one as well. That is the 251 that we're having a look at. This is an opportunity for Rare Vinyl. Just have a look at what's gone wrong. We saw the car coming to a halt a few laps ago, and there is still a chance to get out there and do something. A 4-hour race. It's not over till it's over.
Not over till it's over, but they are going to get out laps down. It does look like they're looking at the driver train there. They've got the back of the car jacked up. They've just got medical cars and rescue vehicles going out onto circuit. Don't worry there, folks. The medical car is there. They've got to check the driver. He's had an impact with a barrier, so we've got to go through certain procedures here. So he'll go to the top facilities here at Brands Hatch and get checked over by the awesome medical team they have here. But yes, certainly it did seem like driveline issues with that Rare Vinyl car. The engine was revving. It sounded good, sounded healthy, but it didn't have any go through the gearbox. So I'm wondering if we've got perhaps a drive shaft or a gearbox issue.
Absolutely, we'll keep our eye on that one. But the upshot is, of course, we're now running under safety car conditions. The clock continues ticking. It's still a 4-hour endurance race. Hopefully, the excellent work the Orange Army complete here at Brands Hatch, they'll be able to get that car cleared quickly and the racetrack back into safe racing conditions again. Opportunity while we've got a few moments downtime to do a big shout out and thank you to the marshals here at Brands Hatch and around the world. Team of volunteers, we couldn't go racing if they didn't do what they do. They are, without shadow of a doubt, the most important people on any given racetrack. So a big thank you to the great people at Brands Hatch that are clearing away that damaged Ratters Racing machine, and hopefully in the non too distant future things can get loud and scary and leery all over again.
Absolutely, and what it does, ladies and gentlemen that are watching this, it allows the pack to bunch up, everyone to get back together again, and then they can bang their castanets together one at a time. But I tell you what, there's one team that are going to be very happy down the grid, and they sit in 5th place. That #1 car, fastest lap of the race so far, the Olympian GRD car. They started at the back. They've already made their way up to 5th place. Fantastic effort from the team there. And we've got Simon Rudd doing the first stint on that car. The likes of Christopher is going to be looking to get the Masters honours there. The strategy that was derived on the sunbed, as we had from the interviews this morning. One of the drivers was on holiday, rang his teammate and said, "Have you done the strategy yet?" "Well, let's just do it now." And one of them was on the sunbed abroad, and he said, "You know what? That's one of the best days holiday I've ever had. What could be better? Holiday, racing, all rolled into one." But let's look down the order then, as we are still under safety car. So first at the moment is car number 246 that's been caught up in a lot of the action so far, and that's the Simon Coles piloted Vape Club by EDF Motorsport car. ER Division, they've been battling away and they've got themselves up into second place. Very impressed with that car. And do you know what? I'm going to say it, I like the livery on that car as well. I'm no snob when it comes to liveries, and that does look quite tidy. The Axiometrics car is in third place, and the Uvio Hoffman's car ever looming in fourth place. As we mentioned, the Olympian GRD, car is in fifth place. C Data is in sixth, and the Greenheath car in seventh place as well. They have been right up there too. Wave 9 is in eighth position, and XL Motorsport, they're going for the 10k prize money to be the first driver to win outright on your first go in Fun Cup, and in 10th place, Morpheus Racing.
Big word on XL Motorsports. Actually started in 17th position for this race, so to have moved up to 9th and avoided all of the drama at this early stage of the running, as you say, new to the championship, come all the way over to race here for racing for the 10 grand. And if you're new to the Fun Cup, the 10,000 is basically a prize pool fund by Paul Rose. If you go out there and win on debut, you will be eligible for this 10,000, and that attracts quite a few drivers. We've got, of course, as you say, the 97. We've also got the 99. New drivers flown in from Malta, Poland and New Zealand for this race. So, and potentially, so I'm hearing, we're going to have 2 Australian teams at Donington Park, plus a team made up of Caterham drivers, and potentially a Young Gun team at Alton Park from Ginetta, all going for that 10k. So a great incentive to come motor racing and sample Fun Cup. And you'll know way better than me, when you come and sample Fun Cup, you tend to stay around.
There's a few of them that tend to stick around, but even if they move on and do other things, they always come back.
Yes.
It never leaves your blood, does Fun Cup racing, but certainly quite the incentive to put down there. I mean, car number 99, having all of those drivers, Fast Track Racing, Alicia Day, Simon Lidson and Patrick Patocki, sorry if I've got the name wrong there. I'm going to refer to that team as Team Air Miles, because they must have clocked them up getting all the drivers into racing that car this weekend. We have actually got a replay of the incident that's caused this safety car that the production team have got ready of us. So let's just have a look at how it came together up into Brands Hatch. We'll probably be able to pinpoint the pinch point from there. So we've just got a replay for you of the Team Ratters racing car. So let's have a look. So there's a little bit of grass touching onto the outside, and that unsettles the car. There's not enough speed there, and they get crowded out. So you then get this battle pack as we go into Paddock Hill Bend. They're trying for the outside. The cars bunch up, and he just moves down the inside and loses momentum. Now, it's good when it's in slow motion like this and people can point out, oh, could he have done this, could he have done that, moved a different way. These cars are going so fast into Paddock Hill Bend, and the pinch point comes so quickly. I don't think they could have avoided that. A battle pack of 5 cars, unfortunate, but one of those things.
This is the thing, when you're threading the needle, occasionally you get a pinprick.
Absolutely.
And that's exactly what's happened on that occasion. Too many cars, not enough real estate, and the end result is, unfortunately, a significant clattering with the barriers for the Ratters racing car. Clearly, that car is now into retirement. I'm also here in the 251 that we saw, sorry, not the 251, the car that we saw in Strife in the opening few laps. It is drive shaft failure on that one, so they're doubtful that they'll be back out on track, despite the intervention of the safety car that was still running under, of course, giving them a bit of an opportunity to go out there and see if they can fettle that thing and go racing, because it's in the name, Rob, isn't it? Fun Cup. Yes, it's very serious. Yes, there are teams in here that are fully focused on one thing only, in winning. But also, you come all the way to Brands Hatch from wherever in the country or even outside of the country. If you get an early problem, you still want to get out there. You still want to go racing, because a race car, purpose-built such as this, on a track like Brands Hatch Indy, whether you fight at the front or the back, You want to get the miles, you want to get the laps, and you want to enjoy the experience.
Even for those drivers that perhaps haven't got as much mileage in Fun Cup, any mileage on track is good mileage, especially when you're out there against other Fun Cup cars. So they'll be wary of that. And the likes of MJ Tech, car number 249, if they can get that car fixed and back out again, that was part of that smorgasbord of cars and unfortunately got hit by Team Ratters Racing into Paddock Hill Bend. They'll want to get the car back out there, get some mileage in the drivers, and hopefully they'll come back fighting strong next time. But thank you to Jamie Peters-Ennis, who's come back with the information about car 241. There's nothing worse than a shattered drive shaft. There's a few people I know, and certainly I've suffered the battered drive shaft whenever I've been racing this year. It's horrid when that happens, because it just comes out of nowhere. But the other thing for these cars as well, they're not going at racing speeds. A few of them just looking after their tyres, keeping the temperature in them. Wouldn't have to do too much work to keep them hot this weekend, I fear.
Well, that's a really good point, and I've seen this so many times in many different series. This is almost more difficult for the drivers. You'll be watching this at home thinking, oh, they'll be grateful for a break, cool down. Not at all. Double the ambient temperature inside these cars, 60, 70 degrees potentially, Jamie was mentioning, on pit lane. When you're not driving quickly, you're not focused, you're not concentrating, you're not pushing, the heat sink comes in, and then it starts to wear away at you. Your concentration, your physicality.
Absolutely.
We've got drivers of different ages, the over 55s for the Masters, of course, varying degrees of fitness and race sharpness. This is going to be very, very difficult for a lot of these drivers to stay cool, stay focused, and then go again. In effect, restarting the race almost, not physically, but in terms of proximity of cars, it's going to be all guns blazing when we go green.
Effectively, that's going to be down to the driver to kind of train their mindset, and down to perhaps the race engineer just to have a little quiet word in their ear. Come on, keep focused, keep your tyres warm, keep going. Because once you back off from the racing speeds, especially in those first few laps where all of the cars are bunched together, you've got all the action going on, you're too busy concentrating on racing to go, oh, it's rather hot in here. Now they're going around at slow speeds, just monitoring. So it's probably up to the engineers just to have a little word on the radio. Come on, mate, get some more temperature into your tyres, focus, just keeping them updated about the situation. They're probably having a look down the pit lane, seeing what the work marshals are doing in the gravel trap, how far along they're getting, to give their driver an idea of when we're going green again. But there is your leader on screen, the EDF Motorsports car, the Vape Club by EDF Motorsports car, brilliantly driven by Simon Coles there. So he's had a hectic first stint, got the lead. We've had Race Vinyl get the lead. Unfortunately, they're looking like they've got drive shaft issues. Team Ratters Racing, well, we know what's happened to them. Unfortunately, they are one of the lead causes of this safety car in that schmozzle hanging down towards Paddock Hill Bends. And EDF Motorsports, ER Division and Axiometrics are sitting fairly pretty at the moment. That's your top three as we look at the cars. And is that coming out of the pit lane there? That is the car 249. Going a bit straight now, so the repair work's been done. They have rejoined this race.
Yep, 7 laps. Took that repair work aboard that car, but they are, as you say, back in the race in 20th and last position as things stand at this moment in time. Of course, you need to be circulating, you need to complete the race in order to get to the checkered flag, and anything can happen, and it usually does in the next 3 hours and 37 minutes. Now, by the way, I'm just hearing in my ear that Jamie Ennis Peters has Peter Ratcliffe down on pit lane. So, Jamie, head over to you. Peters Ennis, let's talk to Peter Ratcliffe about what happened earlier.
Peter, I didn't want to do this. It was an amazing first few minutes, but it looks like it just didn't slow down.
I think that's what we're led to believe, yeah. It's brake failure issue of some sort. We're not absolutely sure. We have had a few problems in testing with brake knockoff that was causing them some challenges. Here's the car now, probably not looking so good. So it may be that. We'll find out from John. I mean, the good news is John is fine. The car's obviously a mess, as you can see. In fact, that's one hell of a mess, isn't it? So I don't think we're out this afternoon somehow. But the good news is John's fine, clearly a bit shaken up. But, I mean, we have to say he did so well. You know, tough place to start. First ever start for him, which was great. Really did well, very sensible. Unfortunate. I mean, obviously, there's been implications for others. Here's John now. There's implications for others, which, of course, is so unfortunate. Nobody wants to cause that. But everybody's been very sympathetic in the pit lane. We need to go down and see the guys at MJ Tech because we've obviously spoiled their day as well. But there we are. These things happen sometimes. The highs and lows of motorsport, amazing. You know, we were on such a high. For him and for us, you know, fantastic. But then the ultimate lows of motorsport. Good news, nobody's injured, which is great. And we look forward to the next outing.
And Dave, very quickly, these things are built like tanks, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, absolute testament. I mean, I'm on the comms with John, and the symptom is the first thing that goes to my mind is, God, we might lose a bit of time here, because you just know that he's going to step out and be okay. Obviously, mothers, sisters, girlfriends are always a bit worried, but you know they're built to absolutely protect you, as that's absolutely proven. I mean, it's coming off the lorry now. It's a big old impact, and he's absolutely fine. So gutted for him, gutted for us, gutted for others, but you know, we're all going home to our respective better halves at the end of the day, and that's obviously what matters most.
Right, you two, go and give him a hug. All right, back to Paul and Rob.
Fabulous stuff, thank you very much down there, Jamie Peter-Ennis, talking to a disappointed team. We're back on the green flag conditions though, Rob, which is good news. ER Division still our leaders.
They've taken EDF Motorsports, so we've missed the action while Jamie was doing a superb job chatting to the Team Ratters Racing team. ER Division have not only cleared EDF Motorsports, they've cleared off into the lead and gained themselves a bit of a battle pack as there's more action now. The Axiometrics car looking down the inside into Paddock Hill Bend on the brakes. Beautiful move. Simon Coles gives him a little bit of room. They're going side by side into Paddock Hill Bend. Uvio Hoffman's car, I fancy a bit of this as well, and he takes himself up the inside as well. Can he get two? Oh, it's a Druids wonderfully put across by the Axiometrics car, losing 2 places in 2 corners. EDF Motorsports car. I'm just going to stop talking about the leaders. I'll put the kibosh on them now. But we're back racing. The action is just as frenetic. ER Division looking fairly well at the moment. But look at that battle pack. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars fighting for the lead.
Absolutely fabulous stuff. This is how we go racing in Fun Cup for sure. The Uvio car as well. Very nice bit of driving there, not to try and force the issue too much and take 2 cars in 1 corner, but I dare say they are in prime position to take another place and drop on to the bottom step of the podium as things stand. Slipstreaming on the run down into the first corner, not quite close enough on this occasion. The Axiometrics machine holds firm in second place. A little bit further back, EDF Motorsports Vape Club car in 4th position. They're trying to desperately recover some of that lost time, and there we are, car number 1 behind, Olympian GRD. Have the outside line, that will become the inside if they can hold it. No, they can't. They'll follow back in line. Name of the game in this part of the race, no real risky manoeuvres. They know they're going to shuffle to the front end of the field before too long. Don't put the car into a vulnerable position. That's the name of the game for car number 1. And they're doing great work so far. Up to 5th and with the quickest lap of the race as things stand, although I expect that to tumble as we get a bit further in.
I expect so, but I'm looking at conditions down the inside. Brilliant move, but no. I'm going to get the switch back on you, says Simon Coles. Back down the inside of the Olympian car. They go back down the Brabham Straight. He's got the inside line as we come down towards the start-finish line. They're still side by side. Side by side, just get a bit of extra. We got a car behind, that's a Seed Data car. I want a bit of this as well. Can I play too? He's down the inside of the Olympian car, barely touching as they go through Paddock Hill Bend, still side by side. Seed Data with the fastest lap of the race of 57.0, up into Druids. Hard on the brakes, down the inside, Olympians still hanging on around the outside. They need to be a bit careful here, keep out of trouble. They've got to race hard, but make sure that they don't end up like teams like Team Ratters Racing. You've got to keep that car as clean as possible. Everyone slots in again, and that gives the EDF team a bit of breathing space. And I'll tell you who else has got a bit of breathing space now, and that's the Uvio Hoffman's car. There's a little bit of a gap that's opened up between the Axiometrics and Uvio Hoffman's machine, but they're going to be fighting for second place. And ER Division, they're going to be looking in the mirrors because they're all still there in that massive battle pack. You've almost got to fight for the lead right back to 7th or 8th place. XL Motorsports sat there in 8th place. Another move down the inside by the Olympian team. This is going to carry on going for lap after lap.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful stuff there. A very firm and committed move into T1. Now that has opened the door as well for the Speed Data 214. Gets the job done. Another position lost for the Vape Club EDF Motorsports car. They drop down into 6th place. Big talking point on this one is the harder you squabble, the closer you're going to get to the cars that are chasing behind. Perfect example that we've just seen there, the Speed Data, the Seed Data car, should I say, sorry, will be hoping to try and clear a little bit of space. It's so hard as a team in an endurance race like this, where essentially the cars are basically sprint cars. They're that close together. You can't deliver your own strategy. You can't drive to the delta you're looking for. You've just got to drive with what's happening around you, and that's why we as commentators and those folks at home absolutely love this series.
Another spanner in the works. I could just see there as car number 1 is all over the back of the Uvio Hoffman's car. Have you noticed something missing on the Uvio Hoffman's machine? Is there a bit of a weight loss going on there on the rear fender on the left-hand side, is exposing that wheel? I'm wondering if that's going to leave us an issue later on into the race. Are they going to be allowed to carry on like that with the wheel exposed? I'm not sure if the clerk of the course is going to be looking quite closely at that, but the car on the screen now, our second place car, the Axiometrics car with Uvio Hoffman's hot on their heels. The Olympian GRD car in 4th place is caught right up. Seed Data in 5th, and the Vape Club with EDF Motorsports car has now dropped back to 6th, but that's only 2 seconds off the leader.
Absolutely. This is like NASCAR. It doesn't matter where you are now. It's all about the positioning. It's all about keeping the car clean and putting yourself in the window for when we get to the pit window. The Uvio machine of the 225 was seen looking a little bit lively at this moment in time. He was on the attack. Now it is the defence, and that is an opportunity. That is the Olympian car. Looks to the inside. Olympian doesn't have quite enough room on that occasion. That's made him vulnerable now. The Seed Data vehicle tries to find the run up the hill. Will he have the inside line? No. He's forced wide at Druids. That's going to be vulnerable to the Vape Club EDF car behind, but he's not close enough on this occasion to make a move past. And this is so frantic in the middle of the front running pack. The harder you fight, the more wear you're putting through your car, the more stress you're putting yourself under, the more detached you will become. We're lucky that the ER Division car is holding the pack up somewhat at the front of the field, and that's allowing this close, frantic racing that we're looking at. And if you're the number 1 Olympian, you're going to want to get your elbows out, but not too much, because you've got to think big picture, and that's got to be key at this stage, surely. Absolutely.
They've made all of this progress in the first half an hour of this race, and we've already had half an hour of this Fun Cup race. It's been absolutely fantastic. As the Olympian car looks to the outside, they were looking to do the switch back and maybe jag down the inside. Nah, you're having none of that, says the Uvio car. Keeps his car in the perfect defensive spot. I'll try and get my tongue plugged back in, but down the inside is the Seed Data car. Is he going to have another go into Druids? Just having a little look down the inside. I'll tell you what, they may just pull this off as we head towards Graham Hill Bend. Side by side, Olympian has the advantage. Just holds on to the spots.
And that is exactly what we're talking about. The harder you squabble, the more vulnerable you become to those behind. And despite the Olympian GRD machine being quite clearly the fastest team here at Brands Hatch this weekend, they're certainly under big pressure, and it's all because of the Uvio fight that they had ahead. The Seed Data for 214 currently following in the wheel tracks, but just behind is the EDF Motorsports car. Now they've dropped a couple of tenths of a second off. Doesn't sound like much, but look how close the pack is. It's a whole world. This is a fight for the lead, though. The Axiometrics car has the inside line. Is it job done? Very late on the brakes for the 212. Just about holds on. Runs a little bit deep. No problem, though. Will he cover the inside line at Druids? Yes. Right on cue he does. That's a heavy defensive motion, though. That leaves the outside line vulnerable. That allows Uvio to buy into this one as well. Will the Uvio car find the black and gold car? Find enough space? No Fun Cup size car gaps have become apparent, but the Uvio car is on a forward march. And I reckon, Rob, this is going to be a move of choice coming into the next lap.
Looks like it, but the Olympian car and the Uvio car, they're rubbing their hands together. Go on, guys, fight. They want them to fight because it slows them up, and the Seed Data car are probably looking to look into this as well. Now, I'll put something else to you as we go on to the main start-finish straight now of this similar battle pack of 6 or 7 cars. EDF Motorsport, are they thinking, tell you what, you lot fight at the front, we'll preserve fuel, we'll preserve tyres, we'll hang on to you as they move down the inside. A fantastic late move into Paddock Hill Bend by the Olympian car, snatches 3rd place, and the fight for the lead continues up into Druids.
Brilliant stuff. The Uvio car's under a bit of pressure as well. The fight for the race lead, though, runs a little bit deep. Does the orange machine manage to get it covered back off again, so the Axiometric stays in 2nd place, but is under big pressure from the Olympian GRD car behind. Seed Data watching on Jack Noller behind the wheel of the 214, making a return to the series for this particular race. Nola trying to keep that car clean, trying to make a name for himself as well, doing a good job in 5th position. And this is a dive down the inside for the number 1. Great bit of driving there. The Uvio car buys into this one as well. The 103 left out to dry. Axiometrics came into the lap in 2nd position, may even be as far down as 4th by the time we cross the beam.
And once again, the ER division car, having been under pressure from the Axiometrics car a few laps ago, has managed to get itself some clear room as a 214C data car down the inside. So the Axiometrics car is probably thinking it's dropped 50 quid and picked up 6pence. Absolutely lost a ton of positions there. The Olympian car up to 2nd, being nibbled on by the Uvio car up into Druids. The Seed Data car is going to buy into this as well. Axiometrics holding on, and EDF have got the popcorn out. They're watching all this going, go on guys, just bang your castanets together. I am sat here waiting to pick off the places. They've had their turn in the lead. I'm starting to think with a few of these cars it may be a time just to sit back a little bit and preserve the car.
Yep, absolutely. Lots of very, very dramatic elbows out racing in the opening 35 minutes of this race. We've had a safety car already, of course. The field is still very tightly bunched together, and we're not a million miles away now from entering that their first pit window. That's going to mess things up, it has to be said, for several of these drivers. Pit stops, arguably one of the most important aspects of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. The quicker you can stop, the quicker and less least time you're going to lose on track. And that's interesting. That's car number 97. We've not checked in with the XL Motorsports machine for a little while, but they're doing a stout job holding on to that 7th position as things stand.
They're doing a fantastic job, but just having a look at the car there, have they got mirror issues? Maybe they've been racing a little bit too closely there. I could see a mirror flapping on the side of the car. That's not going to help them when they're checking for the car that they're fighting with. In 8th place, the Greenheath car that was also up there in the early stages. So there is your top 8 in front of you. That is your lead battle pack. Although I say that, the Greenheath and the XL Motorsport car probably a bit further back than they want. And that is a mirror going on that 97 car. They're going for the £10,000 prize money for winning as a rookie in your first ever race in Fun Cup. 10 grand to the winner. They're just off that lead group there. They could do it. Let's have a look later into this race. Battle for the lead.
Yeah, here we go. Then we have a look to the outside line. A little bit squirrely on the brakes actually there for the Olympian GRD car. Good bit of driving there to gather it all together from Simon Rudd. He now looks to the inside line. This is the move for the race lead. We have the inside into Druids. Can the number 1 car get it done on the brakes? Not quite, but it does have the inside line. That is the high ground as such. It's going to squeeze the ER division car all the way to the side of the racetrack. The inside line, though, is retained by the purple and black 212 car. They hold on to the race lead. I thought that was a deal done. So did car number 1. And now they're going to have a second bite of the cherry. Not a usual place to go for the lead. And it is job done. A little bit later than ever, but at least it's sorted.
Olympian GRD Racing. They've got loads of guests here this weekend. Over 50 seat data. Get into the podium position. They're down the inside of the Uvio Hofmann's car. But the Olympian GRD team, they've got loads of guests down here this weekend. The pressure is on them starting at the back. Simon Rudd at the wheel of that car, not feeling the heat at all. He's gone from the back of the grid to the lead of this race. Christabel due to go in next and fight for Masters in that car. The strategy, the sunbed strategy is working so far as the ER division has a little look down the inside going into Druids. All okay so far.
Yeah, a little bit more hope than expectation, I think, on that occasion from the ER division car. But you've got to apply the pressure because you never know when a mistake might present itself from those with whom you are racing. Seed Data up in the 3rd position. Nola trying very, very hard indeed to find a way past the purple car in front. No room quite on this occasion to insert themselves into, but the Seed Data doing a very, very good job so far. In fact, there is the move. We saw it a little bit in the back of our shot. For 2nd position, we have the inside line and we have the place secured. So we are division almost dropping down into 3rd. Uvio trying to buy into this one as well. There's the black and gold, the historic colour scheme on that particular car. 3 wide for the run down into the first corner. Just about backs out of it. Thank goodness for that one. 3 wide, gentlemen, at this stage ain't the smartest move in the whole wide world. And the Uvio car drops back into 5th. But I don't think, Rob, that's going to stay in that position for much longer.
No, but Jack Nolla, he is a wily old fox in terms of mentality when it comes to racing like this. He races Mazdas, one of the toughest one-make series, sprint series in the country. He normally races in Mazdas. He's involved with the Williams eSports side of things as well. He's been there, done that, got the T-shirt, and he's here trying his endurance hand in Fun Cup and doing very, very well in that Seed Data car. Taking that car on its first stint. They're up to 2nd place. Olympian have got some breathing room, and that ER division division car. They're not going anywhere yet. The UVO car's always sniffing around there. And EDF Motorsports, the Vape Club car, they're still there in 6th position. They're still kicking around that lead battle pack. That's where they want to sit as we head down into Paddock Hill Bend. The rear end squirming under brakes.
It's almost, you don't want to be involved in this one.
No.
You want to be the back of the train. Let everybody else have their fun and games. Whatever shenanigans are going to go off. The UVO car trying to keep a tight line and almost in a accident avoidance rather than making a move. And here we see Nola still holding on to that 2nd position with the 2-1-2. Very interested indeed in liberating that place back away again. Does Nola have the pace to go with the #1 Olympian GRD car? Did they take anything out of their tyres? And tyre wear is not a concern around this track, but with these temperatures it's going to have a minor impact on the way. It's got to do purely. They've gone from the back to the front. That's got to have some kind of wear on the car, and I suggest by the lack of ability to pull away as much as one would imagine, that's maybe just a millimetre away from its peak performance as things stand.
As you can see with these battles as well, though, the slipstream is working and it's hot, hot, hot up at the front. Squabbling like sprint racers. The Olympian GRD car ahead, and as you saw with the graphic on the screen, the pit lane window is open. If you want to start making your first round of pit stops, you can do it now. So what are the Olympian GRD team thinking? Are they thinking we're ahead, get ahead and as far away as we can, let everyone else be concerned with their pit stop strategy? We'll stay out as long as we can, in front, in clear air. We haven't seen any traffic yet.
Being new to the championship, of course, my first weekend here with the Fun Cup, I've seen a few of the races in parts over the past. One of my goals yesterday was just to talk to as many drivers as possible, have a word about what their strategy is in terms of pit stops, how they pit stop. In fact, no, let me interrupt myself for a moment, because that was the 97 XL Motorsports car running very, very slowly indeed. The timing screens haven't updated themselves fully, of course, because it's only when you cross the line, but that car looked to be in some kind of drama, Rob. I'm not sure. In fact, I forget I've got a commentary box window. Paul, why don't you go and have a look outside of it and see what you can find? I don't see a suspiciously McLaren coloured livery car on track, but that was definitely, there we go, it's stationary. Here we go.
Stationary, unbelievable.
That's
so
what 10 grand up in smoke looks like.
I tell you what, I think Mr. Rose is going to be rubbing his hands together. Yes, I don't have to pay out 10 grand just yet, but they have stopped in the worst possible place, right on the braking and turn-in space for Paddock Hill Bend. Is that going to produce another safety car? Car 249, the car that was involved in the strife with the Team Ratters racing car earlier, is in for another pit stop. They perhaps need to make some more adjustments to that car after the incident it had. But we've got a car stop there on the outside. A team's going to pull into the pit lane now and gamble. Are they going to think, oh guys, we might get a safety car, quick, get the car in, get the driver changed down? We're already seeing cars come into the pit lane. In fact, in the back of the shot there, you've got 3 cars straight away into the pit lane. We've got another one coming further down. Cars starting to get their drivers out.
Yeah, of course, in this championship, the pit window remains open even under a safety car condition, which is not something we always see in different racing championships across the board. So strategy remains absolutely on point for these drivers. No sit-down time, of course. It is purely a case of there's no minimum time that you have to be in pit lane to make a driver change, or not even necessarily a driver change, of course. You can get out of the car if you're refueling, get back in it again, and away you go. So several drivers down pit lane. This often mixes things up. This makes things a little bit more complicated as a commentator, for sure. As we see a little bit of driver change in here, and it's so difficult, isn't it, to insert yourself into one of these cars. They're a very tightly compacted central seating position. If you can do it quickly and you can do it efficiently and you can minimise those mistakes, you can find more time than you would be able to on track.
Most of the leaders in now, so the Olympian car is in and the safety car is out on circuit. So if you are one of those early pit stoppers, this might just work for you, because the entire, what feels like the entire championship has just piled in to the pit lane there. There's the Team Olympian car. They pulled in from first place, but is that first place out on the road? I fear not. Signature RV showing us in 4th place. There's a little bit of a squeeze going on there as they come out of the pit lane. They'll have to perhaps sort that with the timekeepers to find out who was in front, but Olympian have come in, got their pit stop done. ER Division are still in the pit lane, so they've really lost out there. They've lost a shed load of spots. It's hard to know why, but as it stands, the Olympian GRD car is showing, certainly on our timing screens, as first place. Uvio Hoffman's in second and Seed Data in third. We're going to need another couple of laps just to get the timing screens to reset themselves, and we will know where everyone is at. But from where I'm sitting, it does look like Team Olympian have got the jump.
You know, sometimes when the cards fall your way, they just fall your way every time. So while we've got all this drama under the safety car, and give our timing screens a bit of a chance to have a breather, I do believe that we have got Jamie Peters-Ennis down on pit lane with Farkini. So let's have a quick word.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. We've just had a massive flurry down here in the pit lane because we've got the safety car out to recover the XL Motorsport 97 car. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a quick word with Farkini, who's just dived out of the 225 car because he was involved in that rather frightening-looking accident with John Ratcliffe. We'll just bring you out here. That incident at Paddock, that was pretty scary, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was actually. The incident actually started at Clearways because we were all jostling for position and he was on the outside. We just brushed lightly together and MJ Tech were there too. He went wide, and I think what's happened as he ran over the curb, he's got pad knock off and he hasn't checked the brakes before he's got down there, so he would have arrived there with no brake pedal. And I mean, I was busy trying to maintain my position as we went into the braking area of Paddock, and then I just got hit. And I saw the red car in the background, or in the side. I could kind of see it in the air, so I kind of went round that corner looking, thinking, is he okay? Because I wasn't sure if he was going to properly roll over.
And from a driver's point of view, it's pretty frightening knowing you can't stop.
I think that's interviewer comment of the year.
I know, I'm great at this, aren't I? No, but seriously, when you know that there's literally nothing you can do and you're trying to aim...
Well, the issue there, it will never happen to him again, is pumping the brake. If you pump it and nothing's there, you've really got to pump like Thumper and try and get it done.
But apart from that, it was a busy old stint, wasn't it?
It was. We've got a bit of the back wheel's a bit out, so the steering, so we're struggling now. So we're wounded. 20 minutes into the race and we're a bit wounded, but we're hanging in there. Long way to go.
Excellent. Enjoy. Go and have some water. Thank you, mate. Right, let's see who else we've got. We've got the XL car in now. That has, let's have a look. That's got Jamie Day behind the wheel. Let me have a quick word with Paul Hardy. Paul, it's not ideal, is it?
I mean, it's I think suboptimal is the term, but yeah, no, not Jamie. To be fair, did a great job. We started P17 and yeah, we were up to P7 in the lead pack, all looking really good, and yeah, literally just lost drive. So yeah, it's one of them, the highs and lows of motorsports, the joys. But yeah, I think we can. Hopefully now we've got a good team of guys that can get the car back ready, and hopefully we can at least get back out there for a little bit of the race.
And how have you found it? Because it's a bit different to what you're normally used to.
Yeah, really good, to be honest. I mean, it was the first time for Tom and I in the car and ran this track, but it's been really good. Enjoyed it a lot. We kind of pace-wise actually got fairly decent, I think, in the qualifying session this morning. But yeah, I mean, it's just a shame now, as I say, after Jamie's hard work in that race there, or certainly the start of that race. But I mean, yeah, it is what it is.
And maybe plans to come back and do some more?
Yeah, no, 100%. I think, especially when it ends like this, I think probably even more so makes you want to come back. But yeah, I think let's see how we go. Try and recover the best we possibly can, and then yeah, we see how we finish up.
Excellent stuff. Thanks a lot, Paul. We've also got Tom Fawcett here. Tom, great to have your dad back in the paddock as well. And has he been giving you some tips?
He has, but I've actually been teaching him as well. So, no, he has. He's been a good hand. He knows his stuff on the pit stops and the strategy. So, a lot of time lost and gained in the pits here. So you've got to be on it. Unfortunate now that we've had a drive shaft failure so early on, but we'll see what we can come back with.
All right. Well, best of luck for the rest of the race, mate. Thank you. That's Tom Fawcett and Paul Hardy. Right, let me find a couple of other drivers. Just give Paul and Rob a little bit of a rest because that first stint was absolutely frantic. Ben Pitch is just come in from the PLR car. I'm just going to quickly grab Ben, if I could have a quick word, if possible. I think one word to describe that stint, Ben, was busy.
Yeah, it was busy and hectic. The Royal We. I had a terrible start, and then I think a few cars came past, and then we had a bit of a problem with our dash, and so we were trying a few things in the car and nothing would work. So the teams had come in, pitted, and we were having a bit of an argument on the radio about it. Pitted under the safety car, the first safety car. And then I think we just literally, I think there was something going wrong with the radio, but as soon as I heard safety car and saw the 97 car parked up, I paled into the pit lane, and I think we're back up to 8th now. So, yeah, it's typical safety car, fun cup, everything can turn on a dime.
And we know this round, every year, it's the hardest round, isn't it? Because the track's so short, 21 cars out there, you've got to try and stay on the lead lap. Yeah, it's key. It's so rare that you can gain a lap back if you don't stay on the lead lap, and it's a 55-odd, 56-second lap, so it's everything. And even to the point where you might compromise your fuel strategy to try and get yourself back up to the lead gaggle of cars. So yeah, it's great fun though. We tend to go quite well at Brands Hatch, so that's put the kiss of death on it, hasn't it? Anyway, well, you're still smiling, and we'll hope to see you at the end. Thanks, Jamie. Cheers. Thanks, mate. That's Ben Pitch from PLR. Right, let me go and have a word with Simon Rudd, because he went from last to first in his opening stint. Let me see where he is. Right, as you see, they have a lot of guests, and I've got to try and fight my way in here now and grab Mr. Rudd, if I can. He's just having a quick word with some friends and family, so we're just getting him now as he breaks the barrier to come out. Yeah. Firstly, great to have all your friends and family here. Secondly, you did your usual.
Is it the usual now?
It's the usual now, isn't it?
Call it. Yeah, well, hopefully we can do it at the next round then if we win this race. Yeah, it was actually a little bit, it was hectic, but I feel like it wasn't as hectic as Snetterton. I feel like we got a little bit more respect from some other drivers today. So it was good. First of all, I'm glad that the guys at Ratters Racing are fine. Like, yeah, that was a big hit, but obviously I was right behind it as such. So they're all good. Second safety car screwed us over a little bit because I've literally come around the last corner past the pit lane and the safety car's been called. So that's the way it is. We've still got 3 hours to go, I guess. Nonetheless, great fun, really good fun, clean fun.
I mean, we saw you took a few laps to sort of get going because you didn't want to get involved in any unnecessary incidents. And but as I was speaking to Ben earlier, I mean, this round is the hardest round, isn't it? Because the track's so short. There's 21 cars up there, and the key is staying on the lead lap.
The key staying on the lead lap, and that's why I started, because we wanted to make sure we're on the lead lap. I think the safety cars got us round into the lead again, so maybe we haven't lost out too much. But yeah, look, it's a tight track as well, so there's got to be respect out there, and I think people have got that today so far. It's a hot day, so yeah, a long way to go, but good fun. All right, we'll let you go and raid the buffet. Enjoy it, mate. Thanks. That's Simon Rudd from Olympian G&D. So as the safety car continues round, we'll hand you back to Rob Lewis and Paul Jeffrey.
So we did look at the replay of the incident with the Team Ratters Racing car, so you would have seen into the braking zone. It almost looked like it didn't hit the brakes. Now, pad knockoff is something that happens in all forms of racing. A lot of these curves, they race hard, they ride the curves, they get a lot of vibration to the car. What that does to the brake calipers, we look like we're about to get a reset to this race, the pack backing off from the safety car. What that does is you get a vibration car. 221 now pulled off. We've got another casualty in this race, and that's a Skull Club car. They were sitting in 10th. So they have now pulled off the circuit. Now, is that going to lead to the safety car staying out? I fear so, although the safety car just coming around clearways now with the lights still on. So we're going to continue under the safety car while they now get that car recovered and out of the way. And that looks like that's abandoned down at Paddock Hill Bend. Yes, So they've pulled off on the inside there. We've had a few casualties so far.
The hot weather plays an absolute nightmare in racing cars. I don't care how reliable they are, how developed they are. Warm weather is not a friend of racing cars, and that's a real shame for the Skull Club machine.
Really
they were doing a good job up to that point, and they've done well though. Let's give credit where credit's due, and commentators never do this for drivers. Clearly he's got some kind of issue, but he's pulled as far away from the racing surface as he possibly can to minimise delays.
Spot on, absolutely spot on. And I'm speaking as a racer myself. Sometimes when the red mist descends, you don't think of that when you pull off the circuit. You just think, I'll just park it here and go off for a nice cold beverage.
The good thing is, though, that gives you time to tell me about pad knock-off, which is where we started.
So pad knock-off is quite simply the calipers vibrate as you go over curbs and bits like that, and the pistons of the calipers that push the brake pad up to the brake disc and provide your braking force, they vibrate and retract back into the caliper, so that when you hit the brake pedal, you get a bit of a gap, and the pedal will go straight to the floor. You don't get the adequate braking force. So what racing drivers tend to do, and you will see it on all sorts of race cars, you'll see the brake lights flash. That's them tapping that brake pedal with the left foot. They're bringing the calipers out, they're bringing the brake pad back up to the disc, so that when they really go for the pedal and slam on the anchors to get the car stopped for a corner like Paddock Hill Bend, when you're going at race speeds of 100 miles an hour plus going into Paddock Hill Bend, you want to get your foot on the brake and be able to get the car turned in. Team Rattus Racing didn't have that. Obviously, the brake pedal went to the floor. They didn't have the braking force they needed to, and unfortunately, it meant they went into the back of the car 249. Safety car still doing its laps. And I think it's time to perhaps run through a bit of the running order as we head up to the first hour gone in this round 7 of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship.
Yeah, unbelievably, an hour's gone already, and of course it's the Olympian GRD from the very back of the grid. They said they wanted to stay out of trouble. They managed to make a pit stop during the safety car, so that worked very well indeed. They're the quickest. The 225 Uvio Hoffman's machine is in second place. In 214 is Seed Data in third. In fourth is car number 14, Green Heath. In fifth, 103 Axiometrics. Sixth is 194, 195 even, of Morpheus Racing. And then Red River Sport, seventh. Eighth is the PLR Racing. Ninth is the Wave 9th car. It doesn't really matter though, does it, Rob, at this moment in time, because we've just seen this one. We're swapping places like this. It's giving free candy away. It's kind of stay out of trouble and try and have as few panels bent as possible.
Certainly, although a few of the you can see some of the cars there perhaps missing some of their splitters and various bits and bobs as it stands. The EDF Motorsports car in 10th place, 246. They've dropped a few spaces in that first stint as well, and we have the EDF Rocker Division car. We've been lights are out on the safety car. We're getting ready for another restarts there, but the ER Division car, as we've been naming it, that is the EDF Rocker Division car. Apologies for that. We'll make sure we call that from now on. I consider myself slapped on the wrist, but we're getting ready for a restart here with Olympian GRD ready to get us underway. Hotly pursued by the Uvio Hoffman's car. Seed Data in third place. Jack Noller, will he use his Mazda MX-5 racecraft to get onto the back? Here we go.
Fabulous stuff then. Racing action recommences here at the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. It's the Olympian GRD car that takes us over the line. But look at the Uvio machine. Really good launch off of the restart. Has a look to the inside line. Has the inside line. Gets the job done. Very nicely done indeed. Olympic GRD very willing to give a little bit of racing room, I think it's fair to say, in these early stages. See Data in third position under a little bit of pressure as well. The Greenheath car does well to move up to fourth place in the early stages of this race, currently holding that fourth position but under massive pressure from the Axiometrics number 103 machine behind. Good bit of driving from all concerned.
Fantastic driving from all concerned, and Christopher, second stint in that car. He's fighting for Masters glory as well. He's going to be playing the long game, I think. He doesn't want to fight too much. He doesn't want to become a casualty, but as you can see here, he's a bit of a cork in the bottle, because look at the gap that's opened up now with the Uvio Hoffman's car. It's just cleared off into the distance with Brandaccio at the wheel of that in the second stint for that car. Has cleared off into the distance. There's more action down into Paddock Hill Bend. A great move down the inside. 2 places potentially lost. Let's see how that goes now. Was there a mistake? Was there a misgear perhaps by the Seed Data car dropping back like you wouldn't believe?
And this is so difficult for a driver in these conditions. One small mistake, one small issue, one bit of a drama, and you don't lose one place, you don't lose a couple of tenths, you lose multiple places, and that has been really, really painful for the Seed Data car. Although they're still very much in contention, still very much in the pack, there's a lot of work to do. You want to minimise the amount of work you have to do behind the wheel. The easiest, the quickest way to get to the checkered flag is with the least drama possible. But here's a big move as well. We see the number 14 Greenheath car was on the defensive, then it became the attack, and now they've got the position up in a second place. That's brilliant. They're dragging along with them the Morpheus Racing 195 as well. The Olympian GRD car has been hung out to dry like a NASCAR oval race. He can't get back into the line, and everybody's flailing through.
Morpheus Racing down the inside, brilliant move there, and that is a team, they need a result here. They've had so much bad luck this year, and they've got the first round of pit stops out of the way, and they are now up there in a podium position as it stands. Second place with is Morpheus Racing, fighting with Greenheath and Uvio Hoffmans. Where have they gone? They're 3 seconds up the road.
This is incredible. The harder you squabble, the more clean air that the Uvio Hoffmans car has, the harder they can pull up the field. There's the Seed Data car again, in all kinds of drama, now going forwards rather than backwards that we saw over the last few laps. That is a nice move there on the 103. The Axiometrics car not having quite as good a time in stint number 2 as they did at the start of the race, and that's allowing several other drivers to get involved as well. The PLR Racing car, the red machine just behind, having a little bit of a sniff, trying to get interested, but discretion is the better part of valour in these early stages.
Always the better part of valour. There's all sorts of squabbling down the field now as we see Jack Noller getting involved with the Axiometrics car. I will actually correct myself because we've had the pit stop, so that won't be Jack Noller anymore in that car.
It's Matt Hogg behind the wheel now, I believe.
That is, yeah, 2 drivers sharing that. So Matt Hogg perhaps finding things a little bit difficult in that battle pack. A mistake that was made there. Apologies, Jack. We know he had a fantastic first stint in that car, and he'll be ready and raring to go for stint number 3. Possibly having a bit of a drink and a banana just to get the nutrients back into him after a hard first stint there. But the Uvio Hoffmans car, I'd like to know what they've had for lunch, because my word, they have cleared off into the distance. And PLR Racing as well, they've slowly crept their way up the order. First round of pit stops, and it's mixed everything back up again.
Just as we like to see in the world of Fun Cup, don't we? Wonderful for the viewers at home, confusing as it comes for a first-time commentator on the series, but I'm glad I've got you alongside me, Rob, otherwise I would be a little bit panicked at this moment in time. Speaking of a little bit panicked, the Olympian car's not going quite as quickly as one may have expected at this stage. They're a little bit vulnerable to the inside. The Seed Data machine doesn't have enough room on this occasion, gets back behind in the wheel tracks. We expected the Olympian GRD car to get to the front, stay at the front and start to run away. No such luck. 5th position on track at this moment in time, under a world of pressure from the 214 behind, of course. 214 now got Matt Hogg behind the wheel. The Olympian car is now being piloted by Chris Devell.
Now, I have noticed as well the 2nd place car of Morpheus Racing and the 4th place car of Red River Sport. We got more from the down the inside, the Axiometrics car down the inside of the Olympian GRD car, still fighting for those positions just outside the podium places. They're squabbling, they're playing for keeps here. More defensive driving underway. Axiometrics to the outside. No, I'm not going to let you through. I'm not going to let you through. Holds him to the outside through Paddock Hill Bend, gives him racing room. We're going to go up the hill. He's going to stick to the inside there. Axiometrics, no, I'm still going to stay here. Meantime, Olympian has got the PLR Racing up its chuff, and the EDF Motorsports Vape Club car is just sat there in the background, just biding their time, I feel. But Uvio Hoffmans is being chased down by Morpheus Racing. They have set their best lap of the race out of a 56.8. They've got a fantastic second stint so far, and Red River Sport in 4th place. They've set a personal best of 57.2, so there are more cars coming into this race. Their strategies are playing out, but Uvio Hoffmans have cleared off into the distance, it seemed at first. Morpheus are reeling them in. Greenheath now 4 seconds back from the leaders in 3rd place, and Red River Sport Axiometrics down the inside of Seed Data. Let's see if they can make that move stick as they go back up the hill. Not quite. They're going to carry on squabbling. Let's see if it pays off into Druids.
Yeah, absolutely great racing. Every which way you look, it's impossible to decide which camera to pick up during the course of the broadcast, such as the amount of really great racing. The 103 that we're looking at this moment in time, the Axiometrics car, Ford Company has. Seed Data Olympians been in a world of trouble as well. They've been overtaken by the PLR Racing red car that you see on your screen there. In fact, if anything, the EDF Motorsports by Vape Club machine, the 246, is trying to buy into that one as well. So Olympian GRD not comfortable at this stage in the race, certainly in comparison to the opening stint. Of course, new drivers behind the wheel, everybody's bedding themselves into the race as best they can, and as we've mentioned in jest a few times, Rob, but actually there's a lot of truth to be said for it. It is more about positioning at this stage, as there is another position lost for Olympian GRD. There is an overtake by the EDF Motorsports by Vape Club car. Good pass into the first corner at Paddock Hill Bend.
Very, very good pass into Paddock Hill Bend. Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport responding to the challenge from Morpheus Racing. Uvio have just set their personal best of the race, a 57.0, but Morpheus are quicker. They've just gone quicker with a 56.8. They are catching the leaders as it stands. Now Morpheus with Ted Bradbury at the wheel in second place. Now I did hear a whisper that they had a few issues with a red light in qualifying, that maybe Ted Bradbury got a bit of a slap on the wrist for. So we'll see if that's maybe fired him up a bit in the race, if he has had a bit of a telling off by the clerks. Morpheus Racing, fastest lap of this race, 56.739. Uvio Hoffmans have responded with a 56.9. The gap is down to less than 2 seconds. As you see the Signature RV team going down, trying to go down the inside of the Olympian GRD car. What is going on with Olympian? Has Chris Devell got a problem with the car? Is he nursing an issue? Are his tyres going off? We don't know.
One thing we do know is that car is certainly struggling for pace compared to what we've seen not only this weekend but also the entirety of this season. They're under massive, massive pressure. Signature RV are currently the next in line to try and have an attack. That car, of course, driven by Steve Ruston over the course of this second ring. But the Uvio car at the head of the field with the damage that Rob picked up on the rear left-hand corner doesn't seem to be causing any harm or foul at this moment in time. It's not particularly an aerodynamic piece. I've been told if you lose a front splitter, you're giving away about half a second a lap around this track. For the rear of the car, doesn't seem to be causing too much trouble for the 225.
If anything, it's racing weight, isn't it? But you can see the gap there. First, second, and third potentially there on screen. Although if we've got the gaps right there, we've got the Uvio Hoffman's car in front. We've got the Morpheus Racing car you could see on screen. They are going absolutely great guns there. 2 seconds off of the leaders. And then according to our timing screens, the third place, Greenheath and Red River Sport, they are third and fourth place, and 10 seconds now back to the Axiometrics and Seed Data cars. What has happened to this lead battle pack after the first stint? It's almost like they put the quick drivers in for the first go around, and now they're putting in the strategic drivers, the ones that are going to stick to that lap time and that lap time only. Are we playing with fuel now? Are we playing with tyres? Are we just nursing the car for the conditions?
Yeah, but that's a very, very good point indeed. As here is a pass for position. The Greenheath car, third place, drops down into fourth. Red River Sport, thank you very much. Wham bam, thank you, ma'am. Take that position very nicely in the braking zone for Paddock Hill Bend. No, not a real massive defensive drive from Christian Rose behind the wheel of the 14. You saw that the overlap was there, gave racing room, allowed the position, and that's intelligent racecraft, Rob, isn't it? You know this yourself from your racing endeavours. Sometimes you can fight a battle, it's not worth fighting, because to win a race or to finish high in a race, it's not about who you race, it's not about who you overtake, it's the least amount of time from green to checker. And sometimes that means deferring to cars that are quicker around you.
Absolutely, because they could be quicker than you at the time, but then they can get their slower cars in, slower drivers, I should say, in later on, which will then move them even further back. Some of these cars could be driving to a set lap time. That could be the strategy. They need to do the same lap time over and over again. Another fastest lap by Morpheus Racing. They want this lead, and they want it now. 2 hours, 51 minutes left, or just over, in this race. The action is hotting up. We've had one set of pit stops, and on our screen is the battle for third place. That is the Red River Sport car in front of the Greenheath car. The battle packs have opened up significantly, and a big shout out, 9th place Signature RV team. they're doing really, really well. They've got up there into the top 10. EDF Motorsports in 8th place as well. They are up there as well. And the second driver for the Vape Club by EDF Motorsport, Vlad Vasilev, he is the second stint in that car. He's going consistently at the moment. As I look to the timing screens now, they're lapping at a consistent 58. So everyone just looking to set a lap time, get their heads down, preserve the car, and get it ready for the later stints.
Yep, so Morpheus Racing, car number 195 that we've seen second position. Ted Bradbury clearly has had something for his lunch that's worked very well indeed, because slowly but surely we're catching up. Our race leaders, 1.6 seconds is the gap, heading into 2 hours and 15 minutes remaining on the clock. But the pace in which they're closing, it does look like the Morpheus car is the more content at this stage in the race. The Uvio machine has been leading by a comfortable margin. It certainly doesn't look like it's pushing. Big question is this strategy that's bringing these two together, or is it pure out and out pace? That's the big question that we're not going to know the answers to, unfortunately, Rob, for a little while yet. But as a chaser, it is so much easier than the chasee, isn't it? The one that's closing.
Although saying that, Uvio have responded with their fastest lap of their personal best, I should say, and that was a 56.7. They've now done another lap of a 56.9, so they are up there in terms of pace. We've got to look at how they're fueled as well. Did they decide not to fuel this time around, and they're going longer on the fuel stop, and that's what's going to bring other cars into this as well, as we continue to see this battle for third place between the Red River Sport and the Greenheath car as well. But after the manic sprint race that was the first hour of this Fun Cup endurance race, we've had a couple of safety cars, we've had a car in the barriers, and we're glad to see the drivers walk away from that. And the one thing I will say I was really pleased to see in that interview, the Team Rattus Racing, my full credit to them, they wanted to go down to the MJ Tech car to see the team down there, make sure they're okay, shake their hand, and that strikes me. I went down and interviewed a lot of drivers there this morning, and you have a walk around and you get the vibe of a paddock. That is a friendly paddock. They're a great bunch of people down there.
And I think I can give you a really good example of that, being brand new into this paddock this week, and I only arrived for the first time yesterday just for a shufty around and a chat to people. And I've been told by folk coming into this one, it is fun, it is family, it is friendly, it is inclusive. They're buzzwords that everybody uses for everything. Realistically, that can mean nothing. I've come down and I've experienced every single one of those things. It is a fabulous paddock. It's a great place to be. Everybody's here. They'll support each other. Rival teams will help each other out, because a rising tide raises all ships. The higher the level of the quality, the bigger the field, the more fun that everybody's having. And I think it's a serious championship for certain teams and drivers. There's a great, fantastic, in fact, incredible level of speed and talent throughout the field. Even the AM drivers, very, very talented. But it is inclusive, it's about fun, it's about enjoyment, it's about bringing people in. And if anybody's watching this at home on the BRSCC YouTube channel, it is worth mentioning to you that on the 28th of August, we're going to be having a taster day at Donington Park, best track in the world, might I add, for people who seriously considering driving a Fun Cup car and racing in Fun Cup. Email chris@funcup.co.uk with a K, or go over to the BRSCC website to find out more if you want to be involved. And my very brief time with this championship, I can tell you for sure, hand on heart, this is a great place to go racing. It's a wonderful opportunity for people who want plenty of seat time in a car at a cost-effective price point in a thoroughbred racing car. It's brilliant.
Absolutely, and the standard of the drivers in this championship is incredible as well. You have professional drivers such as Marcus Clutton, Johnny Molan. They bring their drivers that they're coaching into the championship, knowing that all of the other teams, you have equal machinery. There's no one that's putting down thousands of pounds more to go faster. You can't do that in this championship. It's as simple as that. Everything's sealed, everything's the same. You get massive feedback, lots and lots of seat time, and that pushes up the standard of the amateur or the more amateur drivers in this field. I would say no racing driver is ever an amateur. I would say they're slightly less skilled than a professional, shall we say, but certainly not amateur in the way they're going about this. Battle for the lead is about to hot up because the Uvio Hoffman's car is being reeled in by the Morpheus Racing car. They are both still lapping on a 56-second lap. That is phenomenal for these cars. Third place now, a distant 10 seconds up the road, Red River Sport and the Greenheath car. Battle for the lead is soon to commence, I feel.
Yep, absolutely. Slowly but surely we've been catching up. Morpheus Racing less than a second now. If we had DRS, we'd be able to use it, but we don't have gimmicks like that here. It's all good fun. It's proper race cars.
Absolutely.
Go racing, don't want any of that kind of stuff. And I do think, as you say, Rob, it's going to be battle on for our race leaders in the next couple of laps or so. We're in touching distance, if not quite striking distance at this moment in time. Red River Sport still in third place as well from Green Heath. Axiometrics up in a fifth, just ahead of Seed Data, then PLR Racing, our 7th position as things stand. Fastest lap still with Morpheus Racing, and you can see exactly why now. Almost that striking distance. Rob, put your racing driver's helmet and hands device on, metaphorically speaking, for a moment. You're in the 195. Where's the place to pull the pin?
It's got to be Paddock Hill, isn't it? We've seen so many good moves start at Paddock Hill and end into Druids. If you're the Morpheus Racing car and you've got the faster car, you use the slipstream, you pull the move down into Paddock and you try and get the doors shut and completed by the time Druids comes around.
I do want to ask you this, though, before the overtake kicks off. Do you ever try and make a pass where all the spectators are standing, just for the credit?
You know, you don't. I don't think about that. I haven't got time to think about that, but it's certainly hotting up now. The slipstream of these cars starting to pay off for Team Morpheus Racing. They've just set the fastest lap of the race as well as a 56.5. Ted Bradbury, what can you do now? He's having a look up the inside, potentially up into Druids. Uvio showing a little bit of defensive, but not too much. I think perhaps seeing that the Morpheus car is a bit quicker, although they're going to get the switch back down the inside into Graham Hill Bend. Morpheus Racing completes the move and the team will be happy with that. I said at the start of this race, this team need a good result. Could this be the start of what is to come?
I did think Ted Bradbury was going to stack the car, then I must admit I think the Uvio machine also recognised the risk, and this is what we like now. Now we're starting to get into traffic. This is going to play massive role. The Uvio car gets the launch as well, now has the inside line, gets the car down to the apex a little bit earlier, courtesy of track position. That puts him in absolutely prime spot. Bradbury on the outside line doesn't have any response whatsoever. Enjoy that lead for 2 corners. It ain't going to last very long, and that is all through traffic management. So that's not, Rob, the last time we're going to be seeing that one over the course of this race. Can we get a recovery almost immediately from Morpheus? We have a look in at Druids. That's a good overtaking opportunity. Line is covered very, very nicely indeed by the 225. The run down into Graham Hill Bend. Again, no opportunity. The toe was broken a little bit at this stage in the race, courtesy of the corners. And we're going to restart. The element of surprise is now gone.
The element of surprise is definitely now gone. But the one thing I noticed there in the background, they were passing the lap traffic car. That's the EDF Rocker Division car. They were up there at the start of this race, and they've now dropped back in the pack significantly. Their lap times have tumbled. They've done 2 pit stops as well, so I fear that they've got some ongoing issues they are trying to get sorted. Last lap out on circuit, I may add, was a 1 minute 3.097, so I'm wondering what has happened to the Rocker Division car there, car number 212. I can't see anything in terms of drivers on my crib sheet, but the EDF car there struggling for whatever reason after having such a fantastic first stint in this 4-hour race. It's quite gutting to see them down in 16th. Their sister car, the Vape Club car, is still in 8th place, 20 seconds off the lead. But as you can see on camera there, the Uvio Hoffman's car with the rear fender missing after some early tangles and antics down into Paddock Hill Bend, being hotly pursued by the Morpheus Racing car. Now, if you are in that Morpheus Racing car, if you are indeed Ted Bradbury at the wheel of that, do you just think, you know what, I'm with the Uvio Hoffman's car, I'm just going to stick with you. You keep going, I'll use your bump draft, I'll save a bit of fuel, maybe think we're 12 seconds clear of everyone. Now to give everyone an idea, that's a third of a lap clear of everyone else.
Yeah, and that is a very important thing. You mentioned something there we've not had a chance to speak about yet. Save a bit of fuel. Yes, we've got pit windows, we have 10 minutes. Roughly speaking, from the people I spoke to, they favour coming in as late as possible in that 10-minute window as you can. Some cars and teams, who shall remain nameless, struggle to make that full fuel allowance to get to the end of the window, so there will be a little bit of fuel saving. I've been advised, and that's a bit of a problem from some back marker. That's the now running XL machine. The Dubai drivers back on track, which is great, but causing a little bit of a blockage. And Uvio have now got all the pressure in the world. Defensive posture, methinks.
Absolutely. Ted Bradbury will be all over the back of him thinking, no. I've just got to play it a bit safe here. I could just stick behind, just play the game, keep the slipstream. I wonder if his engineer's just having a little chat in his ear. Come on, save the car a bit, fuel, tyres, preserve. Let Uvio clear the air out front. Let Uvio fight their way through traffic. Don't overstress the car. Don't compromise your lap time. Effectively, you have got well over just over a 14-second lead to the third place Red River Sport car. If you need to get fuel later on, you need as much pit time as possible. That's a third of a lap they've got here. Get that time, bank that time.
Endurance racing, or in the case of the Fun Cup, many sprint races back to back. Endurance racing is all about building comfort blankets, isn't it? It's all about building a little bit of wiggle room so you can expect the unexpected and deal with that one. That 12, 13, 14 second buffer that we're currently enjoying to third position, work together. They'll signal each other, maybe even the teams will talk to each other, would be the wise call. If it was me, I would have my team manager of Morpheus running down to the garage of 225 saying, we're not going to pass, work together, charge forward, lap as fast as possible, let's build a comfort blanket and go racing later. I dare say that logic has not been applied in this case because nobody ever does. I've never had a team manager come to me and said, don't race. No, we race hard. But build the comfort blanket so you don't have to be as dramatic in traffic. You don't have to take as many risks. You've got a little bit of wiggle room coming into the pit window. It's all fair and well saying that one, but in reality, car sees car go past. That's the deal, isn't it?
Absolutely, that's what motorsport is all about. Olympian GRD, 10th place now. Chris Devell, who's in his in the second stint for that car, that's the driver behind the wheel, also going for Masters Honours. The car has dropped down to 10th place. We do see a car go into the pits as we have our second pit window open of this race. Who's the car that has just gone into the pit lane there? We can just see in the distance. Let's have a look at our timing screens here. I think that is the GMR Eco car that's just pulled in. That looks like Gracie Mitchell. Just getting out of that. We've got some refueling going on. So is she looking to get back into the car? No, they're doing a driver stop there as well. So that's one of the cars a bit further down the order, but we can hear the klaxon going off. That means there's cars coming in and they'll be swapping for the third stint drivers now, so we get to look at our crib sheets and do it all over again.
Oh, we always like a bit of confusion. I've decided to tick on my sheet the driver that's in the cockpit, thinking that's only useful the first time it happens. It becomes irrelevant immediately after, so I've got to think of a different marker for the next one as they go around. And again, just to reiterate, if you're joining the broadcast at home a little bit later, there is absolutely no minimum pit stop time for these drivers. So the faster you can be in and out, the more time you save, the easier things will be. And races have been won and lost on pit stops. There's no two ways about it. Make no bones about it. If you and I, Rob, raced in a team, and you were half a second a lap faster than me, but I could make a 10-second quicker pit stop, your half a second's worthless to you, because I will make it all up in the pit lane. And that's a lot of what these drivers are doing. You can win and lose in pit lane, and it's got to be perfect. In these conditions, tight pit lane at Brands Hatch, lots of cars, lots of drama, lots of heat. Not easy to achieve.
And as part of that as well, you've got to work in the quicker pit stops with the quicker drivers.
Yes.
So you get your quicker drivers out for the longest stints possible. You work it around the drivers that, or perhaps the teams that have got the best pit work, and that's the emphasis. Team. It's a team sport. It's the people in the pit lane and the drivers out on track doing the work. Morpheus Racing still just having a sniff at Uvio Hoffman's every now and again. The traffic playing its part as well, but the field fairly well spread out as we start to enter the second round of pit stops. And I can tell you the first higher placed car of our two stoppers is the PLR racing car that currently sits in 7th place. So I do wonder if perhaps they're in the box seats.
Yeah, that's got to be a satisfying feeling, hasn't it?
Being the highest second stopper, but in terms of position on track, they are still 25 seconds behind. But I fear we'll see how quick the Uvio and Morpheus stoppers are.
Yep, absolutely. So some big movers and shakers then. So far, whenever we're looking down the timing screen, the Olympian GRD car has been down pit lane. I think they're in 14th position. They're in 10th last time we checked in, which suggests they've been down pit road. Didn't see it on our screen. Black Widows are just coming pit lane from 10th position as well, so they're making their stop in and around the middle of the 10-minute mandatory pit window. Remember, this is a 10-minute window. You must stop between 80 and 90 minutes into this race. Can you believe it's nearly been 90 minutes and we've had safety cars? This is, again, new into this championship for me, and I know I'm at risk of boring everybody saying this, but I am so deeply impressed by the level of this field.
It's been
throughout.
Absolutely phenomenal racing, and as you said
And
earlier,
fair.
it's not been endurance racing. It's been so many sprint races rolled into one. Impressive driving from everyone up and down the field. Blue flags waving as we see the leaders go through. That's the Rocker Division car just being lapped again. Now I want to have a look at the lap times from that car. They are clear. They've got to be nursing an issue there of some sorts. They've had another pit stop. The car last time around lapped at 1 minute 11, and they are 5 laps down now. I think that car is nursing some sort of problem. Gutting for the EDF Rocker car. They were so fast in the early stages of this race. Really gutting for the EDF team.
Yep, absolutely. Never like to see this one from any team in any championship on any track in the world. You come down, you want to give the best account of yourself possible, and to have some kind of malady of whatever variety it is always very, very disappointing. This is a big race though at the front of the pack. We're looking at the UVO machine currently leading the 225. A gap of a few tenths of a second. It's not even worth saying how many tenths of a second, because you can see it with the eye, can't you? It is basically one enthusiastic move away from being side by side. That's how close these two are and have been for so long. I think you're right, Rob. I think you've nailed it. Absolutely. The 195 doesn't want to go and challenge for this race lead now. Having done that and seen it reversed instantaneously, they'll see the time loss. It isn't worth it at this stage. Let's get to the pit window, through the pit window, should I say, and then see where we shake up for the next 40 minutes of bonkers racing.
EDF Rocker Division back into the pit lane. I'm afraid that's their 4th pit stop. That puts them 7 laps down as well. We saw the rare vinyl car peel off into the pit lane for what is going to be their 3rd stop of this race. But the UVO Hoffman's car and Morpheus car out front, they're lapping in the early 57.1s now, so they've got the measure of each other. 20 seconds to the good from Red River Sport. They can pull away, they can get the job done. They're going to be stopping so late in this second stint, just before that pit lane window closes, and I have a feeling that they will pit at the same time to get the stop done and come out. It's going to be Morpheus versus UVO Hoffman. I'm going to call it now. It's going to be UVO versus Morpheus Racing for the win. What do you reckon?
I think, well, based on my first hour and 35 minutes or so of this, I have no idea. Probably won't know until the checkered flag waves, to be fair with you, such as how intense everything's been. It's just absolutely incredible. We saw very briefly the PLR racing machine on our screens as well, the red car. That one was in a bit of a fight. They've got the Axiometrics car for company trying to find a way past up in a 5th position. So there's racing all the way through the pack, and we have to wait a few minutes, I think, until the pit cycle has worked its way through. The timing streams update themselves. We know who's where, when and why. But one thing I do know, the big winner from all of this, regardless on track, is everybody watching at home, because this has been an absolute cracker. As there's a little bit of a dive for the 200 down the inside. Last of the late breakers, last minute decision, and then the Greenheath car makes its way through as well. So they're making their way through traffic.
That is traffic. That is going to be an issue, I feel, later on into the race. It's already nearly caused a few issues for the leaders.
And did you see how aggressive that move has to be? In traffic, it is not a case of sit there and wait for the car in front to roll over.
No,
you've got to work on it.
to get past now, especially if you're working to try and if you're working with another car, if you're perhaps, I mean, the Red River Sport and the Greenheath cars are together. Greenheath peels off. They've decided, no, I'm done with my second stint. I'm going to pull in, get a fresh set of fresh fuel, fresh driver, and get that done. Perhaps the Red River Sport car was holding them up a bit. Greenheath pulls in, Red River Sport stays in 3rd. And tell you what, let's just look at this pit stop. Driver out, fuel going in, no one touching the car. We've got the extinguisher on the right-hand side there, and they've got that canister that fires the fuel in.
Yep, and PLR Racing as well, I think that was just ahead of us, have dived in pit lane as well. So a couple of the teams at the sharp end of the grid elected to pit a little bit earlier than they absolutely need to. Well, look at that. It would take me that long to work to put my road car seatbelt on. And they've managed to put a racing harness on, get themselves in the car, get back in and go racing. You can't understate this enough, can you? These drivers, or some of these drivers, let's be fair, not all of them, are just incredible in how fast they can extricate themselves and get themselves back in this race car.
And it's not just that, it's the work of the team around these cars. All of the teams down the paddock, I can tell you now, they would have practiced the pit stops to perfection. Formula One's got nothing on these guys. If anything, I'm just going to say it now, this is better than a Formula One pit stop because of the type of the cars we're doing it. Formula One's got all the space age technology and bits and bobs. You know, I don't want to watch that. We want to watch some fun cut pit stops because the way these guys do it, centre sat inside the silhouette shells of these cars, they could go in, they've got two people coming in each side, yanking a driver out, putting a driver in, two people going in each side, getting the belts done, getting the fuel in. We've got another visitor to the pit lane. We haven't seen our leaders come in just yet. That's going to be interesting to see. They're holding it off as late as possible.
And it's interesting to me that you suggested, Rob, a little bit earlier on, that you expect Morpheus and UVO to pit at the same time.
I think so.
Is interesting because traditionally you do the opposite to what the car that you're racing with to do, the undercut, the overcut, for example. So that's going to be fascinating to see if they indeed do that. One look at the time, I suggest they probably are because they're rapidly running out of opportunity to make their stop. 2:10 we're looking at now in pit lane. That is the fueled up car. Are they fueled up? Not on this occasion. No fuel, just about the driver. And away we go again. Car number 210, of course, now. This is stint number 3. Paul Taylor behind the wheel for the Masters category as well. And I need to think of a new prefix to put next to the numbers. So, over to you, Rob, while I think of that.
So, how are we doing, folks? We've got an hour and a half that's passed in this race. We've got 2.5 hours to go. And the UVO Hoffmans and Morpheus racing cars have pulled a 22-second gap over third place in the Red River Sport and the Axiometrics cars. They're lapping on a consistent 56.957 lap time. The pit lane window, however, is now closed. So have UVO, Hoffmans and Morpheus forgotten to pit? Or are they playing the long game?
That is interesting. That is interesting. I seem to think, correct me if I'm wrong here, Rob, that when the window board comes out, you can then pit on the end of that following lap to be within the race.
We are expecting then cars into the pit lane the next time around. Red River Sport and Axiometrics are in, and we're looking at the UVO Hoffmans and the Morpheus racing cars. We need to see if they can get the job done. That's the Red River Sport car, the Johnny Molan name on the back.
That's great to see a name like Johnny Molan racing in a series like this, and the fact that he's bringing drivers to help train them and develop them is very impressive. And there we go, bang on cue. 1 and 2 in pit lane.
Now, what we're going to be looking for here is where they come out and where the gap's going to be. As it stands, Greenheath are in third place, and on our timing screen, certainly last time out, we had 1 minute and 7 seconds, basically about a lap. There's fuel going into the UVO Hoffmans car, and look how quick the cars get the driver in.
Yeah, that is absolutely impressive. Also a splendid delivery, I must say there. Fabulous delivery, some might say.
Can't beat a bit of JPS.
Yeah, looks, not that other brands are available, looks absolutely glorious. That was the car, that was the very first car in the paddock I saw when I arrived yesterday, and just looked at it and thought, the preparation, the build quality. You see a racing car on... Oh, hello.
Morpheus have got the jump. Fantastic pit work from the Morpheus racing team, and UVO must be absolutely seething, but they're coming out.
Last.
That is not going to last. Going up into Druid, side by side. Battle for the lead, straight out of the pit lane. And now we've got to work out what drivers we've got in for the third stint. So for the Morpheus Racing, Neil Burrows takes over that car for his third stint. And for the UVO Hoffmans car, number 3 is Farkini. Whew, they've got it all to do. They've still got that 20-second gap to the Greenheath car in third. It's going to be down to these two for the win, I feel, but we've still got 2.5 hours left.
See, this is how fun the Fun Cup is. The Morpheus car got out in the lead and thought, no, passing in pits is boring. That's what Formula One does. Have it back and we'll do it on track. Have some fun. I'm sure that's not the case, but that is the end result at least, and it's game on at the front of the pack. And while all that's happening, that's another mistake for the 49. Beautiful livery on set 49. But the Signature RV has been under the radar all the way through the race, and now it's under the radar for a lack of front splitter. All the way through, snuck into the top 10, up in the 7th position so far in this one after the pit window. Best result of 6th all season long. They're on for an absolute banner day, and now damage and gravel. Half a second, I suggested. Oh, another mistake as well. That's big drama.
That's the Red River Racing car, isn't it?
Yes, it is indeed. That is the 200 Red River Racing car. They've got it back on straight and narrow again. I think it's just a pirouette on exit of Graham Hill, so no real big drama. I'm looking out my window as though it's a replay. I don't know why I did that one. But, yeah, no real dramas. That's a very real limited car, though, at this moment in time. Seesawing at the wheel. But I do think that the Red River Sport will get away with that one just about.
Just about. Red River Sport coming out of that. They're in 10th place, so coming from 3rd place to 10th place, they've dropped down the order significantly. Seed Data have managed to claw their way back up to 4th place as the strategies play out, and that's going to be Jack Noller back at the wheel of the Seed Data car, so he's going to be using his Mazda-isms, I'm going to call it, to get that car towards the front. Uvio Hoffman's leading, 2nd place Morpheus Racing, Greenheath in 3rd. They've had a brilliant first few stints, and we are going to head down to the pit lane to have a chat with Morpheus Racing's Ted Bradbury, Jamie Peters-Ennis.
Thanks, Rob. I'm down with Ted Bradbury, who was pretty much like an eagle out there. You hunted your prey and you pounced.
Yeah, I think Uvio were a good target. They're obviously really fast, but I was just going to sit behind them. I went past them once, I think just to show my car, just show, yeah, I'm there, I'm racy today. But yeah, I was just sitting behind them, looking after the tyre, looking after the car. Like, we've had some rotten luck in the last few rounds, so I just want to make sure we make it to that last stint, and then we can pounce at the end of the race.
And obviously yesterday you had a few dramas. You lost one of the practice sessions due to an engine change. Car looks quick out there now.
Yeah, we changed the engine. It looks a lot better. It feels a lot better, sounds a lot better, races a lot better. So yeah, I just can't thank the team enough. Obviously Ben Drossel, Craig Keeble, all the boys in the team, absolutely mega. I think they changed the whole engine in an hour. Like, unbelievable stuff. So yeah, and then yeah, I'm just saving the tyre. Obviously the GTA tyre is like really fast, really good on handling, everything, and tyre management, but you've always got to look out for it. Anything can happen.
Excellent, thanks a lot, mate. Back to Rob and Paul.
Well, welcome back to Brands Hatch. Thank you for that, Jamie Peters-Ennis. And Paul, we've got a long way to go yet. 2 hours and 24 minutes, and well, just over 2 hours and 24 minutes exactly. We've got our top two, Uvio Hopmans and Ted Bradbury there. Speaking of Morpheus Racing, they are in the box seat as it stands. You've got Greenheath in 3rd, Seed Data in 4th as well. I think Jack Noller is going to play a key part for that team. EDF Motorsports with Vape Club, they were up there as we first started this race. They've crept themselves back up as well, and Axiometrics, don't count them out either. It's going to be the top two, I feel, are going to be set for the win. I've just got this feeling in my bones. I'm going to be completely wrong, because commentators always are.
Absolutely.
And 3rd place, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars really fighting it out for the podium place, and Signature RV are going to be going back down to B&Q for some more gravel to add to the stuff that they picked up at Paddock.
And I think one of the big interesting points for the next 20-30 minutes or so for me is car number 1, down in 6th position, the Olympian GRD. Fresh off the back of 3 victories in a row. That car very quickly and relatively easily made its way to the front of the field. Stint number 2 came on board, started to drop like a stone. Went all the way down as far as 10th position at one point, but of course, that car now, Riley Phillips, is behind the wheel for stint number 3. They've not done bad out of the pit cycle. In 6th position, yes, the real estate between themselves and the leaders is probably a little bit larger than they would so desire. But is that car going to find the pace that we saw earlier in the race, or is there something limiting the speed of the number 1? That's the big question for me.
I have a feeling there's a few of these cars that are perhaps feeling the undulations of the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. We've had 3, maybe 4 cars that have suffered with drivetrain issues. Is that the different undulations of the Brands Hatch Indy circuit are pushing these cars really, really hard? And that's 2 of the cars we're actually seeing on the camera now. That's 2 cars that we lost early on that through drivetrain issues. So we're looking at drive shafts, gearbox as such, trying to get the power down. So.
And I feel, speaking of those cars, Rob, I feel really sorry for the MJ Tech team. 3rd in the championship standings as things stand. They're coming into this weekend. We're coming into the meat of the championship season, the sunsetting fight of the championship, it has to be said. This, of course, being the 7th of 10 rounds. That's a big loss. Yes, we've got drop scores in the Fun Cup. That's still a big loss, isn't it, to be
Massive.
So far down so early.
This is going to have to be one of their drop scores, and it's one of the things when you have retirements, when you're fighting for a championship and you have retirements, I suppose that's what the drop scores is there for. But it does put the pressure on in the later rounds. If you go for that move that's a little bit too risky, you don't have that cushion anymore. So you need to both bag points, get points, and keep the car as clean as you can, because you've already banked your DNFs.
Exactly, and that's the big thing, isn't it? As a driver in championship contention, you want to have that safety net behind you. As again, we see a little bit of aggressive driving in traffic. Not aggressive, that's the wrong word, that suggests a negative connotation. Enthusiastic and committed driving in traffic is more what I'm looking at. It needs to be for Morpheus Racing, because that gap's starting to eke in and around the 1.1 second mark again. These two were climbing all over each other like a cheap suit before the last pit stop. Now a bit of fresh air, and you start to lose the slipstream. You start to become a bit frustrated as a driver as well when you're not climbing over the car in front, and that can compound, and that gap slowly starts to sneak up and breaks the back of the challenge a little bit, doesn't it?
Absolutely it does. Car number 200 there. They were in third place before the current round of pit stops got underway. 2 hours 20 minutes left, and the Red River Sport car now sitting in 10th place, and it appears perhaps losing a bit of pace there. We'll just have a look at their lap time. They did have a bit of a spin down the bottom. They're lapping in the 59s, and the last lap around they're lapping within a minute, so perhaps they've got their lesser experienced driver behind the wheel of that car. You've got all sorts of drivers of various different abilities in terms of the racing side of things, but Red River Sport as well, when you've got the likes of Johnny Molan behind the wheel, it's going to push that car a bit further up the grid, certainly when he's piloting the car. But can he get that car back up into a podium position later on into the race?
It's a big ask from 10th position, of course, but we've still got 2 hours and 20 minutes racing left on the clock here in the BRSCC Brands Hatch Indy Fun Cup Endurance Championship, round number 7. My name's Paul Jeffrey, I'm in the commentary box. Alongside me, it is my absolute pleasure to have Rob Lewis. Down on pit lane, Jamie Peters-Ennis, and of course our producer, Rob Rowley, is playing with the cameras and making sure all these wonderful pictures come onto our screen so we can try, Rob, and decipher what's going on and make a small modicum of sense to it for our folks watching at home. You promised me it was going to be a cracking race going into this one, and it really has been absolutely sensational. Still got 2 hours and 20 left on the clock. Plenty of big talking points, but that signature RV car, I want to wind us way back to number 49 in 9th position. We saw them carrying massive damage. They went through the gravel at Paddock Hill. Doesn't seem to be hurting too much at this, as things stand at the moment.
Well, as we settle into this race, it's perhaps that they've got their quicker driver behind the wheel, so he's able to negate the issues caused by having no splitter on the car. No front downforce means no grip. You would have set the car up to accept that little bit of front downforce. If you don't have it anymore, the car is going to behave slightly differently. You're going to lose half a second. It's all about those small changes. We've got another car into the pits there, out of the window. There's the signature RV car that we're on about. So that front splitter is missing, but it's still lapping quite happily in 9th position and doing 57.3, so it hasn't lost that much speed. They've clearly got some of their quicker drivers behind the wheel. And who have we got down in the pit lane?
That was a penalty for the 207. So a quick stop and go. Stop, board marshal, back out again for the 207, which of course is the Wave 9 car. Graham Pattle behind the wheel of that particular one, but that's not an insignificant amount of front splitter damage, that is it? That's quite a bit hiked off the front of it, courtesy of the Paddock Hill Bend gravel.
Yes, absolutely. But at least he'll be able to get the driveway sorted out at a bit of a discount.
There is that. Yeah, absolutely.
You have to look at the positives in endurance racing. The team will be happy. The remodeling will be a little bit cheaper. Plus, the mechanics can always take the mickey out of them. A few of our sort of victims of this race so far, we've had the likes of the Skull Club, EDL Rocket Division, Rare Vinyl, all run into issues early on. Rare Vinyl are actually circulating again, and they're in 17th place with 50 and lapping their quickest at 57.5. They're down in 17th place. The likes of XL Motorsport, they had some possible drivetrain issues. So we've spotted something on the feed there. We've got the signature RV team swapping places with PLR Racing. Oh, the Axiometrics team. Swapping some places there, so there's fights going on further down the field. Yeah,
and that's the thing, isn't it? You have to pick the fights wisely as a driver in these conditions, and of course the PLR Racing passed the axiometrics for 7th and 8th positions respectively. There we go, right on cue, thank you very kindly. That is the red PLR Racing car number 146 that we see on our screen. 146 is currently piloted by Ben Pitch, and my markers, for anybody who's interested, I've now decided to not have any and just hope for the best and look quickly. I'm building my experience. If I ever get asked back again, which is very doubtful, I'll have a better system devised for next time for sure. But PLR Racing have got a good system devised. Go like stink as soon as you get in the car, and that's worked very nicely indeed. 7th place, not too bad, not too bad, but how far is the gap between themselves and the 246 in front? That is the big question. It's fairly healthy, that gap.
EDF Motorsports Fate Club car, the 246 car. As we see, that's another penalty being served by the XL Motorsport team. Now,
that's the thou shalt not have 10 grand penalty.
Absolutely. How dare you try and take my money? I think he's definitely keeping his money in the bank there. The 10 grand is safe for sure, and that's the EDF Motorsport Fate Club car that we were on about earlier. That was deep in the battle pack at the start of this race, and they have hung around the top 10. I'm going to say almost like a bad smell, but they're always up there, and would certainly be a different kind of smell with it being the Vape Club car. But they've hung around that top 10. They've been consistent, ploughing away. They've got 2 drivers in that car, in Simon Coles and Vlad Vasilev, and Simon Coles piloting that car now as we just see a change for 3rd place. That's Jack Noller getting the job done for the Seed Data car, has overtaken Greenheath and got that car into a 3rd place position. Can Jack Noller get that Seed Data car to a podium position? We'll certainly find out today, but our leader, Uvio Hoffmans, has now got a 3-second gap to Morpheus Racing. And another question for you now, if Jack Noller can break the toe of Greenheath and get after Morpheus Racing, can he get it done before the next pit stop?
Now that's going to be a very, very interesting question indeed. We'll keep a very close eye on Jack Noller and the times that he's producing. Visually speaking, at least, from that overtaking manoeuvre, the amount of fresh air that they put between themselves almost immediately is quite impressive. The accordion effect, of course, as the Greenleaf car closes back up under braking, but good driving thus far from Jack Noller, of course, an established sim racer. Made the transition over to the Mazda MX-5s and now is back again in the Fun Cup. I've had the pleasure of commentating over Jack during his virtual exploits, but this is the first time I've done it in the real world, and it's fabulous to see a great performance, relatively last-minute inclusion into the squad, and he's certainly repaying that faith as things stand. Question is, though, for me, the Greenheath car, can he follow? Can he use Noller as a bit of a beacon in the fog and try and close up collectively between them to the Morpheus Racing car? 21 seconds, it's not an insurmountable amount of time in 2 hours and 14, surely.
No, it is not. Paul Turner at the wheel of that Greenheath car at the moment as they go through the S's up towards Clearways. Jack Noller looking comfortable behind the wheel of that Seed Data car. They're not closing the gap at all, so I think again Jack is just working on being as precise as he can. He knows from the one make Masters, just every little inch, nice smooth lap, get that gap opened up, break the toe, and then get your head down. Gap has opened up from the leaders. We see a move from the Olympic car down the inside of the rare vinyl car, so the Olympian GRD car is in 5th place. They've got over 50, 60 people here this weekend down in the garages. Give us a cheer if you can hear us, Olympian GRD guests. Great to have them here, great to have the team here. They've won the last 3 rounds. They know how to win in this series, and they're only 27 seconds behind the leaders. So are they working on the strategy? Are they going to tempt something out of nowhere? Are they going to work the rabbit out the hat? Let's see.
Oh yes, I'm basing it all on my 15 minutes of experience of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, but I do think that car is still very firmly in contention for sure for the overall race victory as we clear the 240. Was that the EDF Motorsport by Fate Club machine that we just overtook briefly there? Either way, Olympian GRD had a difficult middle part of the opening stanza of this race, but seemed to very firmly be back on the loud pedal once again. Stint number 3 for car number 1 is Riley Phillips, as we mentioned previously, and Riley doing a sterling job as things stand. The other thing is, we talked about traffic briefly, Rob, but again, That's the kind of team that we know are good in traffic. They're very committed, they're very precise. Oh,
Now
well,
talking
oh,
of traffic,
that's
that's
precise.
Jack Noller fell into trouble. So has he outbraked himself with the back marker there, or has he ran into an issue? Oh, Jack. Commentator's curse. Olympian GRD is going to come up to the back of him and just find out. There doesn't appear to be an issue with the car. A bit of brake knock-off. He's lost another position there just while he's got the pickup on his tyres. Perhaps being a bit wise and letting the car through and settling back into a rhythm. But it does look like he's potentially outbraked himself down into Graham Hill Bend with the back markers there. It's threw him off his game. Made the mistake. Greenheath prospers.
Hopefully we can get a little replay then of the seed data machine and their off-track excursions. We picked it up right towards the end of that particular move, but see if we can try and unpick that one a little bit. And perhaps that is a little bit of the Noller's not got quite the experience of some of these drivers in this car, in this championship, and he's very much outperforming what we've come to expect from the seed data car, 10th in the standings as things stand coming into this weekend. So real shame, but you keep the car clean, you keep it out of the barriers and the gravel, still very much game on for them, and now they've got to follow the Olympian GRD car for a little while. Be interesting to see if Noller is content to follow, or if he's going to pull of the pin even, Paul, get your teeth in, straight away. We'll find out as a bit of traffic comes into play once again.
Olympian having no problem at all with dealing with the traffic, dive straight up the inside, get out of my way, I need to get the job done. The other thing I've noticed on the timing screens is we see the seat data car just files its way past some traffic as well. Uvio Hoffman's gap has opened to second place, 5.5 seconds from the Morpheus Racing car. Greenheath has now opened up to 25 seconds from the leaders. Uvio Hoffman's sitting pretty out at front at the moment. We are heading towards the halfway point of this race.
Yeah, it's definitely looking good for the front two at this moment in time, but as we've seen so many times in the history of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, everything can change very quickly indeed. One ill-timed safety car, one bit of traffic bulking, like we're seeing exactly here on screen, and then it could all change very quickly indeed. That's the Red River Sport car in 10th place, getting out of the way of our 4th position car.
And the Greenheath car, they've already caught right up to the Greenheath car as well, so this is going to be a three-way battle for the last podium position in this race. Have we got some more sprint racing to come?
Oh, I fancy a bit more sprint racing. It'll suit me down to the ground. And again, just goes to show, doesn't it? You can have the pace at one part of the race, not so much at the other, but then it all comes back in. Stay on strategy, keep calm.
Car off in the background.
Oh, that's another splitter.
That is the Red River Sport car has just fallen foul of the Paddock Hill Grandstand. I tell you what, if the Fun Cup paddock wants to come together, they'll be able to start a driveway business or some sort of landscaping business for all the gravel they're picking up. Certainly, I think Mr. Palmer will be dropping off an invoice for the new gravel being collected.
And there'll be a group of spectators at Paddock Hill Bend, and they'll have a load of Fun Cup splitters on their man cave walls when they get home. It has to be said, I used to love doing that as a youngster. See an accident or something and take it away, and there's a bit of a move position. That's the Greenheath car in the Olympian GRD. We closed up to the back of him. We thought, do we make a move? Do we not make a move? No, we'll get it done straight away. Absolutely no problem. Greenheath down in the 4th position. The seed data car buying into this one as well. Can Noller do anything about it? Shows his nose nice and early. Telegraphs the move down into Paddock Hill Bend. Gets it done very quickly and very easily indeed. Greenheath putting up absolutely no defence. The reason why? They want the drag up the hill into Druid. Can't get alongside. Door firmly closed. Seed data have the position. Greenheath from 3rd to 5th in one fell swoop.
Here we go, guys. This is the fight for the podium position. So in 3rd place, Olympian GRD, showing they are the veterans, the wily old foxes of this championship. They've got 3 wins on the bounce. They had to start from the back. They've made their way towards the front. They've now made their way back up to 3rd place after being with the lead group early on. And Jack Noller, what a fantastic drive from him. As we've said, we've given him all of the plaudits. He's made a bit of a mistake. He's making up for it now. He's now got past the Greenheath car. They've got some clear air in front. Look at that tarmac in front of those cars, albeit there's a little bit of confetti, fiberglass confetti down at Paddock Hill Bend that I'll have to get out of the way of. But it does look like the Olympian GRD car has got through to 3rd place, has got the speed, and he's taken the seed data car with him. Can Greenheath respond?
Yeah, fabulous, fabulous stuff then. So, car number 1 on an absolute charge, it has to be said. They're on the bottom step of the podium as things stand. The seed data machine, though, is following in the wheel tracks. A little bit of look, actually, to the inside. Just briefly, just filling the mirrors, just let him know that we are there. And the Greenheath car that was previously holding on to the bottom step of the podium, they've dropped a little bit further away. We see it in shot now. Car number 15, position number 5 as things stand. Will they be able to keep with this warring duo? That's the big question. I dare say they're going to be going sideways like that one. Won't be helping any whatsoever. And that Greenheath car, Rob, I think he's just starting. Doesn't quite have the pace at this stage in the stint at least to stay with the two ahead of him. And damage limitation time, isn't it? Minimise the time loss to these two and hope that they get into their own bit of shenanigans as well, which looks very possible indeed.
Very much says so. Everyone now is settling back into their rhythm, but the Greenheath car is about a half a second in terms of pace off of the two cars in front. The Team Olympian GRD car is bringing the seed data car with them into the fight for a podium spot. The gap now between the leaders, by the way, the UVO Hoffman's Motorsport car to the Morpheus Racing car is 6.8 seconds the last time out on our timing screens. That may have gone even further as the leaders are passing over the start-finish line. 6.9 seconds, so the gap is growing for the Morpheus Racing team. They want to stay in podium contention. They need a result from this weekend. They've had so much bad luck. Ted Bradbury has had an absolute... He's got the eyes on. He wants a result for him and the team so much. And he would love to bring it to them. He's going to be getting ready for his next stint in the car. And what for Olympian as well. They want to make it 4 in a row. And they've brought the gap down to 23 seconds. It was 25 seconds between the third place cars. So in having this battle pack, they've brought everyone closer to the leaders. Let's see how it pans out heading into our 4th set of pit stops.
Yep, it's absolutely by far and away not game over yet at the front of the field. Any of the top 5 or 6 cars could be, realistically, the entire field could be in contention, but realistically, the top 6 or 7 are still very firmly in that conversation as things stand. Olympian GRD then, currently with the bottom step of the podium locked down for now, but the seed data number 214 has a little bit to say about that one. The Greenheath car, as predicted, just dropping a couple of car lengths further back. Not be too concerned about it at this stage in time. If you are Paul Turner behind the wheel of that Greenheath car, you're quite content to let these two squabble, let these two take it out of each other and the machinery around them, and then pick up the pieces that will invariably happen when squabbling kicks off in good style. Red River Sport, by the way, have dropped out of the top 10 now. They're down into 11th position. The GRM Eco machine moves up into that top 10 place, so good bit of driving under the radar for 157 as well. 157 driven as things stand by Chris Bridle behind the wheel.
Now, I do have some information from Jamie Peters-Ennis that I missed out on earlier, and that was from the last round of stops that we had. The car number 195, Morpheus Racing, only had a single fuel stop, whereas the UVO Hoffman's car had a double. Ooh. So that's where they swap places during that pit stop, but that gives UVO, I feel, the advantage. They don't need to do fuel the next time out, or rather, they can elongate their stints. They can run as long as they can. So is Morpheus going for the short, sharp stops and the fast pace?
Interesting. Interesting, because sometimes there's a lot to be said for going for the high pressure strategy. Yeah. Apply pressure to those around you, force their hand, make them outside of the comfort zone. Maybe a mistake, maybe just a stumble under pressure could open doors. So very interesting that we've got a counter strategy of sorts going on the front of the field, and great stuff from Jamie as well down there for picking that information up.
So Olympian GRD and Seed Data, they are making their way towards the front. They're just chipping away, just little increments. The team, to give you an idea, the Team Olympian GRD car and the Seed Data car, they're lapping in 56.9 second laps. The cars in front, UVO Hoffman's, Morpheus, they're around the 57.5 seconds. So they've got a little bit of a bit more pace. They're using the slipstream, and I think at this point they're working together. Oh, they got another car off in the background. That's a Greenheath car. So that's going to ruin his stint. That's certainly going to affect the downforce. Now, the bit I could see on the front there, the splitter hasn't detached. Is it scraping on the floor? Is it an issue? Is that going to lead to perhaps a visit to the pits that they didn't want.
Absolutely, and that just goes to show, doesn't it, that even the smallest of touch of the gravel on Graham Hill Bend, which is painfully easy to do in a racing car, has
let's
a
have
massive...
a look at the front of the car. So there is a part just hanging off there. I think if that gets any worse, the Clarks are going to want to have that car visit the pits, or certainly have it ripped off at the next pit stop.
Yeah, you've got to be careful that bit of bodywork doesn't start fouling the wheel, and then you've got a bit of tyre rub, and then you're in a whole world of problems. So no doubt the stewards and the officials will be taking a very close look at that one. Meatball flag will wave should they be unsatisfied with the condition of the car. But as things stand, the Greenheath machine is still broadly in that conversation for the podium fight. Certainly won't be helping their cause as things stand. So Uvio Hoffmans are our race leaders, car number 225 from Morpheus Racing. Olympian GRD in third position from that car, the Seed Data number 214. The Greenheath was seen in Strife, and then EDF Vape Club EDF Motorsports are in sixth, with Signature RV carrying their own damage but still doing a good job in seventh. And PLR Racing, Axiometrics and GMR Eco have moved up, snuck up under the radar discreetly into the top 10 in what's been a solid drive from there.
The GMR Eco team being carrying Gracie Mitchell and the twins that I spoke to earlier as well. So I think that's Chris and Edward Briddle. First time I've seen racing twins in there, and I did sneak the question which one is the quicker one. I'm not going to tell the folks at home who it is, because I believe we're going to be playing those interviews a bit later on, so I'll let the folks find out later on the live stream as well. But Gracie on double duty this weekend. She is out in the C1s tomorrow as well, getting as much experience in for her racing career. A fantastic race driver. She's had her fair share of great results. She's had her fair share of knocks as well. And we have some issues going on in the background. We've just got the producer in the ears. We've got a replay. So the car in front, we've got the Greenheath car that you're seeing in front with damage going on the car, and we have got a replay of what happened. So if we just cut to the replay, you can see exactly why the front splitter is hanging off. Got a little bit of a tang slapper, and that's all it takes. Just a kiss of the gravel there is all it takes. A tiny bit of mistake, a bit of correction, and there we go. So that bit of damage on the front splitter could affect them for the rest of the race.
Yeah, and it's so easy to do it at Paddock Hill Bend. You've got to be maximum commitment. You've got to really force the car through the corner, let it breathe on corner exit, run out to the full width of the racetrack. There is, as we've seen very visually there, literally, absolutely, categorically no space for something to go wrong as the first of our pit stops takes place. That's the Red River Sport car jumping down pit lane immediately as the pit window opens. They'll be handing over. This is stint number 4 as I mark on my sheet. And who's that going to be in the car for number 4? It is
Dominic Grimes.
So Grimes gets their opportunity to go out there and try and continue this charge into and within the top 10 runners in this field. It's been a drama-filled bit of racing over the last hour or so for them, but they're trending for a top 10 as things stand, which is a solid result.
And we are officially over the hump. 2 hours have elapsed of this 4-hour endurance race. The pit lane window is open, so the 4 stints are going to be coming into effect from now. Lots of pit lane activity down there, and Uvio Hoffmans, this stint, they have used this to get their head down and get a 9.5 second gap on Morpheus Racing. A fantastic job by the Uvio Hoffmans team. Morpheus Racing in second place, consolidating their podium position. They are going to be desperate for that place, and Morpheus running a bit lighter, a bit faster, shall we say, but that car in front, Uvio Hoffmans, leading this race. They double stinted the fuel, so are they going to be going for any more fuel this time around? Maybe just a bit of a splash and dash while they get the drivers swapped over and sorted. They're in the box seat at the moment. Third place Olympian GRD carrying Seed Data with them, and Greenheath dropping back after a trip to the gravel trap. Uvio.
Hello, what's that? Look, the door.
What's going on with the Uvio car? The door's flapping.
No, that's not an aerodynamical device. That is a problem.
Not.
So it's always a worry, isn't it, in a closed-top car about the doors and everything. There we go. Perfect timing. Get straight down pit lane.
Yeah.
Get that resolved. Do your pit stop, and there's no harm, no foul. But that could have been at a different time, at a different juncture in this race. That could have been an absolute disaster for our race leaders. But I haven't noticed that one, Rob, at any stage in this race. That's like a new problem that's developed, and hopefully that's just not something more fundamental that can be latched on again for the next stint without any problems.
And there we go. That's hopefully not as a result of any contact
Bit of gaffer tape.
earlier. Bit of gaffer tape. They are checking that door. Uvio done. They are back out on circuit. So that was a very quick pit stop. They have changed drivers, it would appear. Fantastic work from the pit crew down there. And Uvio rejoin this race. Now, where are they going to come out? In 5th place, having done their pit stop. They've done the driver change. Now, I did wonder with that door flapping as it was, whether the driver just thought, no, get out here, thanks.
Well, it's a nice day at Brands Hatch. Nice day in Kent in the sunshine. Perhaps a little bit warm in the overalls, but is there anything that gaffer tape can't fix on a racing car?
And certainly if gaffer tape can't fix it, cable ties can.
Hey, this is very true. That's the thinking man's game. I like that one. But hopefully that does stay for the duration of this next stint. Of course, there's lots of vibrations, lots of wind, lots of drama around the Brands Hatch Indy circuit on one of these cars. And it's only one sheet, one small strip. I can't keep these things up on the window in the commentary box with one small strip of gaffer tape. So let's see how that one goes. But no harm, no foul as things stand. 5th position, having done that driver change. And who does that put in the car for stint number 4? That is fabulous. Randaccio back behind the wheel. One of the most incredibly wonderful names in all of motor racing.
Okay, we've still got it is our understanding we've still got a bit of an issue with that Uvio car. So the car's coming up to Druids now. Let's have a little look. Okay, so let's have a look at the door now. You can see, you can't quite see.
No.
There we go.
The
door is going. So that is an issue for our leader. That Uvio car. They're going to have to pit again. I'm sorry, but you know the meatball flag is going to be coming out for that team. That door is still flapping. So if I was the team, I'd be getting a big sheet of gaffer tape ready. And once again, that puts pay to the Uvio effort potentially. Could it just be a door latch that's just causing an issue? Are they going to wait it out? Are the team going to call them in, or are they going to wait to get the meatball flag? The pit lane window is still open.
Yeah, I don't think the officials are going to like that one iota, so I do expect some kind of flag waving to be happening in the not too distant future. Of course, you can't just take your hand off and hold on to the door, even with the flappy paddles, because you're in a central driving position, so you literally can't reach that far over, and the Uvio squad will be furious about what's happening here. It seems like bad luck happens all the time. In fact, I'm hearing in my ear that the latch has broken on the door handle. Thank you very much for that information. The door handle has broken. The door latch, sorry, has broken. This is going to be more than its fair share of problems between now and the close of the race, because they've got to open that a few times to get out.
Well, the gaffer tape's failed. It's time for the cable ties, I'm afraid. So that car will have to pit. It cannot continue like that. So if the catch has broken, I think the team are potentially having a look at the strategy. Currently, they're not the on-the-road leader, of course. They have pitted, but out of all the 3 stoppers, they are up there. And what that does, that opens the door for your Olympians. That opens the door for your seed data. That opens the door for your Greenheath car. And I didn't mean that literally, but at the same time, it could well have done. And that's one of our early leaders just getting a bit of a bump start there. That's the rare vinyl car that we saw right up there. Early doors, so 23 laps down. But it's not going to be a case of if, it's when the Uvio Hoffman's car is going to pit to fix that door. And the one thing I don't know about these cars is whether the door can be replaced easily, where it can slide off its latches, put a brand new door on it, shut it, and away you go. I don't know. It is a composite door. Could be something a bit different. Either way, that needs fixing.
Yeah, all of these sort of permutations will be going on now within the team. They'll be discussing the best way forward to resolve this one. Of course, the gaffer tape is a temporary solution, and here we go. Oh no, I thought we were coming into pit lane, but we carry on. No mechanical warning flags. I can see it being waved for that car at this moment in time, which is good for the Uvio squad as we're looking now
at a few
EDF
more. Motorsport Vape Club car.
I thought they were coming back out, but they're actually going in a pit lane. So from 6th position, they came down pit road. They've got a little bit of time stationary to work through their service, and again, that will drop them a bit further down, but it's still, we'll not really find out the true running order for another 3 or 4 minutes while all the pit sequencers work their way through the timing screens, update themselves, and everybody gets back on the racetrack. So, what do you do, team manager Rob? What do you do? Call your car in or wait till somebody gives you a slap on the wrist and then do it?
It's difficult because you've got You've effectively got a pit window that is about to close. They can't do a driver change. They don't need to do another driver change. What I would potentially be doing is hoping that someone falls off and you get a safety car, and then you call the car in. You wait until the clerk tells you you need to come in and fix that door. Although saying that, I can't.
Did it resolve itself a little?
Has he fixed it? Let's have a look. There's not a lot of.
They do what I do for broken things. Just ignore it and it'll go away of its own accord. It seems to have. It did suggest on that last shot that it potentially is less of a drama than we saw. Not quite sure how. That's the 195 making way past the 97, of course. The 97, the XL Racing one, has had more than its fair share of dramas, but it's still just good to see the Green Heath car in pit lane. Going through their service, a thumbs up, and away we go. Back on once again.
The Morpheus Racing car, though, they're now in the box seat. They're watching the same feed as we're commentating on right now. They kind of know, right, guys, we bide our time. Uvio Hoffmans, their team members, are probably going to be putting together a big square of gaffer tape, and they're going to be getting it ready because the car will stop. They'll slam the door shut, they'll put the tape on it, and they'll let the car go again. Unless we're completely wrong about all of that. The door's fixed itself and the drivers managed to get it closed.
Yeah, I'm just hearing from pit lane from Jamie Peters-Ennis. Just sent a message. Car number 146 in 6th position. PLR Racing took no fuel at their last stop, and that'll explain a little bit why they're up in 6th place. But look at Signature RV. I just noticed while I was talking, they've moved up to 5th. That's not bad considering the near entirety of the front end of the car's missing.
So all the gravel coming in. No, leaders into the pit lane there. Morpheus Racing pit, making sure they don't touch the car. Fuel's going in. So the fuel going into the centre tank in the bonnet of that car. None of the team members touching the car. Driver's getting in. And that's Ted Bradbury getting ready to go back out. And the good thing is, Uvio hits trouble. Morpheus had a bit of a cushion to 2nd place. Now they're getting their fast driver in the car, and Uvio have potentially got to pit and get the door fixed. Morpheus have suddenly benefited from that, and they're looking really good.
Yep, absolutely. It's worked out very nicely this last half an hour or so for Morpheus Racing. The 5th position, as you say, on track, having come out of pit lane, or are coming out of pit lane, having served their 4th stop of the day. Pit window is now closed. You can see the message from race control giving one more lap for anybody to mop up the requirement to head down pit road. Of course, you don't have to take fuel, but you do. Oh, and there's the door. The lack of latching is an issue. Still
flapping away. They can't let that go on for much longer. Olympian, GRD and Seed Data cars into the pits. They have pitted together. Jack Noller is getting ready to get back out of that car. That's the Olympian team being worked on there. And that looked like a double stint of fuel, so they're going for the double trouble in terms of the fuel jugs. The driver's getting in now, so that car is going to be taken over by Chris Devell.
The thing about this one as well is we spoke about Olympian several times and their victory prospects, despite being 23 seconds down the road. All of the dramas that we're seeing before, the Uvio car, etc., plus the absolutely sensational pace of the Olympian GRD, they're getting right back in there, stealthily in the background. Mark my words, you and I will be talking, we'll look at the screen and go, and it'll be in the fight for the lead in the non-too-distant future, I'm sure. Maybe another couple of pit cycles, but they're getting there.
Absolutely, and basically disregard anything I said about Uvio and Morpheus fighting it for the win. It's going to be any man for themselves. Who knows? GMR Eco will probably pull out an absolutely blinding strategy, get to 1st place and nick it off the line there. But this is great endurance racing. I often get told by the likes of Andy McEwen, he loves the Fun Cup Championship and commentated on it. I spoke to David Addison earlier in the year that had a chance to commentate on the Fun Cup round at Alton Park, and he was thrilled at the prospects of commentating on Fun Cup again. There is just something about this Endurance Championship that brings something to the viewer and indeed to the commentator.
I could not agree more. As I say, first time in the box for this series and first real significant exposure, shall we say, of the championship, and I've just been bowled over, not just by the on-track product, because I love all motor racing, even boring racing. I love it all. So the on-track product's exceptional, you can't argue with that one. But it's the paddock, it's the atmosphere, it's the personalities involved, it's the team such as yourself that have welcomed me into the team for this weekend. Event organiser, speaking of Paul Rose yesterday, gave me plenty of his time to tell me all about the Fun Cup. It's just the full thing. He's just an incredibly warming, friendly, engaging atmosphere. It's fabulous as well, being a longer race as a fan, trackside. If you're a family man, you've got children you want to bring along, or nephews, nieces, whatever it might be, get down, you've got plenty of time to roam the circuit, check out different vantage points. The teams are all really friendly and open, they'll happily show you the car and what it's all about. It is just a real, friendly, engaging paddock with absolutely sensational, really long sprint races.
and that's it. And the car in front of this battle pack you see there, Morpheus Racing, they're just waiting now. I am amazed actually. There's been nothing certainly on our timing screens to suggest that Uvio is being called into the pits, who have come out of that pit stop, last round of pit stops, with a 21-second lead. So it's really playing well for them. Morpheus Racing in second, and the Olympian GRD team there in third place, and they are 29 seconds roughly removed, which, to put that into context as well, ladies and gentlemen, that's about half a lap round here. So from first to third place, Uvio they're in the box seat, so to speak. They haven't opened the door for any of the other drivers. And speaking of an open door, it's still, there we go, that's the issue. The door is opening on the right-hand side. I don't get why they haven't been called in yet. I don't understand that.
I don't want to obviously be drawing too much attention to it, but I'm very surprised. I thought that would have been jumped on almost immediately by event officials. So, right strategy by team. Wait until called.
Wait until called, and it's not slowing their race pace either. They're lapping at around 57.3 compared to Morpheus 57.6, and Team Olympian, they're lapping at 58.5 seconds. So they're actually pulling a bit of a gap. What they're doing there is they're potentially buying themselves a bit of time, a bit of extra time that they need to get the car in, tape on, get it back out again. They know that latch is broken. It's also going to affect their pit stops later into the race. It potentially means they have to keep that door shut or taped shut. There's lots to unfold here.
Yep, it's going to be a hard push. One, nevertheless, at the front of the field, Uvio, of course, covering all bases necessary to mitigate for any future issues that door opening might be. Does he have a big stick in the cockpit that he can attach the door and then open it when people are trying to overtake to make the car twice as wide and close it again? It could be a new trick. As we look at the PLR Racing number 146 now, this is a car that we've not seen a great deal of so far in fourth place. Then the Seed Data number 214 that you're looking at here. That's a little bit of traffic. We're not fighting for position with the 221. 221 being a little bit further down the running over Skull Club car in 20th, but 32 laps in arrears, courtesy of the dramas that they encountered earlier in the race. Understatedly impressive drive thus far from PLR Racing, in my opinion, Rob. They've done it. As a fan, I don't like to see it, but as a professional, I do. No drama, no excitement around that car. They've gone out, they've done the business, they've delivered lap time, they've delivered what they needed to do, and the reward is currently in fourth position. No thrills, delivering on what you need to deliver on.
No thrills at all. They've gone what I would call underrated, under the radar. They've got the job done.
Yeah.
That's what they need to do. They're letting their strategy play out, and I take my hat off to the team down at PLR Racing. They've got themselves up to fourth place. They're still around 40 seconds off the lead, so I'd say about 3/4 of a lap off the lead. As we could also see in the background, the Seed Data car was having a bit of a scrap with one of the back markers, which was quite amusing there. We've potentially got some interview action lined up with... We've got Paul Turner down in the pit lane, and he's going to be speaking to Joey Peters-Ennis.
Thanks, Rob. Yeah, I'm down with Paul Turner. It's been a hectic race, but it's going all right so far, mate, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we're just simple sort of tactics of staying out of trouble, stay up there, stay with the lead pack if we can. I could tell in the first stint it was going to be a bit of carnage. I wasn't quite expecting Ratters to do such an amazing leap as they did,
but thank goodness it all landed on all four wheels, and John was all right. But yeah, it's been hectic, but it always is. You know, around a short circuit like this, it's always going to be pretty scrappy.
And you've borrowed Chris for this weekend. Unfortunately, Gary was unavailable. We send him all the best. How's that all been going?
Yeah, brilliant. I mean, Chris is a great super sub. Step right in. He's a good pedaler. Knows what he's doing. Knows his way around a Fun Cup car. He's good at a bit of coaching as well. So we've been getting a few little tips, different lines, different braking points. So yeah, it's all good. So you know, just try and keep it pointing in the same direction.
And that's the key, isn't it? Staying out of trouble and staying on that lead lap.
Yeah, absolutely. You can save half a second round here and cost yourself either a stop-go, which unfortunately at Snet was my nemesis, or you can end up doing a suspension. So yeah, it's better to try and keep it as clean as possible.
Excellent, thanks a lot, mate. That's Paul Turner from Greenheath, aka Spartan as his nickname. Back to Rob and Paul.
Fabulous stuff, thank you very much there, Jamie. Paul Turner, of course, in the Greenheath car that are doing a good job despite the dramas that they've had before themselves. 6th position as things stand in the car at the moment is Christian Rose behind the wheel, and right on cue there is the car now with front splitter pulled away on the last pit stop. So we've still got a bit of front splitter, a bit of front right downforce for whatever benefit that might generate, but no longer any flailing bodywork, no danger of that one falling off and fouling some more important bits of the race car. So doing a good job so far in 6th position for that car. There we go, we can see the timing stack on your screen there. You can see confirmed car number 14, position number 6. The 246 Vape Club EDF Motorsports machine is not a million miles away from that one as well, trying to keep things honest. There we go, a beautiful shot as we run down into Paddock Hill Bend. And there is the EDF car that you see behind. So that's going to turn into a bit of a squabble for position in the non-too-distant future. 6th place is what they're fighting over. Good result for both of those cars as things stand. But 1 hour, 40 minutes left on the clock. I have absolutely no expectation that this will remain a battle for 6th place come the checkered flag. There's still a whole bunch of racing yet to go. So while we're watching those ones, let's have a quick look at where everybody is in the overall running order. In 1st position, it is the UVO Hoffman's car, number 225, although they do have a question mark attached to that one as to the loose fitting door at this moment in time. 195 Morpheus Racing are the fastest lap holders. They're in 2nd position ahead of the Olympian GRD car number 1. Started at the back of the grid, worked their way all the way up to the front, then dropped back into the lower reaches of the top 10. Their recovery drive continues in fine style. In 4th place is the 146 PLR racing car that we saw on our screen just a few moments ago, as Rob and I mentioned. An under the radar, understated but no less successful performance from those. And then the 214 Seed Data ahead of this car, the Greenheath machine that Rob has now had the front splitter, or the damaged part of the front splitter, removed, so no danger of catching some tyres.
Yeah.
Although you've got a bit of splitter, that's going to be weird downforce, isn't it?
That's not going to be working as efficiently as it should be. And that car in the background there behind the Greenheath car, the EDF Motorsport Vape Club car, they started on the front row. They have been consistently in the top 10. A great performance from the EDF crew so far. And you have a look at that car, there's barely a mark on it. I think that kind of shows about the driving standards in this race so far. And the driving standards across the whole championship in this race. We had a bit of an unfortunate incident with a brake issue, but on the whole, the racing has been hard, fair, and close, and that's what you want. Oh, we got a spinner.
Perfect timing. Well played, old chap. Well played. That's the Axia Metrics car. Sorry. So that happened at Paddock Hill Bend, but on the inside rather than the outside. I think they've been for quite the wild ride. Doesn't look bent, which is nice.
Oh, we got a puncture.
Oh, no.
That's why. There we go. So the rear left has said nope, no more on that. So we got a puncture on that car, and it's actually punched a hole in the rear arch. Let's follow this car around the circuit and see how that's going to affect it, because wow, the Axiometrics car, they were one of the cars right up there at the start of this race anyway, but the driver fighting for control.
I think while we're looking at that one, have Olympian and PLR swap positions, so PLR Racing have moved up in a third, Olympian drop down in the 4th place that we've not seen while we're watching the Hobble in 103 make their way. That's such a horrible pit entry as well when you've got damage, isn't it?
Exactly.
So easy to make an absolute plonker of yourself and go into the barriers.
Who decided to put a chicane there? I mean, honestly. But out in front, the UVO Hoffman's car, as we just see the wheel being changed there, the team getting to work. And the only thing you will see on this car, the team will be having a look to see what went bang, what went punctured on the car. If there's anything that cut into it, then we're having a good look. Have a look on the inside. Is there anything sticking into the tyre?
And that's often a vital. Sorry, Rob. Carry on.
No. So the only thing when you're doing a tyre change, all of the components are hot. So you've got to be so careful when doing up the nuts because it's so easy to snap a wheel stud as well. I sort of winced a bit at that. The engineer in me kind of winced a little bit as they were doing the wheels up on that.
Interesting to see though that one, that often when you have a situation like this, the teams, not in Fun Cup but in other series I follow, teams are very quick to get the car, new tyres on, back out again, minimise time loss. Clever to be having a look, make sure there's nothing foul in the bodywork, make sure that you've reduced the risk of having a repeat failure due to some kind of issues.
Yeah, they've had to have had a good look at that and just make sure that it isn't a piece of bodywork that's cut into the tyre. They've had a good look at the tyre as well. You saw the team members doing that. Now, the other thing I kind of want to arc back to in this race, effectively we've got 5, mathematically, even more people fighting for the championship in this. I mean, UVO Hoffman's, they're in 2nd place in the standings going into this. I mean, Team Olympian GRD, they were 10 points to the good leading to this. How is this going to play out to the standings if UVO Hoffman's managed to grab the win here? I mean, I'm amazed. And we were talking about this while Jamie was doing his brilliant interviewing, and well done, Jamie. He's doing a fantastic job down in the pit lane as per usual. How have UVO not been called in yet?
Yep, it's interesting to me to see the decision having been left so late or not at all, as the case may be. I will go back and spin a positive on that one though. Yeah. Big credit to UVO Hoffman's team that they didn't bail into pit lane immediately and elected from a strategic point of view just to hold the horses a little bit, see what happens, see if the meatball flag comes out, see if the problem becomes worse, because obviously they're not going to leave a dangerous car out on the racetrack. No. They're content, they've seen the issue, they're content it's not a risk factor. Yeah. Clark of the course and stewards apparently are also content it's not a risk factor. Yeah. So you could have quite easily bought yourself a self-imposed penalty coming down pit lane, so credit to them for that one.
And they'll be keeping, I'm sure, both the Clarks and the stewards here will be keeping an eager eye on the UVO Hoffman's car, and they will probably have it in mind that that is a car that is contending for the championship. Yeah. They don't want to make a decision that will, you know, ruin a race effectively if they don't have to. Jamie Peters-Ennis just letting us know that Axiometrics car 103, it was definitely a puncture. So thank you, Jamie, for pointing that out for us. Yes, but it'd be kind of interesting to see what caused that puncture, whether it was a bit of debris. We've had a few cars lose splitters. Fiberglass, a lot of people wouldn't think so. Fiberglass is very good at cutting tyres. It can do that, especially if it's left out on the circuit, so potentially a piece of splitter.
And in particular at Paddock Hill Bend, we just saw the shot perfectly on time, as you were saying, that one with debris all over the gravel and the racetrack. It's very, very easy, as you say, to pick up any kind of damage to the car, any kind of damage to the tyres. It doesn't even have to be an immediate one. It could be something that you picked up and over time, pounding the curbs, the pressure of being a race car on a racetrack, and then the tyre lets go. But the end result is still the same, of course, and it is quick running repairs required in pit lane, which is a real shame, but fortunately the car's still running, of course, so no real worry about having race-ending consequences as things stand. So it feels like, and I know that this is opening the door for everything to go absolutely bonkers as soon as I say it, but we've got a moment to breathe in this race. You asked me, oh, there we go.
You say that, battle for fourth, Olympian, Seed Data, BLR Racing, they're all having a good
and there's a pass
on, aren't there? There is indeed, but the PLR Racing and the Olympian GRD team, they are fighting for that last podium position. PLR, you are a fantastic team for me, really understated, under the radar, got the head down, got the job done, so well done team. And Seed Data and Olympian GRD, they are going to be banging their castanets together making sure they try and get a good result out of this.
Does feel a little bit though like the pace is starting to fall away again in the Olympian car, much like we saw earlier in the race. What is it? This is stint number 4. So who've we got behind the wheel? Chris again behind the wheel. Just seems to not quite have the overall pace of his teammates. He's in the Masters category, of course, and Olympian, bear in mind, are leading both Masters and the main championship. But that sort of lack of pace of his cohorts is beginning to hurt that car as it drops again down the running order. And only 1 hour 32 left on the clocks, and only a single mandatory pit stop remaining. Quite the challenge to make it 4 in a row.
Very much so, and Jamie Peterson is coming back with some more info on the door situation. He's spoken to Farkini, and the door latch has actually come off the door.
Oh, bless you.
So definitely needs some more zip ties or gaffer tape, and if it still moves, it needs even more. As we see a nice little move down into
somebody's mantelpiece that's somewhere, won't it? For sure, next to the gold clock.
Absolutely. Well, it's an old adage in motor racing. If it's supposed to move and it isn't, you use WD-40. Other brands are available. If it is moving and it isn't supposed to, then gaffer tape or cable ties. That's a must for any motor racing toolbox. Car number 212, as we see there in shot, that's the EDF run Rock car, the Rocker Division car. They're down in 18th position now with some slightly slower lap times. They're 28 laps down, so they've had some issues in that car that they're nursing, I feel, but it's a bit gutting for them. They were up there early doors.
It's gutting, but big credit to them for sticking at it, showing respect to their competitors, respect to the organisers, and for their own benefit as well, but staying out there, plugging away, taking to the checkered flag. In racing, and I don't care if you're a youngster or you're 65 years old gentleman driver, every lap you do, you learn something. More tools for the armoury, more tools to put in the chest for future, even 28 laps in a race at the back of the pack. So big credit to them for sticking with this one.
Fantastic.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yabba dabba do.
Stay off the grass, Green Heath, stay off the grass. I think that was a bit too much looking in the mirrors. The EDF car's there as well. This is the battle for 5th. EDF car down the inside. We've got some sprint racing again, Paul. With the EDF car making its way, and that's the leader trying to go through there. 31 seconds to the good. He's like, what are you lot doing? I'm just trying to get through and stick to my race lead. And look at the cars they've got to try and stick through. The only problem with the Fun Cup cars, I can't see any flashing lights because I don't think there is any for these guys to sort out. So a lot of gesticulating and hand waving, I feel. The Rock Division car very sensibly getting out of the way. EDF Motorsport Vape Club car making it a bit more difficult for the Uvio car as it moves down the inside of car number 97. Still missing out on their 10 grand. They'll be seething at that. And the battle for 5th place is hotting up.
Oh, that was not good.
Off. That's not good.
That was 2 cars in the space where only 1.5 may fit. And I was just about to say before we saw that incident as once again another splitter says wham bam, see you later. It's difficult enough as a commentator in the commentary box to pick out who's on the lead lap, who's racing for position, who needs to get out of the way. Imagine being in the cockpit. Is the guy behind me that's closing down on me like a pack of wolves for position or a race leader?
That's where the race engineer comes in, and that's where they've got to be so... The race engineer in that case has got to be so critical. They'll be keeping their legal eyes out. They'll almost become their spotter, NASCAR style. They'll be telling the driver, this car number, that's who you're fighting, here's the gap. They'll know what gap is to the car in front. They'll know what gap is going to be to the car behind. And we've got a replay of some shenanigans from earlier on, so let's have a look back. There we go. So we're going down into Graham Hill Bend. Car on the outside. Car number 97. I think that was a bit naughty. Give them a bit more room, guys.
Doesn't look any better in slow motion than it did during the live.
And, poor Vape Club with EDF hung out to dry a bit there. But that is the problem with lap traffic. You've got to make your way past these cars. But I'm sure the 97 team will learn from that. And next time, just leave a bit more room.
Paul Hardy there, of course, behind the wheel of the XL Motorsport. So Paul Hardy's supposed to be behind the wheel. I don't want to commit to that one in case it's not quite correct. If there's been an incident, that never goes down well. But clearly it's so much happening on the racetrack, it's very difficult. There's no malice intended there. It is just a pure out-and-out issue. As we saw a little bit of a battle developing. We'll look at the C data car, but there is the Green Heath machine behind. The Uvio car hour is passed, so a lap has been put on, and that is demoralising. When you're in 5th and you're thinking, hey, I'm having a nice day, I'm doing good here, I'm doing a good job.
And then the leader laps you.
Yeah, quite easily. Clears your way through. You think, okay, that hurts. Yes, we only have a quarter or a third of a splitter, shall we say, at the front of that car. So it's got some bizarre downforce characteristics. One with, oh, there we go, sideways too, for good measure. I spoke to Paul Rose yesterday, and saying Chris Rose yesterday, and he said the track is so greasy. It's the slowest I've ever been around Brands Hatch. Conditions are broadly the same. I've had a bit of running. I dare say it's not optimal conditions for a driver, and sideways suggests perhaps the grip hasn't quite arrived just yet.
And you've got to look at the heat as well. The heat is going to be hell on these tyres. It really is not going to be good. The GT tyres are brilliant tyres. They're a great sponsor for the series. They're a great tyre provider for the series. But you're pushing these tyres way close to their boundaries. You know, it's an endurance race. As a driver, it's always good to go, I'm going to go balls out. You've got to look after the tyres. You know, they're your 4 main contact patches to the ground. That's all that's stopping your car from contacting the ground. So you've got to look after them to an extent. Uvio now making points to pass.
Oh, don't go 3 wide for the love of everything. Don't go 3 wide.
That was looking a little bit tasty there as they go on to the start-finish straight there.
Oh, we'll go for the middle instead, because that's equally safe.
Equally just as safe, if not same. Down the inside of the C Data car, they're looking to get past now, and that would be equally as demoralising. Okay, we'll have a new question to ask as we go into the last hour and a half of this race. Can the Uvio Hoffmann's car lap the entire field with a door half open on the way to a win here at Brands Hatch? And while we're speaking of the door watch, have we got the door flapping still?
It's just so he can wave to people on his way past, so thank you for the space. That is looking a little bit more Larry, jokes aside. Oh, hello, don't go back up the inside C Data, don't forget you're not racing for position. Yes, you don't want to give up ground, but I thought the C Data was going to the inside then. I will say, Rob, I think as you were sort of mentioning the door, which I'd kind of brushed to the back of my mind a little bit, it does look a little bit more dramatic, that flapping, than we saw last time around. Right, I'm hearing in my ear, by the way, we'll take a pause on that one because Jamie Peters Ennis has Red River Sport down on pit lane.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. I bumped into Johnny Molam from Red River Sport, who had a very busy first stint earlier on this afternoon, and obviously Gareth had a hectic one as well. A little bit of a minor off at paddock, but these things happen, don't they, Johnny?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Bonamy Grimes did a brilliant job at the start because we drew 20. We drew last, but effectively Team Olympia had to start last because they won the last race. Well, the last few races, everyone that follows Fun Cup knows. And then Bond did a brilliant job to get up to 10th. And then we got quite lucky with the safety car because we were able to pit under the safety car because we were a little bit back off the leader and the leaders couldn't. And I got in and I cycled through to 7th just on the safety car, or 8th, I think. Then I managed to get up to 3rd, had a really good time. Bit shout out to Christian Rose, he let me through with minor rubbing, and then followed. So we had a nice race together. But by the time we sort of weaved our way through, the lead had gone. So we just ran 3rd and 4th. And then when Gareth first got in, he had a bit of a minor incident at Graham Hill on his outlap, and then that incident at paddock. But like I just said to him, he's beating himself up over it. But this is his 8th ever race, and he's going up against people that know this like the back of their hand, and his pace is already there. But of course, you're going to find him make mistakes. And this track, as you're seeing, and as the commentators are probably finding, it literally comes at you. And doing lap after lap after lap of the Brands Hatch Indy circuit in a Fun Cup car with people buzzing around you all the time, it takes a lot of your mental capacity, and so I'm not surprised that it's sort of burning a few people out.
And you said last year at Silverstone that the knack to driving these things was to get them drifting all 4 wheels and being as smooth as you can, and even you've admitted it's taken you a little bit longer than you thought to get your head around it, hasn't it?
Well, I mean, I think I understood them pretty quickly. Whether I could execute what I was trying to achieve is another matter altogether. So yeah, I found the cars, it's all about momentum. So if you overdrive the corner entry, you lose lap time. But at the same time, if you're not quick enough on the corner entry, you lose lap time. So there's a real knife edge to them, and I found that they're quite tricky cars to drive. But we haven't really got into the nitty-gritty of the setup. Team Olympia deserve to be doing well, because like even just driver change practice, we're standing there watching them eating sandwiches while they're doing driver change practice every hour of the day. And they optimise their car setup, things like that. We're not here really for that. We obviously want to do well. We've had a couple of Masters podiums, which actually was our objective, but this is all about Gareth, really, Gareth Williams, and him sort of achieving his dream of getting better and better in motor racing, and that's what we're here for. And every time he goes out there, he's on such a steep learning curve. He learns, and this is the best British Fun Cup Championship, the best environment for him to do that.
And plan to see you out for the rest of the year and then a full campaign next year?
Yeah, we're going to probably be back, I would say, and do it again, definitely. We're doing the last 2 rounds at Donington and Alton Park, and like I said, for Red River clients, this is ticking every box. And I also, I must admit, when I'm out there racing, I have a blast as well. And there's some very, very quick drivers out there, so you know, they're keeping me really honest.
Fantastic, thanks a lot, Johnny. That's Johnny Molan from Red River Sport, and it's back to the commentary box with Rob Lewis and Paul Jeffrey.
Right. What sandwiches are they going for, do you reckon?
I don't know, but I've not eaten today, so I'm going to go and find out to see if there's any spare when this race is over and done with. It's. I will just say, though, again, Johnny Molan, what a legend of sport. And he's here, and he's waxing lyrical about this championship, how it works for him, works for his clients when he's doing driver development. But that, in the nicest way possible, I would expect those sort of words to come from him. But what really resonated, sandwiches aside, in that conversation for me was he's saying, with all the experience that he's got behind the wheel, he has a blast when driving these cars. I don't think there can be anything that anyone can say ever that can cover. Somebody like Johnny Molan says these are good cars.
Oh, we got the 97 car in strife again. Yeah, that £10,000 really out the window, and that looks like potentially another driveline failure, similar to what they had before. The car crawls to a stop, gutting for the team. They were so up for this.
Yeah,
they really were. But battle fourth. Seed Data and Greenheath have decided, you know what, we're going to bang our castanets together now. We're going to go for this. Let's get some hard racing in. It's time for more sprint racing, Paul.
Yippee-ki-yay, that's what we like to see. Great stuff. Greenheath are the car on the attack. Seed Data are the car on the defence. Greenheath have a little bit lighter car, courtesy of a lack of front splitter. Well, they make up for a straight line. They most certainly will be losing in the corners. Although no harm on this occasion through Paddock Hill Bend for the first time down the hill. On the run up to Druids, the inside line has been claimed. Bagsy, the inside line into Druids. Job done. Nice and easy, nice and conservative.
Also, you think, here comes the Seed Data car. Will they just concede, without trying to be a bit punny here, will they try and concede the line and just sit behind the Greenheath car and go, you know what, we're in the position we are, let's just go towards the end, get our final stops done, and away we go. Because I have a feeling the Seed Data car, oh no, Jack Noller is in for stint number 5, so it will be Matt Hogg that takes it to the end. And the pit window is open.
Pit window, number 5, pen gets clicked. Number 5 gets ridden on there, and immediately Seed Data decide to dive down pit lane and swap over their drivers. And as you say, number 5 stint Jack for Noller. That one is Jack feels like he's been in the car every 5 minutes, doesn't he? He's really been getting his seat time in this race.
But I'll tell you what, if you want to get a driver in there now, you need Jack Noller. Yellow flags out.
Hello.
Oh, so they're going to be
in unison. We stand up to look out the window.
So we're going
safety car.
And they've got safety car. So there we go. We're going to bunch up the field. UVO Hoffmans have a pit stop to do. They've got a door issue. They've stayed out. They haven't been called in. But let's put it this way: have we got a safety car out on circuit?
What's going on here? The flags have been rescinded.
They obviously had the flags out to recover the car. We thought at one point, because of the extent of the yellow flags we had out, we had a safety car out on circuit. Our timing screens and the rest of the circuit say otherwise. I thought we got lucky then.
I did too. I thought that was going to be excitement.
I think UVO Hoffman's had just had a mini heart attack because they've got enough strife as it is, but as they say, without trying to be a bit punny, when one door closes, or in UVO's case it won't close, another opens, so to speak. Greenheath car into the pits. Drivers decided, yeah, I'm going to get out the car now. New driver in, they're going to strap him in, as we see Chris McCarthy in the background holding some sort of camera.
Oh, Chris is here. I'll have to find him and say hello.
Yes, pop down and say hello. Greenheath back out on circuit. Brilliant pit stop team. Fantastic work there. Uber professional. EDF Motorsport, really impressed with them as well. The Vape Club car in 5th place. The car clean as a whistle. 246. Well done, team, also. So, as it stands with the pit stops going on at the moment, our 2nd place car is in the pits. That is the Morpheus Racing car. They have done the fastest lap of the race. They're getting some fuel in. The drivers are getting strapped in now. And the Morpheus car is going to be piloted on the 5th stint by Ted Bradbury. He's going to be fast. We know it's going to be a fast car because he's taking both this stint and the next one. He's taking that car to the end.
And I do like how Ted, obviously you can't touch the car during the pit sequence until you get into it, but did stand leg hovering, ready, stood on one leg, so he doesn't have to waste the time lifting the foot and reaching forward. I love that one, looking for the fractional gains everywhere.
Almost learnt that from sibling rivalries. Not touching, can't get mad. Not touching, can't get mad. Almost learning a bit from the childhood, potentially. I do joke, it's the little tense that we look for in sports like this. More pit stops going on down the pit lane. When are UVO Hoffman's going to call themselves into the pit lane and get that door sorted as well? We're going to see what they do to that in the race. Will they use more tape?
Well, as you say, there's probably going to be a tape square created from many rolls of gaffer tape, possibly even a mechanic somewhere sellotape to the floor in the back of the garage while getting yourself, you know what it's like when it comes to using gaffer tape. So we will find out. There's definitely a solution needs to be thought of. I dare say that cable ties are maybe not that solution for the ease of access and egress into the car, and right on cue. Here is the UVO Hoffman's car. That door is looking a little bit further ajar than it has done earlier.
Not only are they dealing with door issues, they're coming up to lap PLR Racing, who as it stands are in 2nd place. They have lapped the field. What an impressive performance from the UVO Hoffman's machine so far today. A fantastic drive. You've really got to take your hats off to him. We'll see what happens in these final stints. To me, that kind of says to me that they're just driving the car as hard as they can now, get the lap times in and give themselves some buffer time if they are called into the pits.
And that's the only sensible strategy, isn't it? Just go, 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 go. Like in other forms of racing, Grand Prix racing, when you get a 10-second penalty added to your time, you know about it, you mitigate, 5 seconds as it is now. You mitigate it by going as fast as possible. That's what they're doing. Go as fast as possible so they've got a buffer to do whatever it is that they might need doing. Fuel and driver reinserting themselves in the car into the 49. These have had a quiet drive, but a good one considering the damage for a long time on the front of that car.
Absolutely. So that would have removed a little bit of performance from the car, but the team have been going about their business as best possible. The BBC tuning team helping out with that car. They've set it on its way again. Fantastic job from them. We're in the midst of the pit stops at the moment, and the UVO Hoffman's Motorsport team and the EDF Motorsport Vape Club car 246 are yet to pit. PLR Racing, though, according to our timing screens, have pitted 4 times. So they are 1 lap down on the UVO car, so that is 1st and 2nd, as you see on screen there, but the PLR car is a lap down. A phenomenal drive from the UVO car.
Yep, it really has been very, very impressive. We thought we had a bit of a race on our hands in the early stages at the front of the field. We've had a great race, of course, all the way through. The history books will say a 1-lap advantage with 1 hour and 14 minutes to go. But reality that you and I know and have seen on screen says it's been an absolute cracker up to this point. Still 1 hour 14 minutes left to go. If you're on the BRSCC YouTube channel and you've watched all the way through, congratulations to you. If you're just joining us, a big warm welcome indeed. It's wonderful to have you with us here for this broadcast as we're in the summer Summer race weekend. There we go. They're not hard words, but saying together can be difficult. Summer race weekend Fun Cup Endurance Championship here at Brands Hatch, and yeah, it'll take me a few days to digest everything that's happened in this race. How the strategic guys and girls on the pit wall do this in real time, it's impressive for sure, really is.
And some of the setups in the garages are nothing short of impressive as well. And I'll give a shout out to Team Olympian for that. They've got the GRD sponsorship, they've got loads of guests down this weekend. They've set up a nice branded screen for all of their guests, and a great setup, and again showing that what effectively is good club national endurance racing, still bringing top blue chip sponsors, and really showing what this championship can do. Uvio Hoffman's to the good, yet to pit. PLR Racing in second, Morpheus Racing in third with the fastest lap of the race so far. And on your screen is the car in sixth place, the Olympian GRD sponsored car with the impressive pit lane facilities. They're in sixth place. They've won the last 3 races so far this year, and they'll be looking to get another top result to add to their championship fights. But the team in second place, Uvio Hoffmans, they are in the box seat to take some more points off them. It's going to look good. And MJ Tech, well, if you are a fan of MJ Tech, I'm afraid they've had a bit of a nightmare. They are 30 laps down. They are in 20th place, 18th place at the moment, so that's going to hurt their championship aspirations. And the team in fourth place, the Vape Club with EVF Motorsports, if it stays as it is, they're going to get a good bank of points as well, so well done to that team there as well. You don't have to be winning all the time, you have to be consistent, and that's certainly what that team is doing.
And the championship's designed to reward consistency for that exact reason. Again, we have a drop score round where, if anybody doesn't know what drop score is, not something we get much of nowadays. It's when a team can elect to drop one of their results over the course of the year against their overall points. And the point structure, 70 for a win, 68 for second, 66 for third, and -2 points on down. Rewards consistency. I looked, as you were talking there, Rob, at the standings, 10 points between our top 2. And I was thinking, oh yeah, Uvio, we're going to go into the championship lead if things are stand. No, because the points are quite tight between each other. So we are setting ourselves up massively for what should be an absolute cracker next time out as well, when we're back in action again. Really, yeah, this race has been phenomenal, and the championship is just lining up to be spectacular, isn't it?
Really is lining up to be spectacular. So, cars just sorting themselves out. Olympian GRD on the screen there. A lot of tyre squealing from the cars as they push the GT tyres to the limit. The fast track car, the Air Miles car as I like to call it, into the pit lane for a splash and dash. The Air Miles car simply because every driver has come from some different facet of the world, from Malta, from Sweden, New Zealand, all sorts. Really showing that this is an international championship.
Yeah, it's fabulous to see, isn't it? Of course, it's nice that we have drivers from all over the world. That's testament to the quality of the racing that we undertake. So, stint number 5, the fast track machine number 5, that will be Simon Lidson behind the wheel. Simon is in there. That door's not shut. I'm going to go back to that one and get it snagged. Don't let it go. No. Always check your doors. Rule number 1 of a tin top car. Oh dear. Is it shut?
It does look shut. To be fair, fiberglass doors, and just a big shout out to Simon. This is his first race in a car.
Oh wow!
So this is his first race. They're out at Brands Hatch. And do you know what?
For the first race,
I'm gonna, at risk of putting the kibosh on it, the fast track car. They've finished well. They're not last. He said the goal is not to finish last. They're 15th overall. So well done to that team, and we hope to see them all back there. Six laps down. Perhaps got some more lesser skilled drivers than the drivers near the top of the standings, but nonetheless it's great. Leader in.
Right then, let's peel our eyes a little bit using the window in front of us and the screen in front of us. Let's have a look exactly at what this car number 225 does in terms of the door and the issues that they have been having for the last couple of hours or so. So here we go.
Doors
in the
blown
box.
open, the driver's got out. Where's the tape?
Masses and masses of tape.
Fuel is going in. So we'll have a look and see what fuel they are going to dump in. I have a feeling they're going to, that's it, they're putting 2 churns in. There's the gaffer tape in question, so that effectively is your door latch. That's what's holding the door shut.
That's optimistic in the extreme to think that that is going to do the job. Maybe 4 times larger, and we might be talking.
I see another team member getting ready here. So what are they looking to do? Get some gaffer tape on. There we go.
There we go. Need
Gaffer
more than
tape.
that, mate.
And away we go. Will that hold towards the end? Luvio Hoffmans, they spent a little bit more time in the pit lane there. They had that cushion of time that they could have used. Back to Morpheus Racing, who have got their faster driver, I dare say, Ted Bradbury in the car. Uvio back out in the race with a repaired door.
I will say it's a bit conservative, the amount of tape that they put on there. I would have thrown absolutely everything in the toolbox and more at it.
It's extra race weight.
Yeah, I don't think they need to worry at this. Oh, hello, what's going on here?
Oh, we got a spinner, Greenheath.
Ah, that's a real shame for the Greenheath car. They've been doing really well on this at this stage in the race. Is the car stalled? So difficult to restart these cars when it's so hot in these conditions. The gaffer tape's not worked at all. Don't take the gaffer tape off something you've previously stuck. Use new one. But that one's that's a real shame. The Greenheath car, I'm not sure if that's still moving. No, it's not. That is, I can see from the commentary box window. Double wave yellows.
That's going to be a safety
Druid.
car. If he cannot get that car restarted and moved, that's got to be a safety car.
That's a tragedy. That is a tragedy for them.
Outside of Druids, and the Greenheath team must be gutted. Where gut?
Oh, hello.
Is that so that was sat in a bit of an awkward position. Has that
Have we got another
suspension?
flat or a suspension issue?
That looks like a flat, or something has gone. I'm looking out the commentary window.
Oh, there's a lot of smoke. The front right's well lifted off the ground, so there's some kind of issue on the rear left.
That looks like it's either had some contact or a suspension issue, at least a puncture. I'm looking out of the commentary box
That's
window.
heavy for a puncture, that is heavy. That looks more substantial to me, I would guess.
A failure of some sort, and that's heartbreaking for the Greenheath team. My heart goes out to them.
It really does.
Oh.
That's
so competitive, and they're 5th in the standings on 344 points.
Paul Turner, we were speaking to, or Jamie was speaking to a little earlier on, really.
So that rear wheel, that's a suspension issue.
Yeah.
That has collapsed so badly. That's got to be a shocker or a spring. Something has broken on that car into Druids. Was there contact? It's on the wrong side, really, for any bit of contact.
Yeah, that does look like it is some kind of mechanical failure in some way, shape or form. One thing I can say, digging into my zero bank data of knowledge when it comes to engineering, is that see you later, day over. No running repairs will be done on that line.
The thing is, you look at the team and you look at where they are in the standings, and we spoke about consistency. If they can get that car repaired, if it's a shock that's broken, a point that's broken, get it changed quickly, get it back out, they finish 10th, they get points. They've got to get out and circulate, even if it means they get less points than they expected for finishing 4th. We know that, but getting some points is better than the retirement, I'm sure. This championship rewards consistency, and as it stands, they've dropped down to 8th place. They're going to drop a bit further down the standings, and Olympian GRD have a bit of a smile. See Data, they're real winners out of that. They sit in 3rd place, pretty as anything. And Morpheus Racing, car on screen there at the back of this battle pack, they are sat in 2nd place overall as things stand.
Yep, Morpheus continuing to do a solid job. The dramas that we saw as well from the Uvio Hoffman's machine and the door failing to stick tight still continue. Let's see if that develops into anything more. I dare say that the drivers of the 195 will be very much hoping that's the case to bring them back into contention, but not always.
So we're back to Doorgate.
Dun dun dun.
So Team Uvio have a bungee cord on the inside of the door to keep it shut.
And that will explain as to why it's not gone wafting away and it only opens so much.
So I'll go with that now. We're looking at the back of the car. That's the rear subframe on the car they've got up in the air, so they're just working on it now. It looks like a suspension upright of some sort has failed. It shouldn't be drooping that much, that's for sure. So I would say we've got a suspension arm of some sort that has broken. They'll look to get that fixed and out as quickly as possible. So there's a nut coming off there. Let's just stick with this picture and see what they've got. There's a lot of droop. So you've got a part, it's a silhouette frame, so effectively you've got composite bodywork over a space frame. So the suspension work will be a lot of rose joints, a lot of custom aluminium and steel racing parts there. And it looks like they are taking apart the rear corner of that car.
And that is the good thing one would assume about these kind of race cars, that the corners come as a unit. So you can take the units and all the gubbins and all the intricacies off. You need to put all the airlines back on, the hydraulics and all the brake pads and all the brake lines and everything. But relatively speaking,
it's like
and
a
I'm
big
saying
Meccano set.
yeah, exactly. Let's hope that nobody's put any of the pieces up the nose and lost them, though. That's
but at least they're using the hammer, the correct tool.
Absolutely.
The persuasion tool.
Christian Rose.
We've got an interview down in the pit lane, potentially with Christian Rose. We've just seen Jamie Peters-Ennis on the screen there. So we're going to cross down to the pit lane and find out exactly what happened for the Greenheath car.
Oh, mate. Not ideal, is it?
Not ideal. No, it's one of those. If 214 hadn't taken us off, we'll be fine. No, I'm kidding. Nothing to do with them. They're just our carriage mates. I'm not quite sure what's happened. He said he's not had contact. Something on the left rear has let go quite significantly as he went into Druids. We'll get it fixed and we'll get back out there again.
Yeah, because it's been going really well, and it's obviously nice to see you back out there as well. On odd occasions battling with your old car, which is probably a bit weird. But yeah, the guys will get straight on it. We know Sam will fix it quickly. Again, championship point of view, you're getting inquiries from all over the world now.
Yeah, well, firstly, yeah, great to see Olympian on the circuit and being against them. I think I was out with Chris a couple of times, so we kept it clean. It was good fun. But yeah, we've got, on this race, we've got a team of Kiwis and Swedish guys, the Dubai team, and then the next race, I think we've got 2 teams flying in from Australia to try and win the £10,000. So that'll be good fun to see how those guys get on.
And you're saying, again, potentially high 20s, early 30s for Donington?
Yeah, it would definitely be a 25 plus grid at Donny. It's really popular. We're actually, our team's having to turn away teams and luckily just pass them on to other ones down the grid. So it's looking really, really popular. It's very exciting. We're really happy.
It's obviously great to see John walk away from his accident. Testament that these things are built like tanks, aren't they?
That was a hell of an accident. You know, I went straight up to go and see his dad and his brother, and I think they were not happy, obviously, in this situation, but just happy that he was perfectly safe. He had a hard shunt there, but yeah, car did its job. Driver's perfectly fine. Really good to see.
All right, well, let you crack on, get you on the tools, mate, and get you back out there.
Thanks, mate.
All right, cheers. Thanks a lot, Chris. That's Christian Rose from Team Greenheath. As we see, we've got Sam on the left rear here. As they say, Rob and Paul, if in doubt, get the hammer out.
Lots and lots of fixing going on there. Hopefully they can get that car out for what is the last hour of this race there. 3 hours has just sailed by after that manic first hour we had where they decided, nope, this is a sprint race. We're going to go balls out and go for it. We've got Uvio Hoffmans in the lead by about half a lap from Morpheus Racing. Seed Data in third place with Jack Noller currently at the wheel. An Olympian GRD. They've worked their way up from the back of the grid. By the look of it at the moment, they can't quite make it 4 in a row. I'm going to be made to eat my words, I just know it. And PLR Racing are in 5th place. And for me, they are the underdogs
for sure
of this race. They've been massively impressive for me. I have noticed on our timing screens they've done one more pit stop, but weren't they one of the cars that had a penalty earlier on that had to come in and do a quick stop go? I'm not sure. I'll have to look back at the notes at a later date. And EDF Motorsports as well, Vape Club, have been going. Well, Olympian into the pits. Now, this is a bit uncalled for, is it not? Car number 1 into the pit lane. What's going on here? Have we got a pit lane open? Oh, that's a
penalty.
Looks like a penalty for them.
Yep, there we go. Straight in, straight back out again. A little stop go at the end of pit lane. So it's never over till it's over, is it? We're already starting to pick these little penalties up for track limit infringements, etc. Of course, the way that we run in this championship, second offence is a warning flag, third offence is a drive-through. If you offend for a 4th time, it's a 5-second stop and go, 10-second stop and go for 5th, and then the 6th offence is clock of the course, discretion. So you've got to stay within the white lines, which is not necessarily the easiest thing in the world with so little grip and such a tight track and plenty of different cars on it. Not surprised to see a few people falling foul of that one, potentially through the field.
Potentially. Now, apologies for not picking that up, ladies and gentlemen. Our timing screens aren't actually showing us any race control data. We do get when the pit lane is open and closed, but for some reason it's not displaying any penalties. So if we do find out about penalties, we'll probably find out about the same time that you do when they peel off into the pitch. So apologies for that. That's the Team Olympian car now back out on circuit after serving its stop-go penalty. And oh dear, Team Olympian GRD speeding in the pit lane. They've got done for speeding. I did hear they have a Gatso at the end of the pit lane. I don't know how true that is, but I didn't see the flash go off. Either that or the Fun Cup officials have got what I call the Tackleberry speed gun.
Yes, I believe it is a speed gun floating around there catching this. When we say speed in the pit lane, just to be clear, when the front wheels reach the pit lane speed limit line is when you must be on the speed limit, and when the front wheels pass the pit lane speed exceed, that is when you're allowed to accelerate. Millimetres, milliseconds pressing that button too early, given the difference between speeding and not. It is so fine a margin. It's not coming all guns blazing at 140 kilometres an hour down pit lane rather than 60. It is fractional errors and mistakes that can make all that difference.
Definitely. And let's be honest here, we've spoken about the consistencies, we've spoken about how consistent this championship is, we've spoken about how close it is. It's those millimetres going up to the pit line, up to the speed limit line, smashing the button. It's those little bits that can win you a race, and in this case it could also put pay to a race as well, because that time would have hurt Olympian GRD. They were looking for at least another podium result out of this, and that sticks them in 5th place behind this car on screen, PLR Racing in 4th place. Seed data for me as well, they've been massively impressive with Jack Noller at the wheel. And Morpheus Racing, I'm not going to put the kibosh on them at the moment. So far they've been very, very impressive. 55, just over 55 minutes to go.
Yeah, they've been, the entirety of the field has been very, very strong, but I do agree with the PLR Racing car that we see on screen at this moment in time have been one of the low-key standouts for me during the course of this race. I do love, the team manager in me does love a low fuss, low abrasion performance from a team where you just pop up at the end, and that's exactly what PLR Racing are doing at this moment in time. And the Olympian serving their penalty in pit lane, that's taken a bit of the pressure off the 146. I dare say before the conclusion of this race that's going to turn into a fight for position once again, but for the here and now that just gives you a little bit of breathing space to get the car under control, get yourself under control, save the tyres a little bit, save everything just a little bit, so you've got a few more tools in the armoury should you need them further down the road when the real racing on track starts to kick in. I'm going to wind it back though, Rob, for 2.5 hours, maybe even a little bit more, when you said to me, when do these guys start treating this like an endurance race? Facetiously, I suggested in the final minute. It does feel like a little bit more of the strategic aspect is starting to come to the forefront now.
Definitely
it's not the rub your door handles off and trade paints that we saw earlier. It is now racing to a delta, racing to a strategy. And as a driver, can you give us a little bit of insight as what does that mean when you say endurance driving mentality?
Effectively, you're making sure that you're driving your car as smoothly, as consistently. You're looking after the tyres, you're looking after the fuel. You're having a listen out for any strange noises that are coming into the car. You're making sure you've got a degree of mechanical sympathy, as we see 3 wide going into Druids. You've got all of these things going on, but you've still got to be driving your car fairly briskly to a lap time. You'll probably have a minimum set lap time that you want to consistently punch out to make sure that you fall within a suitable sort of speed. And the Seed Data car in 3rd place, they've driven magnificently. They have had a couple of mistakes, we will say that, but they've driven absolutely superbly so far. Tried not to get caught up in too much trouble as they just tried to pop down the inside of I think that was the EDF Rock car. I think it was. Yes, it was car number 212, just having a little scrap with a signature RV car as well that have also been magnificent. In their endeavours, there's a little bit of a squeeze onto the grass. Careful there, chaps.
That is, see, this is the trick. I've unlocked the secret to this broadcast. If nothing's happening, ask you a question, and then immediately there'll be 3 wide and overtakes, or suggest that things have calmed down for a moment, and then we ratchet up to bonkers level 11, and good bit of, well, I say good bit of driving, intense bit of racing from those cars. Greenheath, as you can see on your screen, still in pit lane. Rare Vinyl back in pits as well, down in 18th position, obviously far out of contention in terms of the result, but still trying to get that car back up and running. Greenheath still with the left rear quarter pretty much dismantled now, and I would imagine getting put back together again as we speak.
I should hope so. I mean, they're currently sat 15th, so if you can get the car out and rotating, they're now 16 laps down on the leader. Fast Track have made themselves 14th place. Fast Track have got themselves up to, so they've made hay while the sun shone, as Seed Data are just having a little bit of fun there with the EDF Motorsport with Vape Club car that's got a flapping splitter as well. I'll tell you what, the Rose contingent are going to be loving the extra sales of the splitters they're going to be getting later on today.
They've gone up by 25% since the start of this race. The sale has been pulled back, absolutely. It's there's a fair few walking wounded in this race, not necessarily from contact with each other. It's the
gravel,
rather deep gravel at Brands Hatch as the 251 will take another look at this one. It's gone from bad to worse, hasn't it, for this car, really? It started so promising, and then often when one thing goes wrong, it snowballs into multiple things, and here we are again. Never a good sign to have the backup when you're in the middle of a race.
The Rare Vinyl car, Rob Croydon looking on, has started the race so well as part of that battle pack earlier on. It was sprint racing for the ages. It was fantastic, and I still think maybe Fun Cup should do a couple of sprint races.
Yes.
Just for the fun of it, because they make brilliant sprint cars
100%.
Going from that. That was fantastic racing. Yes, I'm afraid car number 251 suffering a few more issues potentially related to the earlier issues they had in the race.
When you get a gremlin, often it just tends to manifest itself in different ways, doesn't it? That's why they call it gremlins.
Yeah.
They're under the hood, just chewing cables and biting things and pulling stuff and poking it. And often when one thing goes wrong, multiple things go wrong. And it's a real shame. It's a lot of hard work for very little reward for team and drivers, but they'll work their way on. They've got 50 minutes to get back out on track as we relook at our fastest lap holder and second position car, the Morpheus Racing.
Morpheus Racing again. I don't want to put the curse upon them. They've driven a superb race so far. They do need a good result. They've behaved impeccably. They've been great in traffic.
And Rob, sorry to cut across you, they've closed that gap to 19 seconds. That's a 3-second closure since a couple of laps previously. Though they're not giving up on this one. They're not rolling over and having the belly rub. They're interested in keeping a bit of a race of it going.
Well, 50 minutes to go, and going on lap times, they're lapping about 0.6 of a second quicker than the UVO Hoffman's car. So if they can just keep chipping away at that lead, 18 seconds to the good, and as you can see by the piles of cars to come in front of them, traffic is going to be an issue. And Morpheus have not had the rub of the green this year, I must say. Some of the stories that I was told indeed by the likes of Jamie Peters-Ennis and the teams up and down the pit lane, they really want a good result from this weekend. They'll be really happy with a good result, and just look at how smooth that car is being driven. They are using every single centimetre of the tarmac as they lap this Brands Hatch Indy circuit. Ted Bradbury at the wheel there. He's doing an expert double stint at the end of this race to get that car across the line, and the fastest lap of the race, which was a 56.583, an impressive lap time, I must say, from this car. And don't forget, these cars only have about 130 horsepower. They're not the fastest in terms of overall performance. They won't pull your face off on a 0 to 100 time, but it's not about that. It's about momentum. It works well with the sequential gearboxes, and they are as nimble as they come. They are great racing machines.
And they're also, from what I'm informed, feel free to anyone lend me a drive watching this broadcast so I can find out for myself. But I hear they've got massively strong, good feedback for the driver. It really talks to a driver, explains itself as what the car's posture's like on the road, how it's behaving, and it's a real, again, while the likes of Johnny Molam get involved, it's a real good tool to help you develop your craft. Morpheus Racing almost developed a requirement for a spare set of overalls behind the wheel because that was closer than one would like, it has to be said, when in a relatively comfortable, now 17.5 second gap to the race lead second position. So on a charge, methinks, and not willing to give up any track position to those cars being lapped.
I'm looking forward to this final stint of the race. We're looking forward to stint number 6. You could change your marker pen as well. I'm looking forward to this because I think we're in for a bit of a humdinger here. It's between UVO Hoffmans and Morpheus Racing. I can feel it in my bones. And Concede Data hang on to that third place position. The Vape Club by EDF Motorsport car we see on shot there, car number 246. They have been going great guns as well. A little bit of splitter damage there, but we're not worried about that.
Everybody's got splitter damage. You're the odd one out if you have a splitter. So if in effect it might be cheaper actually to remove the front splitter altogether and then save people knocking it off, then they can hold a radiator. We've got a whole different problem. But yeah, a lot of walking wounded, as we say, and there is a little bit of a dive up to the inside, and that's what we're talking about. That's what you need to do. See gap, go for it, full commitment, full send, and that's the way to work your way through traffic.
And we talk about our top 10, and a big shout out to this team. We haven't spoken about them in this race at all. They're in 10th place, car number 257, the Black Widows car of David Clark and Steve Harris and John Perrott. David Clark and Steve Harris going for Masters honours in that. And looking at the Masters category, I can tell you the car in 4th place, the PLR car with the pink over its number, that is the leader of the Masters category in that, with the Olympian GRD car in 5th place. In 2nd place, in 3rd place out of that class is the Signature RV team. So they've got themselves on the podium in terms of the Masters category.
Yep. And, despite having significant damage for a large portion of the race as the Signature RV team, and again they're gunning also. They're not a million miles away from their best overall result, 6th position last time out, 7th at this moment in time. There's a lap between themselves, but all they need is a DNF up front, and then that opens the door to an opportunity for the 49 car. So I mean, really strong going, and again, they're going to get a buzz off of this one, that they've overcome adversity, they've shown great consistent pace, they've shown some good racecraft, and in fact we'll come back to that thought, because actually I do believe that Jamie Peters-Ennis has somebody down on pit lane that he wants to have a quick word with. So Jamie, down to your good self, sir.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. I've popped up to Morpheus Motorsport and GMR Eco, and I've bumped into these two. 3 years ago, Chris and Ed Bridle last sat in a Fun Cup car. Chris, welcome back.
Yeah, it's fantastic to be back. The cars are still as awesome as they always have been. Absolutely loving it. A bit different to what we've been racing previously, but yeah, straight back into it, and the racing's fantastic.
And then the last time you drove the 195 car, it didn't even have paddle shift.
No, the last Fun Cup car I drove was sequential stick. You had to clutch on the way down. It was really cool. So now paddle shift makes our jobs easier, doesn't it, really?
Absolutely. And at the minute, it's just a one-off joining Gracie, but you've never... you've never said that you're writing off completely. You would like to come back at some point.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, it depends on other commitments, but we'd love to be back. And Brands Hatch, a local circuit for us, obviously one we want to come back to. But yeah, never know. Hopefully, you might see us at the end of the year, or definitely not. We'll be back for a bit more next year.
And of course, Ed, you came in as part of the Fun Cup Academy all those years ago. Now we're seeing more and more karters coming in and using this as their stepping stone. It's great, isn't it?
Yeah, we were the trendsetters for that, weren't we, really, Jamie? It was, Jay Shepherd ran Team 7 then, a really clever idea to get young drivers into endurance racing through Fun Cup. It was really awesome, worked really well. So we've been very lucky to go off and do GTs, prototypes and all sorts. So it's great to see the next generation, some really top names in karting around the world coming to come and do Fun Cup.
It almost makes you sound like you're old now.
Well, I am. I did think this the other day. Well, I'm only 25 now, but I did think when I started in Fun Cup, I didn't even have a driving licence. I had my race licence, so I was 17, 18. So yeah, I'm getting a bit older these days. And as we said, Jamie, my suits are fitting a bit less, so I'm also putting on the pounds as well.
Well, it's great to see you back, and hopefully it's not a one-off.
Cheers, thanks very much. Looking forward to it.
Thanks, back to you guys.
Oh, I'm 33 years old.
It does sicken you when people in the 20s say they're old, doesn't it? It really is quite sickening, I must admit.
Oh, I had a knot in the pit of my stomach then, but a fantastic interview once again by Jamie Peters-Ennis. Great to hear from Chris and Edward. We'd love to see you back in the Fun Cup Championship paddock. So, just under 45 minutes to go. Final stops are due. I'm rubbing my hands together. I want to see how this is going to pan out. And the gap's gone down to 16 seconds.
It's working really, really hard as the Morpheus car to close that gap down slowly but surely. Time-wise, if things stay identical as they are now, we've got time to reduce that 16-second gap based on pace. But obviously, driver swaps may be coming in. It's the pit window, the pit cycle. Whew, I would not want to place any wager on who's going to come out in the first place of the checkered flag. This is going to go to the line, I think. Ooh,
absolutely. Hello. Oh, there's a bit squirrely.
Somebody almost went to the grandstand there for a moment on the braking.
Yeah, someone was getting a little bit happy on the rear end there. So there's still a little bit going on further down the field. This car 221 that had some of the driveline issues making its way around the Wave 9 car. But the 257 Black Widow's car is our 10th place car. GMR Eco car number 157 is our 9th place car. Red River Sport, 3 laps down from the leader, car number 200. That's in 8th place. Signature RV with its splitterless Signature RV is in 7th place, 3 laps down from the leaders. The Vape Club with EDF Motorsports car number 246 is in 6th place as it stands going into the final pit stops. And PLR Racing, plucky PLR Racing, second in the Masters standings as it stands, 2 laps down from the leader and in 5th place overall. The car on the screen that's just having a little bit of a play with car 221, Olympian GRD, 3 times a winner this year, consecutive winners this year. They are in 4th place and leading the Masters. Seed Data is in 3rd place overall. Morpheus Racing in 2nd place and leading the race with a bit of a flapping door fixed by bungee cords and gaffer tape and being caught. That's the Uvio Hoffmans Racing.
Yeah, fabulous stuff from our top 10. Fabulous stuff, to be fair, from the entirety of the field. Endurance racing, we often say this, and we really do mean it, everyone's a winner that manages to finish the race. It's a race against yourself and the adversity that comes your way as much as it is a race against the other drivers on the racetrack. And it's a real commitment and a real effort required to get it through to the checkered flag. And as I'm sure you've all seen on the box, and I'm certainly experiencing for the first time, it's just really long sprint races as the 146 PLR car still weaves his way through past the Wave 9 car. So real good driving, and a takeaway for me, Rob, as well, that I've noticed during this broadcast and during this race, that it's really gratifying to see as somebody who loves his racing like I do. The gentlemanly conduct, for the most part, that we're seeing amongst the drivers. If you earn the right to space, 9.5 times out of 10, that space is going to be given to you by your rival. And I really do like to see that one. Fairness is at the heart of sport. You don't have fairness, you don't have sport. As simple as that. So really, from my point of view, up in the commentary box, to the drivers that may or may not watch this back, I doff my cap to those people.
Well, we have seen during this race a couple of whoopsies with Racing Room,
nah,
but you will have that come through occasionally. But generally, I think the racing has been fast, frenetic. We've had a few incidents because of, we had a brake issue for one car. We've had a couple of cars go off and just kiss the gravel, remove splitters. But overall, the driving standards have been absolutely impeccable. Cue to the shot of a car potentially spinning. No, we're okay.
That would have been the second time you'd have done that one as well, which would have been marvellous.
Right, 40 minutes has just passed, and that means the final pit window is open. I'm looking forward to this, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on to your hats. Morpheus Racing has got that gap down to 13.8 seconds the last time round. on Uvio Hoffmans. Seed Data in third place is 30 seconds down the road from the leader, and the leader is in the pit lane. They've gone for an early stop, so Uvio Hoffmann's in the pit lane. This is our leader, this is our race playing out now.
Absolutely. Everything that you've seen for the last 3.5 hours throw into the dustbin, forget about it, because now it's race time. There's the bungee cord that was so holding that door and stopping it from flying off. Handy they've got one of those knocking about. That worked out really, really well. Out of the car then, out of the car that is in first position coming into this pit stop window goes, who've we got that's getting out? Simon Rudd. In gets Riley Phillips. So Phillips on the merry way again. Lovely quick pit stop. The damage that you spoke about on the rear left as well, it looks like that one's been torn off to avoid any further problems. So no harm there.
No harm, no foul. Morpheus Racing take the lead on the road, but they are yet to do their pit stop. And of course we know that Morpheus Racing is going to be Ted Bradbury until the end. He's not swapping with Neil Burrows. Neil Burrows double stinted for the middle stint, and Ted Bradbury is going to take this car home. So it's up to Ted now. He needs to put in some serious laps. He knows that Uvio Hoffmann's don't have to pit again, we think, for their stop. And hopefully we can get some information on Jamie Peters-Ennis on how they're looking in fuel down there, how we're looking with fueling. But the way I read it, it's a straight shootout with Morpheus Racing and Uvio Hoffmann's. And what can Seed Data do? Can they get up to second?
This could be a masterstroke, you know, from Morpheus Racing, because yes, I know the time difference between swapping drivers is nominal, but the fact that Bradbury now has been in the car for a full stint, he's au fait with the track conditions, the way that the car's behaving, he's in a rich vein of form quite clearly from the pace that he's displaying behind the wheel. This really could be a significant twist right at the very depth of this race, and Bradbury knows exactly what's on the line. Just look how hard he's pedaling that thing at this moment, leaving no inch on the racetrack, nothing asked, nothing given. And I do think Morpheus, they scent victory. They can smell it.
They do sense victory. And let's stay with this car over a lap. I want to watch how this car is being driven. Every single inch of track is being used. He's taking care of the car. He's using the best line possible. He's using the pace of the track. Okay, it's a bit slower than usual. He's using every single inch that he can legally. Going through Paddock Hill Bend, 2 wheels up on the curb. I don't think he got any of the green stuff. He's just getting held up by car 200 there. That'll annoy him slightly. The Red River Sport car down in 8th place, just losing him a bit of time there. Quite a bit of width on the green strip down into Graham Hill Bend. Kiss the curb, let the car run out. Don't let it go over the red and white curbing there. We're going to go down to the S's. He's got himself down the inside, back over the curbing, through the S's. Lets the car run out right up to the painted line. Curb on the inside. Don't ride it too much to unsettle the car, and then let the car drift out to the outside of the circuit to complete a lap. It's a short lap here at the Brands Hatch Indy circuit, but you can see the way the Morpheus Racing car is being driven. Comparative lap times, he is still lapping half a second quicker than the Uvio Hoffmann's car. So as long as he can keep those lap times in and keep them consistent, I really think Morpheus are in for a shout here.
Yep, be a good return to form for the 195 car. Had a couple of difficult races, it has to be said. The last few times, that round 3 was the last time that car really had a very, very strong showing. So it's good to see that I don't want to say slump, I think that's unfair, but after a slightly less successful period for Morpheus Racing, they're very much back in the sharp end of the field, and they do certainly sense there is an opportunity for a race victory in this one. I feel that car is not letting up anything whatsoever. A little bit more traffic in an inopportune moment. Hopefully the car going down pit lane gets out of the way. Yes, but wow, he's going to have eyes like dustbin lids after that one, isn't he? You see it. You see the big back of the Beetle getting bigger and bigger and bigger, praying it peels off.
Cat-like reflexes to try and get past, and a dive down the inside of the Wave 9 car. Very well left from the Wave 9 driver. That's great spatial awareness of the cricket cars coming through. The Wave 9 team, they're sat in 11th at the moment. They've not had too bad a race themselves, but just letting the Morpheus car past.
It's not worked out too well, this bit of traffic, for the last 5 minutes or so for Morpheus. Since we saw the Uvio car pop down pit lane, that's the opportunity to really get the pedal to the metal, and we've had a few cars in inopportune moments for Morpheus Racing, but all things said, they're still closing that gap down, and I've got a feeling that this is going to be settled on track in about the last 5 to 10 minutes of this race?
I would say so too. Now the top two, Morpheus Racing that you can see on screen and Seed Data, they haven't pitted yet for their final stint. The car in third place has, and Team Olympian, I would say, have as well. They're down as having 6 stops so far. They've had to serve a drive-through penalty as well, or rather a stop-go penalty. They've had to serve for a bit of speeding in the pit lane. Less than,
Nobody likes a racing driver who speeds doing out. Doesn't it feel ironic, doesn't it, when you penalise someone for going too fast?
Absolutely. That's a bit of an oxymoron, isn't it? But PLR Racing in 5th place. Again, big up to those guys. They've had a fantastic run so far. Definitely put the kibosh on them now. Sorry, guys. EDF Motorsports are in 6th place, car number 246, the Vape Club car. They've been tinkering away in the background, trying to stay out of trouble. Signature RV in 7th place, doing the same. Got some pit lane action on our picture-in-picture going on at the moment. That's the Axiometrics car getting its stop done and out the way.
They faded a little bit more than I expected.
They had the issues with the puncture, of course, so that's dropped them back. That now puts them 11th and puts the Wave 9 car into the top 10, so they'll be happy. Wave 9 are due to do their final stops, though, I believe. Oh, no, they've completed their final stop. Apologies. They do appear to have completed their final stops. And is that the Greenheath car I spot in the background?
Oh, it might well be. Oh, that's great news that they're back out on track.
So the Greenheath car out on circuit in 15th place. Now, points-wise, it's not going to be as good as the 4th place they were in, I'm afraid. But points for 15th is better than 0 for not finishing.
And that also goes into the drop score thing as well, that if they've got a finish under their belt, okay, it's nowhere near where they wanted it to be, but they've still got that in the back of their mind coming into the final couple of races, that our worst scenario is 15th as things stand. We can afford to take a few more chances. With cameras moving quickly and I can hear squirrely tyres, that suggested something was happening, but a bit less drama than I thought for a moment there, as we keep following Morpheus Racing, who stay at the top of the sharp end of the field, not pitted yet.
I have a feeling Morpheus Racing are going to put as many laps down as they can and go last lap of that last pit stop window. I can feel it in my bones. They want to extend that gap to UVO Hoffman's. The gap currently is 29.32 seconds. And in terms of lap times, they're about even Stevens now. So I think Morpheus Racing have a decision to do. Do they let their driver crack on, or do they come into the pit lane? They're coming into the pits now, a little bit over the line there. I don't know if that's going to be an infringement of sorts. I think that was a last-minute call. Morpheus in.
This is going to be a vital stop now. Absolutely no mistakes can be afforded.
Splash of fuel. They're going for one jug. This is a splash and dash for the end. Driver back in. Here we go. Oh, this is tense. Driver's just getting the driver back in, and the car is back out now. Let's see where they are in terms of the pit lane. I'm going to stand up and look outside the commentary box. There goes UVO down the inside, going into Paddock Hill Bend, so they have lost the lead. But what's the gap going to be as he comes out onto the circuit? He rejoins the circuit now, and as he rejoins the circuit, the UVO Hoffman's car is just making its way round Druids. So the race is on for the win here at Brands Hatch. There's the leader on screen now, the UVO Hoffman's car, and Morpheus are just coming round Druids themselves. There's not a lot in it.
Yeah, really tight at the front of the field. Let's remember that this gap was around the 25, 30, 40 second mark at one point, and now we're almost getting it down into single digits of seconds. Heading into the last 30 minutes of the race and change. We're looking at the UVO car, the UVO Hoffman machine that will inherit the race lead in a few moments' time. The Seed Data car is in pit lane. Now you can see it on your screen. So we're going to cross the timing beam as our returning, shall I say, race leaders. There we go, and the break it into Paddock Hill Bend. Let's keep our eye up though for Morpheus. What's the gap going to be in a few moments' time as we pass the PLR car? Morpheus Racing, fastest lap holders, cross the line, and the gap is 12.3. So not quite the bigger gain as I think they would have been hoping with that.
It's game on though. We've got traffic here to play with. PLR they've just passed and the pit lane window is closed. No more pit stops are going to decide this race. It's now a straight fight for the win between UVO Hoffman's, Morpheus Racing. Could something happen? Could Seed Data maybe climb one more position? And with Seed Data, a big shout out to Jack Noller. He's driven his socks off today. The team have worked incredibly hard with that car. And Jack has driven some fantastic stints, and he's left it to Matt Hogg to continue the fine work that the team have been doing to get that car onto the podium positions. We just saw the Vape Club with EDF Motorsports car heading out onto the circuit as well. They are 2 laps down from the leader, which is that UVO Hoffman's car, and there's a little bit of a squeeze as they go round into Braddock Hill Bend. That was so close. And PLR racing car as well, just making sure it gets ahead and climbs in front and just proves a point. I'm in front, and that's how it's going to stay.
As a driver though, when you're putting a lap on somebody, you look to your side in your peripheral vision and you can see they're sideways on the lock stops. Never a fun experience, but the UVO car makes its merry way through. 11.7 seconds is the gap that they need to protect now to the checkered flag. No need to worry about any more stops, no need to worry about, well, a little bit of fuel saving I suppose here and there, but it is a thrash to the line in good old touring car style. Now I'm in my comfort blanket. This is what I do day in, day out. 28 minutes of raw to the flag, and I think this is going to be a cracker.
I think this is going to be a great race. We need to look at lap times now because both the Morpheus car and the UVO Hoffman's Motorsport car, they've got the tyre pressures back down. They've done the pit stops. They know what they have to do. UVO Hoffman's Motorsport lapping 57.5 last time out. Morpheus Racing were 0.2 slower. Ooh. So UVO have got to keep on that pace, and Morpheus have got to make sure they don't get caught up in traffic.
I see your lap times and I raise them a curveball of traffic.
Absolutely.
Which is absolutely, you can be really, really quick, but if you get caught up behind somebody for a complex of corners you can't afford, a 4-second advantage can turn into a 2-second deficit in the blink of an eye. Blue flag's waving to illustrate the point exactly to one of the back markers as the Morpheus racing car comes up. Not the ideal place to catch somebody on the racetrack. Hopefully they'll stay out wide, which they do. Good bit of driving from the 157. Oh no, and that door closes immediately the second I say that one. Slightly dicey driving from the 157.
And Neil Burrows as well is going to be watching and biting his nails. I'll be surprised if he's got any nails left.
Oh, yes.
You've got Neil Burrows with Team Morpheus as well. They really, really want a result. I cannot stress this enough. I've said it so many times in this stream. They really, really want a result from this. 27 minutes left. They're chasing them down for the win. The gap's down to 10 seconds. Lots of time taken out this time around. Oh, 26.5 minutes left.
As soon as we get to single-digit seconds, that's when it becomes massively, massively spicy. UVO will be fed that information. They'll be acutely aware, even if they can't see in the mirrors, as to where their rivals are. And this is a game now of, for the next few minutes, let's say the next 10 minutes, it's the pressure game. Apply the pressure as the chaser, start pumping in the lap times, close that gap up. Let's see if mistakes start creeping in to the 2.25. And before too long, Rob, we're going to have 2 cars in the same shot on track.
In fact, Brandaccio, he's no shrinking violet.
No.
They've been here, they've done it before. The UVO Hoffman's guy, they are learned, they've been here, they've done it. They're chasing for the championship. They've got points to chase. The Olympian GRD team, however, when we're talking about the championship, they're sitting pretty in 4th at the moment. They're going to keep that consistent run of scores going. They're also going to take out the Masters as well, with Chris Devell taking care of that as it stands. Don't want to put the kibosh on anyone. I think at this rate I'm going to have to disguise myself before I leave the circuit this afternoon. There'll be a lynch mob after me with the amount of commentators' curses I'm putting on anything. But we look at the car in front, the Morpheus Racing 195. That's the car that's doing the chasing. Now, where is the car that's being hunted on circuit? Well, they're at least 10 seconds up the road. Just trying to see what kind of state that car is in at the moment. There's Morpheus. So just looking out of the window, I can see the car going just out of Druids.
And traffic as well. There's a
So
fair few
close.
cars ahead, isn't there? So that's not looking like a clean bit of racetrack in front of our race leaders. Which
So there, the black car in the background there, that is the JPS livery car of UVO Hoffman's. Other brands are available. No, not many people will know what JPS stands for. I'll just leave it there. But the UVO car looking resplendent in its livery, that is your race leader. And they've got so much traffic to contend with, and it's fast traffic as well. You've got Axiometrics that was part of that lead battle earlier on, and Axiometrics being currently piloted by Greg Evans, who's trying for...
look at this. That's...
Masters 210 Racing just offering a bit of a help to Morpheus Racing there. I think inadvertently, I will say, they wouldn't have meant to have done that.
10.4 seconds then is our gap. Not quite into those single digits just yet, but as we say, plenty of traffic out on the racetrack, which is completely not what our race leading car would like to see. And it's going to be a case now of bravery, isn't it? Who's got the stuff that it needs to carve your way through the traffic? Look, almost in the same shot. Yeah, exactly. And that's exactly how it's going to feel as a race leader. That is exactly how it's going to feel. The pressure, even though it's not visual, you can't see them, you're not racing for position, you're not defending. The pressure mounts and mounts and has been doing, it's been building over the last hour and a half or so. It's going to be a real challenge, I think, to stay out of the clutches of that Morpheus Racing car. It's really, really impressed me, I think. Morpheus Racing in particular, behind the wheel at this moment in time. I've got to be impressed. You've got
UVO Hoffman's lap time last time out, 57.4. Morpheus Racing, 57.1. They are quicker, but as we see, Axiometrics causing a little bit of a hold up there down the inside into Graham Hill Bend. Traffic playing its part. UVO gets past. There's a little bit. Axiometrics fighting back. Having a little look down the inside. You don't want to be the car that potentially decides how a race is going to go. The Wave 9 team get out of the way. Would have probably seen the blue flags waving there. Wave 9 in 12th position now.
Yeah, this is absolutely fabulous stuff. So let's have a look then when they cross the line. Has that bit of traffic, that little bit of drama, done anything to close the gap?
57.9, so it has knocked a few tenths off. Let's see what Morpheus does this time around. 22 minutes left. 8 seconds is the gap. They did a 56.6 there. That has helped them significantly. We're into the single digits, game on.
Yeah, and it's not even the high single digits now. We're starting to really take chunks out. A couple more occasions like this one that we've just seen with back markers and ill timing, then Fabulous Randaccio will have a race on his hands at the front of the field. And it's one thing leading from a gap, it's another thing entirely when you are squabbling for position. Who's kept the car in the best condition? Who's in the strongest point in which to challenge Ted Bradbury that we're looking at there? Makes his way past, clean road in front, great place to overtake. And look at the body language, Rob, of the car. That is a vehicle that is not in any way, shape or form being stroked home to the flag.
No, he is using every single inch of track now. They're going for the win. He's probably got his race engineer willing him on in his ear. We've got 21 minutes and just under 30 seconds to go of this Fun Cup Endurance Championship. Round number 7 here at the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. Morpheus Racing are going for the win here. Really pushing the car into Paddock Hill Bend. Careful on the track limits. You don't want to fall foul of the track limits now. The gap has actually opened up to 8.952 seconds. UVO responding with a 56.9 last time out. Clear of the traffic potentially, but Morpheus Racing are trying to hunt them down. They're willing that car to hunt them down. Effectively, we've got 20 minutes left, 20 laps. A 20-lap shootout is the way I see it.
And isn't that a wonderful place to be?
Brilliant.
In a 4-hour endurance race, and you know that the last 20 laps is going to be a spectacular race for the victory. Love it. See Data doing great work as well. Only 43 seconds for their benefit, away in 3rd position. Not close enough to challenge, but close enough to maybe pick some pieces up that may be sprayed around for somebody else's drama. UVO, though, on the run up to Druid, still in that race lead, clinging on. 9 seconds is the gap now. It's a 10th here, it's a 10th there. Do Morpheus Racing have enough in their pocket? Will the traffic fall in the right way for one of these two cars? The door might be open, but the opportunity is getting slammed firmly in the face of Morpheus Racing.
And speaking of having the door shut, if you are the marketing person that's in charge of the UVO Hoffman's team, whoever buys, makes bungee cords, you need to approach them for sponsorship, because they have really helped out on this occasion and saved the flapping door there. And whoever thought of that, actually, I've got to give credit to the mechanic that thought of that as a very quick fix. That is a genius bit of manufacturing, I'll put that there.
And you try and wrap a bungee cord and tie it around something, you've basically got to find a piece that's borderline the identical size that you need to keep that door shut. So great bit of ingenuity there, and a fair bit of good fortune as well to have it on hand.
Well done, team. 8.2 seconds that time out. Morpheus Racing last lap 56.7. UVO Hoffman's 57.4. This is getting good. 19 minutes left of this race. A little bit wide from UVO Hoffman's, using every inch of the track. Was that a mistake?
I know the answer to this question, Rob, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Morpheus Racing, when do you throw in the towel and settle for second?
You don't.
Outstanding answer, sir. You win first prize. That is exactly right, and that's a car that's, by all means, grateful and happy and pleased. Yowzers, as the PLR car gets all squirrely. Eyes like dustbin lid, new trousers on order for sure. You don't want to hit the grass at that part of the racetrack. But
absolutely.
Nice gather together, though, it has to be said. Kept the foot flat
Very
to the
nice
floor.
bit of car control.
Bit of Playdays bus on the steering wheel, just to get it going.
Absolutely. The Morpheus Racing car making its way into Paddock Hill Bend as UVO makes its way in and out of Druids Hill Bend. We also have to look at the battle for third place, because the Seed Data car is set fair to claim that back at the moment. But Team Olympian GRD are in fourth place, and they set the lap time last time out of a 56.9. So not only have we got a battle for the overall win in this Brands Hatch round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, we've got a fight for all three places going on here. Seed Data are 44 seconds from the lead, and Olympian are 3.882 seconds away from them. So we've got a fight for the win, and we've got a fight for the last place on the podium.
Absolutely legendary stuff here at Brands Hatch, and
There's
there is the Seed Data car. Under all kinds of trouble with the back markers. Not what you need at this stage in the race. There's a run down the hill now, no opportunity to find a way past, but 2 or 3 bolts like that one, and immediately that podium is going to be under a lot of threat indeed. Can we get it done? Second time of asking, not quite on this occasion, so we're going to wind our way up the hill. And you don't want to lose your head in this scenario, do you? It's very, very easy to get frustrated, annoyed at the traffic, and then you start doing silly things. And one silly thing will allow that car, the number one, like a lightning bolt, to sneak up your inside and past.
From the back of the grid to the podium positions is impressive enough, but they've won the last 3 rounds as the Olympian GRD car. Lead gap last time out, 7.736 seconds. So we go from the podium fight back to the lead fight somewhere. Oh, this is getting tasty. And unfortunately, that Seed Data car being held up by the Red River Sport car as well. And these cars are so closely matched. It's not as even if he can power past on the straights or just chuck it down the inside into the corner. There's so much riding on this afternoon.
Yep, it's not the first time that the Red River Sport car has been subject of our attentions during the lappery of our race leaders, but on this occasion they're doing their very best to help us with a spicy fight, shall we say, for the bottom step of the podium. Not on purpose, of course, it's just the way that these things fall when you're working your way through traffic in a single mono-make championship such as this. Very little difference in the cars, just the setups and the drivers behind the wheel, making it equally more difficult to find a way past. And often, like the Red River Sport, they've got Johnny Molan behind the wheel of the car now, their fastest driver, arguably, in the team. Might even be, at this stage, a little bit quicker than the car that's trying to find its way past, and that's why it gets spicy.
Absolutely. Well, last lap around for the Red River Sport was for 58.0, so perhaps suffering from the fighting that's going on with the Seed Data car, and 58 seconds is a mile off what the leaders are doing at the moment. UVO responding, they're doing 56.9s now, and the gap is still at that 7.9 seconds. They've got 15 minutes to go. They've got a sprint race to go in this 4-hour endurance. Quite a bit of tarmac being used, and dare I say it, a tiny bit of grass as well. They've got to be a bit careful on the exit of that corner there. What a race.
Yeah.
What an endurance race this has been.
Real pressure now, isn't it? This is so difficult for a driver to not seize up a little bit under these conditions and start to tighten up behind the wheel. There is the launch to the inside. Not enough room on that occasion. Seed Day to cover the line. Still can't find the way past back markers, but Olympian GRD have now decided this is the time to lick the stamp and send it, and are giving absolutely everything. That was a speculative look up the inside, and now game on for the podium.
This is the battle for third now, ladies and gentlemen. Seed Data trying to hold off Olympian GRD whilst trying to lap the Red River Sport car. The Olympian goes around the outside. He's going to try the outside line, but they've got the slower car there. The EDF Motorsports Rocker Division car holding up the fight there in the end. Just allows everyone through. I think in that case you've just got a gaggle of cars in your mirror. You can't do anything about it, but that allows the Red River Sport car to get in front, and car number 214 there, Jack Noller, will be eating all of his fingernails, everything in the pit lane, probably doing paces, laps of the garage, sends it down the inside into Druids. Will there be a bit of contact? That was a bit of a feisty move, but they have to get it done. He's probably got his race engineer in his ear now, telling him exactly what he needs to do, and Olympian follows through.
Good.
What a race we've got on here for the podium.
Now the Red River car's out of the way, we've got a proper race between two cars. This is straight. Yep, this is between two cars. I dare say that the Olympian GRD machine is the one with the more pace. And there is the pace, and that manifests in an overtake. That was a bit straightforward in the end, actually, I think, from the Olympian GRD, but it's not over yet, because in the drag race between the two of them, GRD has the inside line, Seed Data has the outside line. We're going over the start-finish straight for the rundown in a Paddock Hill bend. Who is going to have the advantage? The inside line is traditionally the best line to take. Can the 214 get it? No! The 214 loses it. The Seed Data car in the gravel asks too much, and that is not how we wanted that one to end.
Matt Hogg has unfortunately lost the back end into the gravel. I fear he hit a bit of the marbles on the outside of the corner and just lost the back end. We've got a car going slowly going down into Graham Hill Bend. That's the vinyl car that I think was just backing off to let some of the faster cars through. Fantastic awareness from that driver. Oh,
that's gutting, isn't it? That is absolutely
heartbreaking for Matt Hogg. Absolutely heartbreaking for Jack Noller. My heart goes out to the team. They will be absolutely devastated. And another aspect into this now, 12 minutes to go. Do we have a safety car? Do we have a double waved yellow safety car on circuit? That closes the leader up. That could decide this 4-hour race.
12 minutes then, folks. Let's have a little personal wager between ourselves. Can we clear that car from the gravel and get the racing back underway in 12 minutes? That's going to be tight.
That is going to be so tight.
It's rather deep down there, isn't it?
It is rather deep out there. I think he's that buried. He's going to need his bucket and spade to go and make some sandcastles. He's buried that much out into the gravel.
I don't want to be a negative Nelly, but I do think it's going to be quite the ask to get us to a green flag finish on this one. I think we're going to replay, actually.
Yeah, we need to have a look at this again. I fear they've hit the marbles on the outside. Let's have a look. So, Olympian down the inside, car number 214. Matt Hogg just gets on the brakes, and look at the back end. He's on the marbles. He's lost the back end, and at that point, he is just a passenger.
Started going wrong, didn't it, in the braking area? Got a little bit squiggly. Well, as you say, went to the outside line. Plenty of marbles on the racetrack. Not as much traditionally in some of the championships that we see. Relatively clean track. But when you're out there asking too much, carrying too much speed, you've got none of the grippy stuff. And a day at the beach is what follows PDQ, which is a real shame.
Good hard racing. There was no contact there. Unfortunately, you just hit a bit of the tyre, a bit of the rubber and marbles. And that puts paid to that. So we are under safety car conditions for the last 10 minutes of this Fun Cup endurance race. The view from the commentary box window of the car itself, they are just getting the JCB telehandler out onto the gravel. I have a feeling they are going to try and lift this quickly to get the safety car in. Are you ready for this?
Oh, born ready. Born ready for this one. The Snatch vehicle is going to do big and fast work as quickly as possible. And a 4-hour race will basically boil down to a handful of minis.
This is going to be a tasty one, folks. There's going to be a lot of emotion attached to this one. I can tell you that for keeps. An Olympian GRD, shall we put them down as jammy gits of the race? I think they've really benefited from that excursion into the gravel. They've had a couple of penalties, a stop-go penalty they had to serve earlier for being a little bit quick going through the pit lane there, but no, I joke. All credit to the Olympian GRD team. That'll be a fantastic result for them, considering they've got all of those guests here this weekend. So hopefully they're all enjoying themselves as much as we are up in the commentary box. And PLR Racing, fantastic position for them. They sit 4th place as it stands. The Vape Club with EDF Motorsports car sitting 5th, down 3 spots from the starter position, but you don't want to shake. That's no great shakes. You're in the top 5. That's a fantastic result for EDF Motorsports. So well done, team. There. Signature RV in 6th place despite the splitter, and as we can see, they're
going for a pull rather than a lift.
They're going for a crafty pull just to see if they can get the car rotated and round the access road, and just see if they can get this cleared out as quickly as possible, because I'm pretty sure that everyone watching both on the live stream, around the circuit, around the world, basically anyone watching this wants to see this lead battle, apart from UVO Hoffmans.
Yeah, they really don't want one. The lead battle we're excited about, apart from the leader, who could not wish for anything less than this safety car intervention. And we've said this ad nauseum during the course of the broadcast, that you have to stay in the fight at all times, because anything can happen. We were alluding to a bit of traffic. Never expected a full neutralisation of the race at this stage. But I do think, and it's time to do the usual shout out to the marshals here at Brands Hatch and all around the world.
That is astonishing
That's
work.
a proper snatch. That's a real quick bit of work from them to get it on.
We've got 8 minutes left, and by the looks of it, they could potentially have some green flag running to conclude this race.
God, the team are going to be looking at this thinking, please stop dragging my car through the gravel. That's me going home late by another hour.
I keep saying it, the team boss is thinking, the garden could do with a bit of landscaping. Here's some free gravel for you there, courtesy of Brands Hatch Circuit.
Yeah, real good work though to get it
another lap of the safety car, dare I say.
Oh, look at that.
2 laps left.
Away we go. That's genuinely been a really incredible job. They always do an incredible job, do the marshals at Brands Hatch and around the world, but this has been a particularly swift delivery to safety of that 214 seed data car. And last little hurdle seems to be a bit more of a challenge, but we're almost behind the barriers and we'll be pretty good to go for another couple of 3 laps, I think. This is going to be close.
Here we go. Can you tell we're getting a bit excitable up in the commentary box? I cannot wait for this to get underway again. We're just cautiously looking out the window at the recovery work that's going on at the moment.
That last little hurdle's proving to be a bit... Oh, there we go. That's the... Oh, no.
Oh, there's a little bit of... just a little bit of last-minute jiggery-pokery going on there just to get the car back behind the barriers. Now that to me looks safe. Safety car lights are out. Here we go. 6.5 minutes left. It's a shootout for the win between UVO Hoffmans and Morpheus Racing. The battle for the lead for this 2024 Fun Cup Endurance Championship Round 7. And the UVO Hoffmans do a brilliant job of backing the field up, ready for the restart. The restart is his. Olympian GRD, don't discount them out of this. They are 9 seconds to the good. We are away and racing, hot on the heels, and away we go. And Morpheus has not fell for the UVO trick. They're hot on his heels as we go over the start-finish line. Here we go.
Fantastic stuff then. So it all boils down to just over 6 minutes, and immediately we launched an attack on the run down a paddock hill bend. The track's now clear, the gravel's clear, and the way is clear. Morpheus Racing has the inside line. Morpheus Racing has the advantage onto the grass. UVO shuts the door in no uncertain terms. A little snatch of the brake as well as we look to the outside, trying one way and then the other to find a way past UVO Hoffman car, and the head of the pack does not want to give this one away at all. Morpheus turning in almost foremost on the grass. Manages to get the car point in the right direction, but this is nothing asked, nothing given racing.
Fab Randaccio is doing a fantastic job there. He's been there, seen it, done it. And Morpheus Racing, Ted Bradbury, is doing everything he can to get that car into the lead of this race. I keep saying it during this 4-hour endurance race. They so want a decent result. If they can stay on the podium, that's a fantastic result. But he really, really wants that win. Over the start-finish line, he's going to look into Paddock Hill Bend. Goes to the outside. Is he going to try the switchback? Hard on the brakes. Turns in. UVO covers. Brilliant coverage from the UVO car. Sticks to the inside. He's going to go round the outside, side by side, into Druid's hairpin. Little bit of contact there, using his defensive position. The car sliding around. The back end is twitching like anything on the UVO car.
Yeah, this is absolutely brilliant stuff. Morpheus trying desperately to find a way past. There was a good bit of defensive driving to cover the apex for the UVO machine, but now the door is wide open. The door is wide open, metaphorically speaking. Can he close the gap? Yes, he does. Close as you want without making contact between our two race leaders. Now we are trading paints between these two cars. It comes to the finest of margins. Olympia and GRD have a bit of traffic between themselves and this fight. 2-horse race, 4 minutes, 4 laps. Who's your money on? Who knows?
I cannot call this one. The gap is less than a tenth of a second. Tries the outside into Paddock Hill Bend. Is going to try the switchback. UVO covers once again. We're going up the hill towards Druids. They're going to be side by side once again. He's going to try around the outside once again and try to switch back. And he does it. A fantastic move down the inside. There's a little bit of contact and he's on the grass.
That was naughty.
Oh, that was a little bit tasty.
Yeah, it had to be. It had to be something like that one. It had to be the strong hip and shoulder if you're going to wake away past. The elbows need to be polished very firmly indeed, and that is exactly what the Morpheus Racing car did. A little bit aggressive for the second part of that contact. I dare say that Bradbury will keep a low profile, and there he goes wide. Bradbury runs a little bit deep in the Morpheus car. That opens the door again for the UVO machine, and once again a little bit of contact, trading paints between the two for the run down in a Paddock Hill Bend. The inside line is off. The UVO car, Fabulous Randaccio, has the high ground on the inside. He gets it done on the brakes. Can he slow the car down and get it into the apex? Yes, he can. He'll be aware of the cutback from the Morpheus car behind. Covers the inside line immediately. Wise to that particular playbook. Now Morpheus will try and get the switch back again,
and he's done it.
Does it? Yes. Contact between the two, side by side down Graham Hill Bend, but I think UVO have the advantage.
I think he may have lifted there to give them place back, and I think that's what happened previously on the lap. Twitchy tail, and Morpheus Racing just about holding it together. There's no contact there. Side by side once again round most of the lap at the moment. They're trying the switchback. There's a little bit of contact. There's a little bit of rubbing going on in the final stages here. This is how hard they are racing. He's opened up a gap, and now it's a drag down the start-finish line. Exciting stuff between the UVO Hoffman's car and Morpheus Racing. Fabulous Randaccio doing a fantastic display of driving. Some hostile driving at times from Ted Bradbury. He's a hard racer and he's done it down the inside. He's got the lead. What can UVO do on this time around? He's going defensive. What can UVO do? They try around the outside.
Yeah, it's Randaccio's turn to try and do the switchback now. He elected to stay around the outside a little bit longer. Cuts to the inside now for Graham Hill Bend. He doesn't want the outside line here. He's going to get on the brakes a little bit earlier. Pull the car to the apex. Really nice and tight. There we do. Very good indeed. Side by side we go. Trying Morpheus to cover the inside line as hard as possible. Oh dear. There's been a big bit of contact.
Side. That's potentially going to be the end of the race. We've got a car on its roof at Paddock Hill Bend, and that could well be a red and a checkered flag, with UVO Hoffman's being in front. What an end of the race there. And what on earth happened down into Paddock Hill Bend for a car to end up on its side? I fear we're going to have a checkered flag early. No, they're carrying on. We've got a double waved yellows down into Paddock Hill Bend. The car just on its roof. We've got double waved yellows. So the fight, this is the final lap now. UVO down the inside. Morpheus around the outside. He's trying to switch back into Druids. He's done it. Morpheus takes the lead from UVO.
Yeah, way deep on the break into Druids. Now he's going to re-attack into Graham Hill. This is not a traditional spot. Randaccio has the inside line. He'll run his rival as wide as possible, but Morpheus, foot planted firmly to the floor, stays on the outside line, gets the position. Now the 49's buying into
and
this
Signature's just potentially stopped the battle from the lead there by chucking it down the inside.
That was a bit pointless, and that's a bit annoying, but they're out of the way. Get out of the way. We've got a race on the hands.
And just like that, has potentially given the win. It has given the win to Morpheus Racing. If he can make it to the line before the counter runs out. We've got 4 seconds left. No, we're on the final lap. The Signature RV car is still there in UVO's way.
This is absolutely incredible. The Signature car needs to clear off as quickly as possible. There we go, under the double wave yellow flags. Now we can resume racing again for the charge up into Druids. Big defensive from Morpheus, not necessarily required.
Oh.
What is going on here with the Signature RV car in a fight? There's nothing to do with them whatsoever. Contact between themselves and the UVO. UVO, Randaccio on the grass does well to gather the car back up. That opens the door for Olympian GRD to sneak through. Olympian GRD in a second position. A back off from our race leader, contact behind with a 49 Signature RV car around the outside again for second position. That's a secondary contact between the 49 and our race leader. They're getting out of the way. We come through the final corner of the Olympian GRD. It'll be a drag race to the line. Can they hold on for second position? Olympian GRD smoke flailing from the back, but it is Morpheus Racing to the line. Take the victory from Olympian GRD and UVO Hoffman's Racing in third. You couldn't write a book that finished like that. That was 2 parts crazy, 1 part incredible.
Unbelievable. The Signature RV car, I'm wondering if they thought they were potentially part of the lead battle there. They were fighting with the EDF Motorsports car on the same lap, but they became part of the battle for the lead, whether it was inadvertent or not. Morpheus Racing take the win. They needed that result. Wow, I need to catch my breath after that. Jamie Peters-Ennis, I do not envy your job. That race finished. Wow, no one could have wrote the script for that.
I joked about this 3 hours and 27 minutes, 32 seconds and 3/10 ago, that it's going to come down on the final lap. And it did. For not first and second, for not second and third, for first, second and third position with a Signature RV in there just for fun. What a race.
I fear that potentially there may be some visitors to the Naughty Boys step
Oh, I am sure of that.
But Jamie Peters-Ennis is going to be the man to clear that up, and I believe it's over to your fine self for the results. So I'm going to head back down to the pit lane. It's been a great 4-hour race. What a conclusion for that. Over to yourself, Paul, for the final results.
Absolutely fabulous stuff. Robert Lewis, thank you so much for joining me up in the commentary box. It's been a pleasure to have you with us in what has been a sensational race. We've had controversy, we've had drama, we've had overtakes, we've had a last lap car on its roof. And here we are, the provisional race results. It's Morpheus Racing in first place after 233 laps of action. 0.3 of a second between themselves and Team Olympian GRD. In third position is the UVO Hoffman's Motorsport car, number 225. They were in the fight for the victory all the way through. In fact, they led for a large portion, but at the death, it's the bottom step of the podium. That'll be a disappointed team, it has to be said. Fourth place goes the way of PLR Racing. Under the radar throughout the race, they've come through with a fantastic result. Now the checkered flag, Signature RV, 1 lap down despite the shenanigans of the final couple of laps. Finish in fifth position, the number 49 car. Good result for them, although I dare say the stewards might have a few things to say. And then in sixth place, it is the Vape Club by EDF Motorsports number 246 car, just ahead of Red River Sport in seventh. GMR Eco come home 8th in car number 157. That's a great result for that squad. 4 laps down, but a solid final position. Axiometrics finish in 9th position despite all the dramas that they've had to encounter during the race, and they're ahead of Wave 9. Fueled Up Racing are 11th from Fast Track in 12th. Black Widow 13th, and Seed Data classified in 14th position. 15th goes the way of the heavily compromised Green Heath car. In 16th it is MJ Tech, one of the former championship challengers, having a really bad day in the office. XL Motorsports are classified in 17th from the EDF Rocker Division 212 car. Skull Club Racing in 19th place, 60 laps in arrears at the end. Rare Vinyl are classified in 20th. And Team Ratters Racing, having had their own rather dramatic incident into the first corner, are last on the grid, 223 laps in arrears. What a sensational race. GT Tyres, Gala Performance, Joyce Design, all of course heavily involved in the sponsorship of this series. It's great to have them on board with us, and we've had some really, really strong driving and racing action. And I do believe we're going to have Jamie Peter Ennis down in pit lane. So let's head down to Jamie and see who he's got to speak with.
Thanks, Paul. I'm down here with Morphers Motorsport. Let's say that right. There's a little bit of consternation. Right, let me have a word with Neil. Let me just have a word with Neil Burrows very quickly. Neil, what a race!
It's another nail biter, wasn't it? Absolutely unbelievable. What a top drive by Ted. Real good battle at the end. I think with a few laps to go, probably some of the best Fun Cup drivers all on the same piece of tarmac was going to be always going to be a big battle, and there was plenty of rubbing out there. So it was good, really good racing. What a result. Chuffed to bits. Absolutely brilliant.
And Justin, we've got Justin Bradbury down here. Tez Dad, you needed this, didn't you?
I don't know. I didn't need this at all. I think it's a nice, relaxing race. But oh my, yeah, he's amazing. He just blows me away every time. But he stressed me. I have a lot of stress with him. But yeah, what an amazing experience. And yeah, fabulous team, fabulous paddock. It's an amazing place to be in. To showcase his talents against some of the best drivers in the world, really. It's fantastic. So yeah, it's amazing. So top job to the team, top job to this man. And yeah, I still can't believe what he can achieve in that car. It blows me away. Absolutely blows me away.
Yesterday, the car had no engine in it. You were really scratching your heads as where the performance had gone, but it's back.
Yeah, we just couldn't find the problems with it, and this is like the third meeting now where we come to, and we just lacking pace, and actually it turned out to be the motor had started to go down. So big thank you to Christian and Paul Rose getting an engine to us, and look at what it's done with the right guy in it. He's done a brilliant job.
Right, go and celebrate. Go on. That's Neil Burrows and Justin Bradbury from Morphers Motorsport. Right, let me have a quick word with Riley Phillips, who was in the car for Olympian. Hopefully I won't doorstep Josh Barrett, who's on circuit comms. Am I right to go, mate? Yeah, cheers. Right, let's quick word with Riley. I think we're going to call you a hunter, because you were hunting your prey down, weren't you?
I was locked. Obviously after the safety car, I can see there, 10, 11 cars ahead, and I had my sights on them, basically. I knew we had time. 7 minutes was enough after the safety car. I just had to do like 2 cars a lap, and I did. We got to the front, and then just couldn't close up quite enough, unfortunately, with the yellows down at turn 1. So we should have had more if I had an extra lap, but hey, that's racing.
But points mean prizes.
Indeed, exactly. I'd be happy for the second place.
Excellent. We'll see you on the podium. We would have had a chat with Fabulous, who was in the Uvio car, but they've just been way through down to Parc Fermé. Yeah, electric scenes down here in Winner's Circle. But from now, I will say my goodbyes. I am going to be turning back into Rob Lewis for the final 2 support races. And of course, he'll be here roaming the pit lane all day tomorrow as well. But from down here, I've been Jamie Peters Ennis, and I will see you at Donington Park on the 21st of September. It's good night from me.
Fabulous stuff. Thank you very much indeed, Jamie, for today and all the good work you've done down on pit lane. I dare say there's quite a few bruised egos and frustrated drivers and personalities and controversies to pick through after what has been an incredible Fun Cup race, it has to be said. 4 hours endurance race. I joke about it many times, but I mean every word of it. It is actually just a whole load of sprint races with no break in between, punched together to make a 4-hour race. Absolutely fabulous stuff, and I think you'll all agree with me that that was just a sensational motor race that went all the way down to the final corner of the final lap in the final minute of a 4-hour race. We saw a bit of an incident with the car upside down as well. Never quite picked out who that was on the final few laps, but it does seem like everybody's okay. And out of that car, which is the most important thing, of course, we finished on a double wave yellows, and I'm glad we did finish the race in racing conditions, because it was really quite the dramatic ending to all of that one. I hope everybody's enjoyed that one at home. Don't go anywhere, though. Please don't go anywhere, because we've still got some crackers to enjoy before we say goodbye to you for today. We've still got the Zio prototypes, and then we're going to be the pre-1999 Formula Ford Super Classics. They're coming right up in a few moments' time. First off will be the Zio prototypes, and then we'll go into the pre-99 Super Classic Formula Ford. And don't forget as well, we're back tomorrow, starting just after the morning finishes, 12:15 a.m. for the PBS Brakes Supersport Endurance Cup Championship, followed by the Silver Lake C1 Endurance Series straight after. So plenty of drama, plenty of excitement, plenty of racing on the BRSCC YouTube channel here at Brands Hatch. So do please stick around for that one, as it's quiet now. After the storm, there is a period of calm, rest and relaxation, a reflection amongst everybody, myself included, it has to be said. And then we go at it again in a few moments' time. The Zio prototypes were in action this morning. They're a great series, so I'm looking forward to those being back and on track again in a few moments' time. But let's just pick through what unfolded in the final few moments of that Fun Cup race. It really is absolutely incredible scenes at Brands Hatch. We had a car, the Uvio machine, that led for so much of the race, looked to be in control of things for long portions of the event, and slowly but surely, creeping up behind, would come the very fast driven Morpheus Racing, Ted Bradbury behind the wheel for the final stint in the 195. And then, well, I don't really know what happened in the final few laps. We had a bit of drama. We had the signature RV car getting involved, where potentially Marcus Clutton didn't need to get involved, and full of very, very exciting stuff. So yeah, let's have a quick look then at some of those replays, and then we'll think about it a bit more as to what happened at the end of the race. So 4 hours of racing action. Let's take a look at the replay. So we started off in beautiful sunshine at the Brands Hatch Indy circuit here at Brands Hatch in Kent, round 7 of the championship. And we started as we're meant to go on, 3, 4, 5 wide at times for the run down into Paddock Hill Bend. The cars dropping down. Everybody stayed pretty out of trouble during these opening few encounters. A few shenanigans further through the pack, but no real harm at the front of the field. There is the Uvio car at the back of your shot, and there is the 156 that we saw on screen very briefly there. They had a good race themselves, PLR Racing, 146 should I say. Plenty of endurance style driving up until this point, but with 4 wide running down into Paddock Hill Bend. It was very much like a touring car race in these opening few encounters, and then one of the biggest incidents of the day. That's the Team Rattus racing car. They started in second position. They hoped to have a good weekend, staying out of trouble in a good race. Bit of brake pad knockoff potentially was the cause. Couldn't slow the car down. Contact with the barriers. Once we got back under green flag racing, though, there was plenty of drama out on the racetrack. The Olympian GRD car struggling in the second portion of the second stint of the race. They started to drop back after a wholesome start from the back of the grid. A little bit further up, then we see the 2-1-3 in all kinds of strife as well. Hard on the defensive. That was the story of the day at Brands Hatch. Defensive driving, strategic overtaking, trying to find a way past your rival. We lost a lot of front splitters. We bruised a few egos as well, but we had plenty of good racing. When we got restarted again, this is the launch by Uvio to the inside. The number 1, absolutely no answer into braking. That was a race lead that would be held for quite some time by the black and gold machine. Greenheath were in the heat of battle for several stages of this race. Here we can see them fighting for the bottom step of the podium. Morpheus Racing trying to buy into that one as well. Unfortunately for Greenheath, though, a little skirt across the gravel on the run down of Paddock Hill Bend would say goodbye to the front left corner of their splitter. They'd pit in, and that wouldn't be the end of their dramas, as we'll find out in a few moments' time. Up front, though, Uvio battle damaged, with some damage on the left rear quarter of that car, not least in which some damage on the door latch. It's gone missing. Door wide open there, you can see hanging off the bottom of the car. Greenheath on the charge again. This is a bit of side-by-side action. Druid's hairpin proving to be one of the corners where much of the overtaking has got done by the drivers and teams over the course of this 4-hour race. Gaffer tape now applied to the side of the UVO car, and they get on their merry way. They had the race lead, and there is a big problem. Paul Turner behind the wheel of the Greenheath car. Some damage would necessitate very long repairs in pit lane. Then there is one very uncharacteristic mistake indeed. That is the Seed Data car saying goodbye to proceedings beached in the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend in no uncertain terms. With that interaction, led to another safety car. When we got back racing again, it was a charge at the front of the grid. UVO versus Morpheus. On that occasion, the UVO car runs a little bit deep, but immediately launches a counter-attack. That allowed all the drama in the world to be kicking off a little bit later on. That is, of course, the number 49. Getting wrapped up in things where maybe they perhaps didn't need to do. The signature RV car, a lap down, and then UVO doing well to keep the car on the racetrack. Morpheus, though, with all the battling, all the drama, and I dare say a fair bit of controversy coming their way, they held out to the checkered flag. Team Olympic GRD snuck up to the line with a battle-scarred car in second. And the UVO car not as happy in third position. Right, we've done a bit of reflecting and looking back. Now it's time to look forward again because we've got another race lined up for you. Of course, it is now time to go for the Zio Prototype Series. So as you can see, the cars are circulating behind the safety car. We are about to go racing for a 20-minute encounter in the Zio Prototype Series. Championship series, should I say, sorry, that has been developed to give a place and to give a space for a wide and eclectic collection of open-top and closed-top prototype cars from throughout the years. We've got some beautiful machinery. We have 6 classes of racing in which to enjoy: over 2 litres, 1.5 to 2 litre, 1 litre to 1.5, up to 1000cc, Praga and Invitational classes A, B, C, D, E and F respectively. Looking forward to getting underway on this one. Short, sharp and stunning racing. So let's have a look then. Who is where heading into this race on the grid? It is in pole position at the head of the pack. It is a 45.252 qualification time, and that gives it to Charman. Alongside him is the Genvi-driven, Genvi-designed and built car in second. Chamberlain, Richard Chamberlain this time behind the wheel. Third position from Winhauser in fourth. Smart will line up on row 3 in 5th place. Cole in the 106 will be keeping him company. Row number 7 though is empty. It is only the 6 cars by the looks of it that we've got on the grid. No, we haven't, sorry. Good in 7th position. Hussein Wood in 8th. Row number 5, position number 9, car number 445 is Oliver. In 10th place, Child, and then Langdon down will be bringing up the field in 11th position as I scrabble around desperately to find my entry list, which I have. That's good news before the start of the race. So settle in, folks. It's going to be a very short, a very fast, and a very exciting race ahead of us indeed. We raced already once today in this series. It was a bit of a cracker. I dare say race 2 is going to be even better again. So, without further ado, the lights are off on the safety car. In a few moments' time, we'll be racing. Through the final corner then, the field of prototype machines in the Zio Prototype Series are winding up for the start-finish straight. The safety car peels off. In a few moments' time, things will get very loud and very exciting indeed as we go racing again. We're looking at the timing gantry. The lights are out. 20 minutes of racing begins as we pile down at speed into the first corner in these beautiful prototype machines around the outside. Attempts to go the 96. Not quite enough room there on this occasion. They stay in 4th position. Side by side, though, for the race lead. That is the Genvi to the inside. Genvi gets the race lead. That's a good move there. Very, very committed indeed for the race leading car Beautiful bit of driving then. Charman in the Juno drops down in a second position. Car number 5, Graham Charman, will be a little bit frustrated. In fact, no, he doesn't, in fact. I apologise. Graham Charman is still our race leader. It is Genvy in second position. That is the 106 that we're looking at there of Graham Cole. Just behind him, the 73, and then that is one of the Pragas. Beautiful car, the Praga, one of the most modern cars in this field. A closed top, very different style to what some of the other open top radicals and such look like in the CO Prototype series. But Graham Charman from Mike Genvy, and then Richard Chamberlain makes his way up into third position. That is the 35 of Genvy, having a good battle of his own there. I think Chamberlain did sneak through in the end. Not quite, actually, as there is Richard Chamberlain in the black and red machine. Got myself a little bit confused there, Richard Chamberlain. So it is Mike Genvy fighting for the race lead with Graham Charman at the front of the pack. Charman not quite able to gap the Genvy vehicle at this moment in time. We saw that car fade quite heavily in the opening few minutes of the race earlier on this morning. Seems like whatever dramas were befalling Mike have been rectified coming into this race. Number 96 that we're looking at screen there as well. There is Genvy to the outside, tries to cut back to the inside, not enough racing room. Look how much grip and downforce these cars have got as well. Graham Charman absolutely giving no racing room, but Mike Genvy looks significantly faster than we saw just a few hours ago earlier on this morning. Hard charging the front two. Richard Chamberlain is leading the pack of those chasing in third position. Max Winhauser is the car behind, trying to find a way past Richard Chamberlain, though. Has the line covered for now. Big question is, will he have enough pace on board that number 15 machine in order to, this is CTR development, CTR 01. They were quick in the race earlier today. The big question is, though, are they quick enough to get in the fight? Graham Cole, the 106, by the way, has done a swap with Alistair Stewart, so that's 5th and 6th position. Position change there, but still heavy defending. Chamberlain comes through Druids. He's got the position. Winhauser behind, climbing all over the back. Winhauser, car number 19. Max Winhauser, car number 99. Tim Gray Motorsports Norma 1600cc. For that particular machine. The Norma, of course, is a very established car in prototype racing around the world. He's doing a good job in Max Winhauser's hands. Graham Cole in the 106 as well, keeping in touch with this particular fight. That is the Bicknell PS7 for Graham Cole. Keeping a watching brief, and now this is an opportunity for Mike Genvy. Had a look to the inside, that door was slammed shut in his face into Druids. It's got so much grip and performance in these cars, but with the grip, with the performance, with the braking capability comes increased difficulty in trying to find a way past. Brands Hatch Indy, never an easiest track to overtake in the world anyway, and in these cars with so little margin. Oh, hello. That's is that movable aerodynamics or a slightly dicey rear wing? I think on Mike Genvy's car, I'd go for the more dicey side of things than anything. That does look a little bit leery, it has to be said, as it bucks and bends in the turbulent wake of the car in front. Hopefully that's nothing too serious, though. And he gets into the checker flag, certainly not holding up through Paddock Hill Bend. Now Genvy's on the attack, looks to the inside again. That is by far and away the best opportunity for Mike Genvy to find a way past the outside line. Door closed, thank you, but no thank you, says Graham Charman. I'm going to go around the outside of me, Sunshine, as he covers that one off very nicely indeed. It's the first sector where the 35 is so quick. Mike Genvy driving a self-built Genvy Racing Genvy Gun vehicle, racing in the Class B. That car is very, very quick indeed. It struggled in race 1 this morning. This afternoon, though, no such problems whatsoever, as Mike launched an attack now so much quicker on the run down the hill. Carries so much more speed through Graham Hill, massively more speed through Paddock Hill, in fact. Now he's got the inside line nice and early. Not enough for an overlap, though. Graham Charman decides to slam the door shut. Can we get the switchback, though? This is a new one from Mike. Backs out of it, decides he doesn't want to risk the car. Not interested in making the move on that occasion. He knows that he's got opportunity. Should opportunity present itself, then Mike Genvy is certainly no shrinking violet when it comes to grabbing the bull by the horns. We come through the final corner now. This is where the cars really shine here at Brands Hatch. Genvy using the slipstream, doesn't have quite the legs of the car ahead of Graham Charman. But look how much speed Mike Genvy carries here through Paddock Hill Bend. So much quicker at the apex, so much quicker on corner exit. Goes nice and early at Druids. The door was left open a little bit, but the braking points are so short here at Brands Hatch. In a prototype cars of this kind, there's just absolutely nothing that he can do to get on terms with the Juno ahead. Charman now knows he's in safe territory through this part of the lap. Up through clearways. No sweat whatsoever. He knows the car. Ooh, a little bit wiggly actually on corner exit. As I was saying how safe he was, he proceeded to make me an idiot almost instantaneously by conceding that position. The car's a little bit sharper in a straight line, but Mike Genvy certainly has the corners covered. As we go through Paddock Hill Bend, the big gap now. Look at that one. That's exactly a visual representation of just how much quicker through that opening corner Mike Genvy is in the Genvy gun. And now that race lead, courtesy of the mistake through the final turn. Opened the door, Graham Charman though had no response. And that is, I dare say, game over in terms of a competitive proposition at the front of the field. As we check back in a little bit further down, Graham Cole in 4th position that we're looking at there. The lead of the 2 red cars on your screen. Graham Cole, car number 106. Max Winhauser in car number 99. And respectively speaking, they're driving a Bicknell PS7 for Cole, and for Winhauser, he's aboard the, I'll tell you in a moment when I find him on my entry list. In fact, I don't have him on my entry list, so I'm not going to tell you the answer to that one. But I don't care about that one. I care about the racing action, and what is happening at the moment is Graham Cole is pulling away ever so slightly just ahead of them. Richard Chamberlain still holding the bottom step of the podium, acting as somewhat of a cork in the bottle. Fastest lap you saw on screen for Genvy. He's making hay while the opportunity presents itself at the front of the field. Good bit of driving from Mike Genvy now, unleashing the performance of the Genvy gun car. So we go, I'll correct myself now. Max Winhauser is, of course, in the Norma, run by Tim Gray Motorsports. So there is the 99 at the back of this little pack, the 106. Graham Cole still ahead, although Graham leaving the door open a little bit. Ooh, Max was thinking about it to the inside line, decided that replacing front nose sections can be expensive, so it's better to save on a bloody nose, pull the car out of the way and go again in a few moments' time. Graham Cole still on the attack. It's a very long-bodied car, both of these cars really long in the body. They look a little bit Ginetta-esque. Not Ginetta-esque, sorry, Radical-esque from a distance. It's only when you get close that you see the detail, the aerodynamics and the technology in these cars. With Richard Chamberlain still holding on to that 3rd position. Matthew, of course, was behind the wheel in race 1. And now the CTR development, CTR 01, has been taken over by Richard for this 2nd race. He's having a very solid run so far in car number 15 position. Number 3, he's got a healthy gap to Graham Cole and Max Winhauser behind. Oliver Smart a little bit further detached as well, not in this particular battle pack. 10 minutes 58 seconds then on the clock. Mike Genvy has a gap of 0.8 of a second in the fastest lap to his name, to the inside. That is brave and a little bit foolish. The inevitable contact between the two. Graham Cole waves his arm in semi-disgust. An apology from Max Winhauser as well. Want to get the brakes on that one. Don't want to roll back on the racetrack, and Max just trying to find a box full of neutrals, find 1st gear. Launch yourself away from that one. But I do think that the 106, the car of Graham Cole, the Bicknell PS7, the 2-litre Class A machine, is done for the day. The rear wheels beached as they are in the gravel. Front tyres sticking up in the air. You can see from a commentary box window that car is still going nowhere. Here's the Bicknell, there we go. Unfortunately, beached a little bit, not just the gravel, but of course the car's so low to the ground as well. The circuit dips away, that's just lifting the front wheels off the tarmac too, and unfortunately I will suggest that will be at best double wave yellows, potentially even a safety car, as we've got marshals out on the racetrack. We're trying to use a bit of the old-fashioned manpower to push that car back onto the circuit. Double wave yellows coming into Druids. Arms aloft there from Mike Genvy, acknowledging the fact that there are workmen. Well, there were yellow flags. There are workmen there you can see on track trying desperately to clear the stranded Graham Cole. Well, of course, it's fallen into DNF territory. And Mike Genvy and the Genvy gun now has fallen into the clutches of Graham Charman behind. So Graham, never one to give up, as Graham Charman, car number 5. There he goes through your shot, the white and blue machine. Never one to give up, and that one's paying dividends as things stand, as Genvy tries but fails to build a gap. Bit of traffic as well in front. Never an easy cause. Certainly a cause of concern. As again we run up in a Druids. Again Mike puts his arm out of the cockpit just to let everybody know. Seen the flags, acknowledged the flags, taken the appropriate action. And there is the 106. Doesn't look like that car is going to be going anywhere anytime soon. And in fact, there we go. That's the inevitable safety car that we were expecting. So everybody now slows it all down. We'll join the queue behind the safety car, and that will give us a clean and safe piece of racetrack for the marshals up at Druids to get to work, clearing the sadly stricken car of Graham Cole, the Bicknell PS7. Bit of a fan favourite, it has to be said. Beautiful looking car, very competently driven by Graham Cole, but unfortunately on that occasion, contact, well, facing the wrong direction at least. Hopefully we can see a bit of a replay of what went on there with a bit of luck, but the end result is that car remains stranded and out of the running. 10 cars then left on track. Last place is currently once again Dominic Langdon down in the RJ Motorsport Radical SR3 RS. Mike Genvy, he's our race leader from Graham Charman. Richard Chamberlain in 3rd position. So let's have a look then at a replay of the incident from a few moments ago. We're round Paddock Hill Bend, on the run up to Druids. Take a look to the inside. Inside line covering was a little bit near though there. The 99 tries to use the curb to stay out of the way. Sad secondary contact as well, which you never like to see. And then Graham Cole waving his arms in somewhat disgust down the disappointment of the contact and the inevitable stranded car, which means we're under safety car conditions still. The field circulator, I can see through my commentary box window the marshals are still beavering away up at Druids, and that car is still facing the wrong direction and looking somewhat forlorn, it has to be said. I hate to see a stranded race car on the side of a track. It's such a dispiriting and heartbreaking experience for drivers, and it means we have to spend a little bit of time on a safety car, which is never ideal when you're wanting to get a good racing going. Such is the way that these things go. While we're doing this one, let's have a look at some of the cars in the field. Is a good idea. That is the number 35 machine that we're looking at on screen there. That is the Mike Genvy. So this is Genvy gun that Mike is driving. Why is that special and why does it match his name? It's because it's been self-developed by Mike Genvy himself. So it's a car that has been designed clean sheet from the ground up by Mike Genvy, and he's done a great bit of job. It's very successful, very powerful. Had some problems at Donington Park. Wasn't particularly quick, it has to be said, in race 1 this morning, but he's now showing the full capabilities of his potential. Car number 5 in 2nd position is the 1997cc Juno Class B machine. A Juno, a brand perhaps a little bit less well known around the world, is a British sports car constructor, privately owned now, based over in Portugal. It was founded in 1999 by former Williams engineer Ewan Baldry. Their first car in 2001 was a Juno SSS1, designed by Baldry himself and Ben Lang, former chief engineer of TVR and the Tuscan Speed 6. So a name that will be relatively familiar from lower formerly prototype cars. In 3rd place, Richard Chamberlain. He's aboard car number 15, CTR Developments CTR 01, another car that's been self-built to great effect. Richard behind the wheel in place of Matthew, who took part in the first race early today. Then car number 73 is next up. Alistair Smart, the RJ Motorsport Run Radical SR10. Radical, of course, need no introduction. I dare say around 400-ish, 420-ish brake horsepower, 6-speed Hewland sequential box. Variety of engines. Radical run from the old Ford EcoBoost all the way through to the Hayabusa motorbike engines as well. Loud revving high-performing things they are indeed. And Radical, mainstay in club-level sports car racing for many, many years. Many drivers that have been through the ranks have got time behind the wheel of a Radical, I dare say. That is car 445 on screen. We'll talk about that one while we can see it. Dan Oliver, Adola Motorsports. That's the Praga R1, which is a relatively new player, Praga, to the world of motor racing. Czech Republic-based manufacturer. They've been around since 1907. Build a wide variety of vehicles, do Praga, from military equipment, motorbikes, aeroplanes. They've got a very long and interesting collection of vehicles, but the R1, the R1T, very, very competitive cars indeed for Praga, and beautiful close-top machines as well. They have a solo championship just for their cars to very great effect. Many drivers have learnt a lot about racing in Pragas. And now, 3 minutes 48 seconds left on the clock. Let's go racing again. So Mike Genvy takes us to the line in the green flag. Is a waving. We go in the Zio Prototype Series. Jane Charman keeping a watching brief in second place. Richard Chamberlain, almost as if that safety car didn't exist, reverts back to his significant gap between the front two in the CTR 01, holding on to that third position. That is, I'm not quite sure exactly where that Praga is in the running that you see in the back of your shot. I think that's the one of Oliver. That's the only one of the Pragas still running. All the way down in 7th position. Let's wait till we go across the line and we'll see if Dan Oliver has either lost a lap or done some kind of heroics to get up in a third. I do think, though, it is the former of those two, and has lost a lap. Currently running in 7th position is Dan. There we go. There's the Praga coming through screen. Where is Richard Chamberlain? Richard perhaps done almost another lap under the safety car, such as the gap between himself and Mike Genvy and Grain Charman at the front of the field. Chamberlain, though, crosses the line. Lots of real estate between our top two and the rest of the field. 9 seconds, in fact, is a significant amount of time over just a single lap of green flag running. But Chamberlain gamely holding on and putting a gap between himself and Paul Sayward in the number 16 car. Bit of a squabble going on as well there. The 73 Radical, very iconic shape as a Radical, beautiful machinery. Alistair Smart, 4th position. Around the outside we go. Good drive in from Alistair. Wonderful car. The number 73, the SR10, an iconic endurance and sprint car as well, for good measure, it has to be said. Being piloted to very good effect indeed by Alistair Smart as things stand. Paul Sayward is the next one down the road in the number 16. Sayward working hard behind the wheel as well. There we see him as the inside line on the 46 of Chris Child. Makes that move stick. Good driving there from Sayward in 16 in the SR3 1500cc Radical. And there is the number 60 on your screen, Andrew Gord. Yet another, if that's a Radical, I think, is it number 60? Let's have a look. Yeah, it's the SR3 RSX. I do wish Radical would give their cars slightly different numberings, just to make it a little bit easier to remember which one's which and which starts at the top and the bottom of the pyramid. Got a whole wide range of cars, of course, and the 73 of Alistair Smart doing good work as things stand. Is a little bit too far away from Richard Chamberlain, though, following the recommencement of racing. The challenge for that bottom step of the podium, so Chamberlain is going to take a mistake from one of our top three to open the door to Alistair Smart. Mike Genvy, though, just a second covering himself and Graham Charman at the front of the field, so Genvy under a little bit of pressure, it has to be said. Charman not in position to launch an attack quite yet, but is certainly filling the mirrors and keeping Mike Genvy busy at the front of the pack. There we go, across the line they go. 38 seconds left on the clock. It's almost over as soon as it's begun, these things, such as the speed and the velocity of these Zio Prototype Series cars. Very interesting champion series, very much open to many different sports racing cars, so do check it out if you've got a car gathering dust in the garage. Why not give it a run out on the racetrack? We're back in action with the Alton Park International Circuit on Saturday the 26th of October. So then, at the front of the field, a wobbly rear wing aside, Mike Genvy in the Genvy gun is working wonders through the final corner. We go. The acceleration down. He'll have a look to the right-hand side. There is the checkered flag, and a euphoric Mike Genvy claps, waves, and cheers. It is victory for car number 35. Graham Charman comes across the line in second position, and then we wait and we wait and we wait some more for car number 15, and here he goes in a few moments' time. That is one of our back markers, the number, oh no, not, that was 15. Richard Chamberlain crosses the line for a well-deserved podium finish. Alistair Smart will be next along in a few moments' time, and Paul Sayward, Andrew Gordon, Dan Oliver in 5th, 6th and 7th place. Chris Child and Langdon Down are 8th and 9th position. Fast cars, fast driving. The fastest of all was Mike Genvy at the head of the pack. Great stuff there. Disappointing day this morning, but whatever gremlins under the hood of the Genvy gun have been rectified over the course of the last 4 or 5 hours, and Mike has come out very much on metaphorical fire rather than the physical fire at Donington Park, and the victory by 1.356 seconds is the reward. Good stuff. There we go, the last of the cars then circling their way through as they come back down in the pit lane. The applause, the rapturous applause of the teams and mechanics behind the scenes. Great performance then, Mike Genvy at the front of the field. Car number 5, Graham Sharman in second position, and then Richard Chamberlain, the name famous and well known to many people, I'm absolutely sure, in the world of racing over the years. Very, very strong third position for the CTR 01. So that's the provisional race results then. Mike Genvy and the Genvy gun from Graham Sharman in the Juno. Richard Chamberlain 19 seconds in arrears, and the CTR 01 is third. Alistair Smart in the first of the Radicals in the SR10 in fourth, and Paul Sayward in the SR3 in fifth. Andrew Gord in the SR3 RSX crosses the line in 6th position. Dan Oliver in the Praga R1 is the first of the Pragas home. In 7th, Chris Child in the SR4 Radical is 8th, from Dominic Langdon Down in the SR3 RS, 9th position. Max Winhauser in the Norma had a little bit of drama. He's classified in 10th ahead of Graham Cole in the Bicknell PS7. Never quite got that car going again, having been stranded with contact with the Druids hairpin very early into the race. So that's 23 laps of action from the fastest class here this weekend in the BRS CC 2024 Brands Hatch Summer Racing Weekend, headlined of course by the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. We've just had that Fun Cup race, and now we've just had the Zio Prototype Series as well. Both of them were dramatic in their own different ways, with the Zio Prototypes after a very quick 20-minute fast blast around the track have done for the day. Now we'll be heading very shortly into our last racing action of the day, which of course is the classic Formula Fords once again. Incredible race we had this morning. Best race in the day, some might say. Don't go anywhere for that one then. You're going to be in for a treat for the eyes and for the ears indeed. But before we get to that one, there's a small matter of just wrapping up proceedings in the Zio Prototypes. Dare say the drivers will be very enthusiastic to get wrapped up, get out of their race overalls, and go and have some refreshing libations a little bit later on, because the sun has been shining over the course of the Brands Hatch weekend. And let's take a quick look actually at some of the replays from some of the highlights of the Zio Prototype Series race that we have just witnessed before we go racing again. At the start of the race, it was Mike Genvy in all kinds of strife for the run down in a Paddock Hill bend. Good bit of driving from Genvy. He holds on a second position, but then attacks. The story of the day would be attacking into the Druids hairpin. On this occasion, Rubbin is racing. Genvy got the position, but not for long. The number 5, very keen to retake that place. Further down the pack, Richard Chamberlain doing a good job in 3rd place, holds off a baying pack of drivers behind. But up front, it would be Genvy in an increasingly loose-looking rear wing on that Genvy gun. At this stage of the race, things were quite solid. Second position, though, not where Mike wanted to be. Richard Chamberlain raced long battle with those behind. Car number 15 held on a 3rd position through the safety car period as well to take it to the checker flag. Now Genvy takes a look. There we see the wing get a little bit loose as the driver gets a little bit spectacular on the run up to Druids. On that occasion, though, Charman has the inside line covered, and then this is where we made the launch. Through the final corner, better turning circle, better inside radius, and a race lead that he would never relinquish from that point onwards. Then, the big disaster of the day. The 106, contact with the 99. The 106 would play no further part in proceedings. The 99, an apologetic wave. And away we go. At the front of the field though, Mike Genvy in his self-built Genvy gun would be the master of the day to rapturous celebrations in the cockpit. Car number 35 from the low of this morning to the high of this afternoon. Fantastic stuff. At the front of the field in what was a great bit of racing action. So, before we go anywhere else, it's time to get started. Next up, Super Classic pre-1999 Formula Ford Championship. Okay then, it is time here at Brands Hatch as the sun slowly begins to fall from the sky to welcome in our final race of the day. In pole position is Liston from Hawkins with Freya and De Silva, 3rd and 4th. Traincourt and Daly make up row 3, 5th and 6th positions for this race. On row number 4, in position number 7, we have Stones alongside him. Kesterbaum in 8th. Barnes will start from 9th place, and Britton, car number 42, will be keeping him company on row 5. Row 6, Buckton and Mason in 11th and 12th positions respectively. Smith starts 13th from Vickers in 14th. Sturmer will be P15th alongside Boyack, with Langman and Smith in 17th and 18th places respectively. Row 10 is made up of Hunt and Jay, and last on the grid on row 11, 23rd position, is the number 87 of GRA, as the cars you can see in the background are lining up into their grid spots, which is why I whipped through the qualifying order nice and quick so we can get ready to go racing for the second and final time of the Super Classic pre-1999 Formula Ford 1600 Championship. Race 1 earlier today was fantastic. I dare say race 2 is going to be even better still. Green flag waving then at the back of the grid. We keep our eye on the starting lights. One light on, one light off, and a whole load of racing car noises are being made as we head off of the line for the run down into Paddock Hill Bend for the very first time. The beautiful shadow liveried car takes the lead. Contact though with 2nd and 3rd position. Contact between 2nd and 3rd, 4th place and 7th place driver are off on the gravel as well. That is an absolute disaster. So clean this morning. This afternoon though, it goes wrong right from the very off. Open wheel Formula cars charging their way down into first corners. Often these things can happen, and they usually do. We'll take another look at that incident in a few moments time, but we've got a bit of driving to concentrate on all the way through the pack. Good racing throughout as everybody's shuffling around the tarmac trying to find a little bit of racing room for themselves, avoiding all of the dramas that have befallen our back two. Almost a bit of contact, in fact, right at the very rear of the field. But now, as we wind our way through the final corner and break the timing beam, let's see who the big winners and losers were. In that opening lap, Richard Freya, he had tears in his eyes. In fact, he had more than tears. He was crying buckets for his podium this morning. He's up in 2nd position now. That could be one better still if he keeps on this particular momentum charge. A little bit further down the pack, there is a fight for position. That is number 6, getting his way past 49. Number 6 being, of course, Peter Daly in the RF88 Van Diemen. So Daly moves up past Stones for 4th place. Good move there from Daly. Stones dropping like a stone, some might say. Only one position lost though, no problems. At this juncture, William Liston still in the front of the field though. Looking for 2 from 2 for William if he possibly can. A little bit further back though, the 68. And the 4 will be very interested in putting the stoppers on that one. 13 minutes, already 2 minutes gone in this race. It's only a 15-minute race here at the Brands Hatch Indy circuit, so not a lot of time to get the action unfolded. There is the 44 we saw briefly of Paul Mason whipping through our screen. This is a great battle. A little bit further back. Round the outside we go. Oliver Buckton in one of the older 4. There we go. A little bit of touching of the grass as well. Buxton Buckton, sorry, drops back into position. A little bit of enthusiasm outweighing grip, it seems, in the early stages of this final race of the day. Plenty of rubber's been laid down from all the other categories that have been racing, so grip perhaps is not quite as freely available as maybe it was a little bit earlier in the day. Lo and behold, for those who come off of the racing line, 22 so briefly, Vincent J. He ended his day in the gravel earlier today, but it's good to see that Jay's got the car back up and running again. As Liston, 51.903. Fastest lap of the race at the front of the field. A little bit further back, this is a big battle. Here we see the 186 of Isaac De Silva. He was up and down the running order like no one's business in race one. Isaac De Silva, though, is still having an entertaining race, it seems. 7th place for his troubles as things stand. De Silva in the blue car with the orange nose code. A little bit further back, 24 that we're looking at there as well. Jonathan Barnes in 9th position. Barnes would dearly like to be up with a 44, and De Silva as well if he possibly can. Stones not in the picture at this one. The timing screen will update itself, but there is Oliver Buckton again, looking very enthused indeed. Not quite the same car as some of the drivers that surround him. Oliver Buckton in the number 60 machine is, of course, 1998 Van D. No, it's not, I apologise. 1971 Eldon Mark 8. Didn't think that like a 1988 Van Diemen, it doesn't, of course it doesn't, Paul, it'd be foolish. 1971, great to see that car, despite being significantly older than some of the rivals on track, is still a very competitive proposition. 10th overall for Buckton, doing sterling work as things stand, although becoming a little bit detached from this fight. Jonathan Barnes at the back of the field from Paul Britton, 9th and 8th places respectively. Barnes trying to see what he can do about Britton ahead. Although Paul certainly not one to leave doors open and leave gaps available on the defensive drive. Great stuff there as Buckton, while they squabble, starts to creep up onto the back of this little fight. So Buckton's not giving up on this one either. There's the number 60. It might be a significantly older car. Certainly old head on young shoulders behind the wheel. Buckton tries very hard indeed to stay in touch. I dare say it might be a bridge too far to clear the cars in front, but just to stay within touching distance is good stuff. Trying to pressure the 24 of Jonathan Barnes into making a mistake. Barnes goes aggressively defensive. Guess he's fallen forward though, back on track again. 10-minute marker, we just hit. Final 10 minutes of this quick fire 15-minute race. As you were at the front of the field, Will Liston, 3.5 seconds is the advantage over the 68 of Richard Frey. So Liston learning the lessons that were to be had from race one and applying them to great effect. Very frighteningly fast, in fact, for William Liston once again. As Isaac De Silva now picked the fastest lap over at 51.4 for De Silva. He's up in a 5th position. Basically, one of these races, just watch De Silva. He's either down the order or up the order, seemingly every 5 minutes or so. And again here today, 5th place now. Last time I checked in on him, he was 7th. So Isaac De Silva entertaining himself and the crowds again in fine style that only he knows how to do. Fabulous, fabulous stuff. There is, as we mentioned him, he crosses through our screen there, just behind him. That is the number 6 car, number 6 position, and number 6 car, in fact, Peter Daly. So I think De Silva, actually, since we last passed the timing board, has moved up another position, because Daly's showing ahead of us at this moment in time, so no idea quite what's happening there. Let's wait. There we go. Timing screens update. Prove me right. Up in a 4th place for Isaac De Silva. Great stuff. Following in the footsteps of his namesake, Elton Senna De Silva, of course, in being very potent in an open wheel race car. No family relationship. I don't think, actually, I'm saying that one. I've got no idea. I doubt it. I don't think they're family, but Isaac De Silva entertaining, most certainly he is, in number 186, 4th position for him. 5.4 seconds the gap at the front of the field. We're having a look at Paul Britton. At this moment in time, he's got Tom Hawkins for company. Hawkins not having the best of start to this race, all the way down in 9th. He's got a recovery drive of sorts to do following that contact on the run through T1. Good recovery drive actually from Hawkins as things stand. Up in 9th position for car number 28. Jonathan Barnes just about holding on to the top 10. Ollie Buckton has dropped down to 11th position now in that 1970s issue machine of his. As I say that one, Vincent J climbs up a further place, up into 11th place. For Vincent, who ended his day in the gravel that we've just driven through this morning. So a much better afternoon's work for Vincent J. No surprises, who's got the fastest lap? William Liston, the front of the field, checking in now on the 49. There's a good old fight that is developing here. Look to the inside. 49 goes defensive, Paul Britton on the attack. Paul Britton gets the job done. Is that Britton in fact? The 20th, that might be Tom Hawkins in fact. That's Tom Hawkins actually. Has cleared not one but 2 cars on this lap. So Hawkins' recovery drive is still looking very healthy indeed, it has to be said. As he crosses the line, that'll update. There we go. So it's nice to see as a driver. A couple of positions gained. Hawkins now next victim along the line is the 44 of Paul Mason. Just over 0.6 of a second is the gap. I dare say that Hawkins will be on that one very quickly indeed, will Tom. We run down now in a Graham Hill bend. Mason has got Hawkins for company, so it happens pretty much straight away. Paul Britton has a little bit of a look, but here is where the action is. Tom Hawkins, having been held up on the recovery drive, doesn't have quite enough real estate, does Tom, at this moment in time to find a way past, but I think it'll be signed, sealed and delivered for the Swift SC 95 driven car of Hawkins, and there we go. No real challenge, no real defence from Mason. He knows when his goose is cooked on this occasion, and Hawkins moves himself up in 6th place. A little bit of a squabble further down. Careful of the wheels, boys. These are open wheel cars, you can launch very quickly indeed as the run through Druids down to Graham Hill gets a little bit squirrely from all concerned, but no real problems for these drivers. 6.7 seconds, Liston's clearing out the road. 22 of Vincent J. Iconic livery on that car for Vincent. He's trying very, very hard to break into the top 10. You always want to say on your CV you've had a top 10. Vincent J will be smelling the fumes of the Jonathan Barnes run and driven solely motorsports run Van Diemen from 1990. 186. Soaring shot there. Very briefly, Isaac De Silva. Never want to look too far away from Isaac. He's usually doing something spectacular. Thomas Traincourt is the next man that he's charging against, 4th and 3rd positions respectively for those two. There you go, to the inside is the Peter Daly number 6. Simplistic livery there, the black livery, lamp sponsorship on the side of the car. Fabulous bit of machinery there, and then the 30. Just going through our shots as well, Simon Langman all the way down in 18th position. A couple of laps in arrears of our front running cars, but Langman, having a fabulous drive in the 1990 issue Van Diemen, 1980 issue, Van Diemen RF80. Fabulous car. Van Diemen, of course, storied manufacturer of Formula Ford single-seater cars, and they've produced hundreds and hundreds of these Formula Ford cars. They campaign to great effects throughout the country, but they're no more iconic than at this very circuit, the Brands Hatch circuit here in Kent. Formula Ford Festival, of course, being very much the holy grail in the Formula Ford world, and of course, don't forget that the October's BRSCC Gerrit Van Cowen Anniversary Formula Ford Festival takes place in October. Head over to the BRSCC website to find out a bit more about that one, how you can watch it, or if you've got a Formula Ford car kicking around, how you can take part in it as well. It's a really fabulous opportunity for these cars to be going full bore on this wonderful, wonderful circuit. So let's take a look now. Let's check in with the number 68, Richard, holding on to 2nd position as things stand, going one better than his podium from the start of the day with Richard Freya. Fabulous performance so far for the bright red machine. He'll be more than a little bit happy, I will have to say, if he can take this all the way through the checkered flag in floods of tears with excitement for his podium this morning. Well, 2nd place will taste all the sweeter, and all that means is he'll have to go one better next time they go in action. Never be satisfied. As here we go. Isaac De Silva around the outside, the long way around through Paddy Kilbenny. He has the outside line, but he does have the overlap. As we break down into Druids now, will he carry it all the way around the outside? De Silva sideways, power sliding through the corner. That gives him the inside line for the run downhill in a Graham Hill bend, and I think that Isaac De Silva has got that one done and dusted. Fabulous bit of driving. Yes, there you see him in the back of your shot. De Silva takes the third place away, so Crane Court not be happy with that one. Will Thomas Crane Court, but Isaac De Silva, in a flary, stylish way that only he knows how, has the position and then tries to go around the outside of one of the back markers. That almost allows Crane Court an opportunity to sneak back up the inside through Clark Curve, but no such doing on this occasion. De Silva now holds on a third. I wouldn't be surprised though if that changes hands again, that position. De Silva doesn't like to stay in the same spot for too long, it seems, over the course of this weekend. So he tries very hard to plug the gap a little bit further back. That is Crane Court. I think, no, that is number 6, Peter Daly. Just put in a lap on the 25 of Matthew Smith. Smith down in 19th position. 1 minute 20 seconds then left of racing to do today here at Brands Hatch before we start again, all over again tomorrow for some more fabulous motorsport action. Been a wonderful first day of racing here at Brands for the BRSCC Brands Hatch 2024 summer race weekend. Formula Ford 1600, the Super Classic pre-99 Formula Ford 1600 Championship though, showing an absolutely sensational turn of speed out on track and some great racing activations as well. William Liston, 8.4 seconds to the good at the front of the field, car number 113. It's got a 13 in it, but it's certainly showing no signs of bad luck for Will Liston. This thing stand 8.4 seconds to the good from Richard Freyer in second, and Isaac De Silva. An entertaining drive again from De Silva. Bottom step of the podium so far, but he's certainly not giving up on the charge for second. This is the fight for position now. Richard Freyer leads that particular squabble, and De Silva will have, roughly speaking, I think, we don't make it to the line, just one more lap to do to try and lever that position away. So across the line they go, second and third place almost as one, but your race leader Will Liston almost forgot what that car looked like, such has been the domination at the head of the speed field. William Liston has been sensational in this race. 8.7 seconds in a 15-minute race in a Formula Ford car is quite the gap to have made for yourself, and William Liston certainly showing everybody a clean pair of heels and just how in tune he is with this car and how fast he is behind the wheel of one of these machines. Then a little bit of drifting to the final corner, and it is William Liston here at Brands Hatch that takes race victory in commanding style in the Super Classic pre-99 Formula Ford Championship race. Round 6 of 7, race 2 of 2 at Brands Hatch. Richard Freyer side by side to the line with Isaac De Silva. He goes the way of Freyer by a few thousandths of a second. De Silva in third from Thomas Crane Court. In fourth, Peter Daly crossing the line in fifth, and Tom Hawkins in sixth position. A few drivers still squabbling all the way through the flag for the minor placings, but it is all plaudits and all applause for William Liston at the front of the field. Great bit of driving for Will and a fabulous victory. Absolutely dominant performance there for the 113. William Liston in the RF 88 Van Diemen chassis from, of course, 1988. Easy race for the team that run that car, and an easy race it was indeed for Will Liston. 9.4 seconds at the flag is the advantage, which is a commendable advantage for William. So there you go, racing done and or dusted for the day here at Brands Hatch. It's been an action-packed and fabulous day of racing, headlined of course by the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, one of the finest races we've had. This is the quick provisional results. Will Liston from Richard Freyer. Isaac De Silva rounds out the podium. Thomas Crane Court is fourth in the 92 issue Van Diemen, and Peter Daly in fifth in the 1988 spec car. Swift SC95 and Tom Hawkins is sixth from Paul Mason in the 94 variant of that car. Paul Britton crosses the line in 8th position with the PRS 81F. Jonathan Barnes is 9th, another one of the Van Diemen cohort. In 10th, Vincent J gets to the flag this time in his RF90 machine, just ahead of Christopher Stones. Ollie Buckton in the 1970s issue Eldon Mark 8. Stuart Kesterbaum in the Reynard 87 double F, and Matthew Strumer is in 14th position. Fabulous stuff for our provisional top 14. And then in 15th, Ray Smith from Lorna Vickers. 17th is Don Boyack. 18th is Simon Langman. And in 19th and last position, Matthew Smith in the 84 FF Reynard. 2 laps in arrears of our runaway race leader. Fabulous stuff from all of our racers today. That's it, done and dusted for me in the commentary box. So without further ado, I'm going to hand back down to Rob Lewis on pit lane.
Super classic Formula Ford racing once again here at Brands Hatch to round out day 1 of the Fun Cup Endurance Race Day. It's time to speak to Will Liston once again. A runaway winner that time. Fantastic result from yourself. You've had a good day, haven't you?
Yeah, I've had an excellent day. You know, this is by far and away the best day of my motorsports career. So, you know, I'll remember this forever. This has just been great.
Fantastic. And coming all the way over from Australia and doing Formula Fords, is there anything else you want to do? Is this looking to be a progression thing?
Not really. I mean, I'll drive anything, anywhere, anytime. But we're just here to have fun, and I've got great supporters in Australia. You know, my family, the Davison family. You know, Mum and Dad are here in the stands today, and I'm just surrounded by people who, you know, we won the last race, and then we went back and talked about all the things we needed to do better this time. You know, no one's ever satisfied, and we just keep working to try and get quicker and quicker because there's a big race here in the end of the year, and we need to be bloody fast.
So that is the ultimate aim, isn't it? The Formula Ford Festival.
Yeah, that's what we're here to do. It's the biggest Formula Ford race in the world, so that's what this weekend's here to learn the track and building in preparation.
Fantastic. So a runaway victory there, a pretty solid way to round out your race day. 2 great wins. Is there any more racing you're due to do here before the festival, or is that it?
Yeah, I believe we'll be back here for the United Formula Ford round in, I want to say September, not too far away.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations there on an excellent win. And that rounds out some brilliant Formula Ford Classic racing. Brilliant to see Jeff Page Engineering here as well, supporting the championship that they put a lot of effort into. So thank you very much to Jeff Page Engineering Limited there. And unfortunately, we have run out of time for the live stream this week. The Fun Cup podium is still being deliberated as it stands. We've got some niggles to sort out, which I'm sure we'll let you know all about tomorrow. But from myself, Robert Lewis, and from the team here at the BRSCC, such as Paul up in the commentary box and Jamie Peters-Ennis in the Fun Cup pit lane, we will see you back here bright and early tomorrow. We have got some super sport endurance racing. We've got a wonderful endurance racing to do there. And we, of course, have got the Silver Lake C1 Series for their 3-hour race to round out the day. I'm looking forward to it, and I hope you are too. We'll see you tomorrow.